Good morning, it's 8 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Motorists in Abu Dhabi will soon see an expanded Durb toll network with 2 new gates set to open on May the 4th this year. The move aims to ease congestion and improve traffic flow on key routes. This will bring the total number of toll gates in the Emirate to 6. The World Bank has approved $225 million in funding to support water and health services in Syria. The package includes 2 projects backed by the International Development Association, focusing on restoring water systems and improving healthcare access. Around 4.5 people are expected to benefit across the country with this funding, and officials say the funding will help rebuild essential services and improve daily life for communities across Syria. Japan's Nikkei 2025 rose for a third straight session and it closed at its record high. The index gained about 0.5%, supported by strong tech stocks. However, the broader topics edged slightly lower. Market breadth was weak and most stocks declining despite the Nikkei's gains. UK government borrowing has fallen to its lowest level in 3 years, according to the Office for National Statistics. Borrowing dropped to around $132 billion for the year of March, slightly below forecast. It now stands at about 4.3% of GDP, the lowest level since before the pandemic. However, borrowing in March came in higher than expected, despite being lower than the same month last year. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
This is the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. We spend a great deal of time here, or at least we have in particular over the last 50 days or so, considering the impact of the regional conflict, and from all kinds of angles as well. We've not, however, spoken to any chief financial officers for their view on how to navigate tough times, crisis times, until now. And I have to be very careful with the gentleman that's joining us now because he signs the checks. So, Vipin Sangwan is the Chief Financial Officer of the Mira Group. It's good of you to come and see us, Vipin, because I know busy times at the moment, huh?
Exciting, I would say.
Yeah, well, I can see you smiling, so I take heart from that. Look, the uncertainty of the regional conflict that we're experiencing now, it's weighing on all business leaders, all entrepreneurs. Of course it is. When headlines about war or conflict dominate, the bottom line's kind of the last thing you want to look at for lots of people because it's kind of scary as much as it's super important. So my first point would be the thing to do, the thing to be at the moment is pragmatic, to try and be calm, isn't it? Is that the place you start?
I think it's not only about the crisis when you need to be calm. I think especially in roles which are finance related or where you apply daily, the brain of the company, you anyways have to be calm. But yes, the moment the crisis is there, you have to be more calm because you have to make other people calm. The first thing you do to make anybody calm is, first you have to be calm and you have to give them the comfort that, okay, yeah, there is something, it's not normal, but yes, if you just come up with a problem that, okay, there's a problem, everybody will panic.
Yeah.
If you come up with a solution that, yes, you have to be truthful, that, okay, there is some problem, but you have a solution or at least a plan for that.
Yeah.
That makes things calmer.
It makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
nobody enjoys uncertainty, and well, I would guess very few people enjoy uncertainty. But how do you deal with it? Is it something you can learn to deal with?
I would say it's definitely you can learn. I'll put it even more simple terms. It's like a muscle, First time when you face uncertainty, you are not that much prepared. You don't know how you have to react. But the more and more you go through these difficult times, which is very often, I mean, uncertainty is not something which is, a very, very unique thing which is happening to a particular event.
Sure.
It's a very regular thing. It happens every time. You may call it a different. It can be a financial crisis. It can be some conflict. It can be any other reason. So it's something which is keep on happening. How you learn out of that uncertainty is where things matters. It's like a muscle. Every time you work on it, it grows. So yes, definitely you learn. It's something which you have to learn, and I would say it's something where. Every time there's crisis, you come out stronger. The next time you're more prepared for, what you need to do. So out of say, first time you have 5 pointers, okay, these are the 5 points I have to do after that thing overs. Next time, at least you're prepared that 5, I know what I need to do. At least in the next time you learn 2 more.
So I mean, experience counts.
Yeah.
Okay. It's fun. Years ago, I would have a problem and I would just hope it went away. That was always my attitude. And then I kind of learned over time, amazingly, I matured, I think, that if I faced a problem, not only did the problem get solved, but I felt better as well. And it's an immediate thing. But I guess I'm looking at you oversee, 30 odd companies, I think, in the Mira Group.
Yeah.
That's a little bit more pressure than for most people.
You can say more pressure, but I would say it's the time to learn more,
Okay.
because the moment crisis happens, it's like when things are normal, you don't go too much detail in things which are not the most important things. But the moment something, which is off track, it's like, you're switching on the light in a very dark room and suddenly you realize, oh, there are so many things which are messy. Which you normally don't do because you're not focused on that room, and you're just more focused on the places where you're generating the most revenue or the profitable and all those things, because all other smaller things get taken care of with the other things. But these kind of thing happens, you effectively realize, okay, everything which is a little bit messy comes into the light. You focus on those as well. So, I would say at this point of time, you get more time to spend on things which you're not focusing in the beginning because you thought, it's not that critical, but, it's been taken care by the other things which are doing good for us.
Okay. So let me ask you this. When the news broke 50 or so days ago of the conflict on February the 28th, lots of executives, and there was a real feeling, I think, of kind of wait and watch, because we didn't know what was going to happen. We still don't, but that was kind of the overall feeling, kind of a holding pattern, right? As the CEO of a large group, what was the first thing? What was the first kind of financial lever that you pulled? What did you prioritize? Was it liquidity? Was it supply chain buffers? What was the first thing you did?
I would say, even before anything happens, if you're starting to plan or start to, think of these scenarios once, some crisis happens, you're already very late.
Okay.
You cannot do that once the uncertainty is there. If you're doing it that time, you're already very late and you're not up to the task. All these things, of course, you need to have these scenarios and plans even before this thing happens, because that's what you are here for. You have to have all the possible scenarios which you can think of. Of course, before crisis happens, it's all academic. Once things happen, then is the time when you realize all these were not academic. These are actually practical. Now you just need to filter out that, okay, I have 10 plans, out of which 5, which I have, this is the worst case, this is the best case, this is a medium case, which one I will apply. But
right.
if you start planning those cases once uncertainty happens, then you're anyways out of the action.
Okay, but liquidity is key, isn't it?
It is key in any given situation, especially in uncertainty, is the most important thing, because if that is not planned, you're anyways then it's a matter of time when you'll be vanished out of the market.
Yeah, it's not just an asset, is it? It's like oxygen.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah. Okay. All right. A conflict like the one that we've been discussing, that we've been living through, inevitably it impacts imports, it impacts exports, logistics. How do you look at pivoting when the supply chain in just construction, for example, is under threat potentially?
I would say you have to be honest and clear, with all your communications that you do with your suppliers, whether it is your, I would say even to your internal people. You have to be honest, and the communication should be there. The more and more, you try to run away from it, so that to avoid a short-term thing.
the more one I learned when I was a kid.
The more deep you're going into the trouble. So
Right.
it's very, very important. Of course, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a good news for anyone in this kind of situation. But communication is the key. You have to be very, very open, because those are also guys who are under stress. It's not like you're the only one who's under stress or feeling all these things. Everybody's feeling. But it's important that we communicate with all our people, in advance, also, continuously. Like, this is what is happening.
Yeah.
Of course, everybody's facing the tough time. Let's agree on something which is practical, which we can do, and how you can help, because they are also there to do the business with you in long term. So they will also try to help you to the extent possible. So I would say communication is very, very important in these situations.
Relationships are really important things to have, aren't they? So I guess if you get to a point where you're an entrepreneur, you're a business owner, and you need to renegotiate terms, it's important how you treat, how you speak to your creditors, to your suppliers.
Yeah.
And, if you do keep those kind of communication lines open, there's a great benefit in that, isn't there? If you need more flexible payment terms, for example, if things get difficult. And I guess you have to think that through as well.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you have to be very, very clear, you have to keep the communication line open rather than, just try to avoid the difficult times, because it's your character what, is defined how you handle these kind of situations, because all these uncertainties are something which Of course, it's an opportunity as well for everyone. But once you get out of it, your character gets defined, how you handle that situation at this point of time, even with your suppliers or customers, everybody, and that helps you to build the long-term relation that is anyways required for any sustainable business.
So the things that hurt make a stronger kind of attitude. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess risk models for this year were written a while ago, I'm guessing, at least. And you kind of alluded to this, but I'm also guessing that the risk models that were written previously had to change, and they had to change at speed, at hyperspeed probably. How do you recalculate risk appetite when the external environment is changing by the hour? I mean, it's changing constantly. How do you do that?
Before, in normal situation, you prepare, say, 10 scenarios, 10 different risk models, keep on working. The moment this thing happens, you have to be very, very focused. You cannot keep a very open-winded, scope. You have to be very clear only with three things. Okay. What is the bottom where, if your, say, revenue goes down by, say, 90%,
okay,
what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Second is, what is the minimum level of cost that you need to have to survive whatever you need to survive with that 80 or 90% cut in the revenue? And what are the triggers? These three things trigger when I say, what will happen, what can lead to the revenue going down from, say, the existing ones to 90%. At what point of time I need to take what decision? These are my triggers. Okay. So these are the only three things what you need to focus on rather than the broad scope of 1,000 scenarios what you build before this thing happened. Of course, when you have luxury of time, you can keep on modeling, or if this goes this, I'll do that. But ultimately, when this thing happens, you need to be very, very focused. What are the key three things for you? What is your bottom? How you'll manage the minimum thing, what you need to manage with that bottom? And what are the triggers that suppose you have plan A, plan B, plan C? When you move from plan A to plan B, what is that trigger? What is your trigger when you think you already reached plan B and still it's not working? What is your trigger to reach to plan C? Okay. So you keep it very simple. Once these things happen, you get out of that entire simulations of 1,000 worksheets and you come down to basics. Okay, this is my bottom. This is my minimum survival thing, and these are my triggers that I'll activate. If this thing happens.
Okay, and you hope that you never get to plan D. That's when you put your head in the sand. And, yeah. What about people? Because financial reports are often they're kind of cold, hard data, aren't they? But in a crisis, teams become anxious, as does management. Employees are reading the same news. Investors are getting nervous. How do you manage that communication? How do you present a cautious financial outlook to the board and staff without any sense of panic, with a sense of calm?
Bad news is not a bad news if you give with some solution.
Okay.
It's bad news if you're not providing any solution and you're just being a messenger and telling, oh, something bad has happened. We are monitoring it. We'll see how it improves. Then it creates panic.
And if you leave it hanging like that?
Then it creates panic. Okay. Then it creates chaos. Then people are like, if the leadership is not clear, everybody knows there is panic.
Yeah.
But what they're looking up to you is how you plan to get out of it. Or at least what is your plan? Nobody knows whether we'll be able to execute that plan perfectly, but at least I have plan A, plan B, plan C. So communication, where you deliver the situation. Okay, this is the situation. You have to be very, very transparent. You cannot just hide out, oh, something happened, I'm not communicating. Then it becomes a little bit more difficult. So the early you give the communication and give it with very, very certainty that, okay, there is a situation. We have plan A, plan B, and, we'll try to deliver that.
Yeah.
And of course, you have to be, expecting, at that point of time to your people that, they'll also support you to execute that plan. then it turns things down up, and you motivate people effectively. Once you give it, with a plan, they'll try to deliver and help you to execute that plan.
It's a very, very intricate job to do. In tough times, there's more pressure, I guess, to cut costs. That's one thing we know. How do you, as a CEO, distinguish between...
I'll correct you, I'm the CFO.
I was miles away there. As the CFO, I even knew that. How do you distinguish between frivolous spending and vital investment that, really contributes to company growth? I know you can't give me specific examples. I'm not looking for that. But is there one thing or one area, perhaps, that you would absolutely refuse to cut, even when margins really tighten? Broadly speaking, I'm not looking to read the balance sheet, nor would I be able to. But you know what I mean.
No, I'll also not get into the jargons and all those stuff of the financial. I'll keep it very, very simple so that everybody understand it very, very clearly. See, when you think of cutting cost, of course, in uncertainty, that is the only thing which is effectively in your control. Yeah. Because, when you cannot do anything about your revenues, the only other area which you can control is the cost. So that's the key decision what you have to make on a daily basis. In my view, you have to be thinking about, before, going on the numbers, what value that cost adds in long term. Right. I can have a cost which is the highest in my entire P&L, and I can say, oh, let's cut this and we'll save around, say, 50% of my cost. But that 50% which I'm going to cut, how much value that cost is going to add, not in, say, 2 months, but in, say, 1 year, 2 years. If I manage that after 6 months, will that be giving me back what I've lost, say, 2 times, 3 times? Then I'll not think of that cost to be cut.
Okay.
So this is the approach which I would, or in my view, everybody should take. That instead of just looking at the number of that particular item, you have to see what value it's going to add in longer term, or may say in a medium term, if I'll be able to survive. Of course, you need to have plan whether you'll be survive, or it's the minimum thing that you need to have, whether you can reduce it from say from 50 to say 40%, 30%. But yes, it's not only the number which can decide whether it has to be cut, or how much value it is, or how much you're going to save in a shorter period of time. It's the long-term value which you have to think of. If I'm losing, say, 5 million every month because of one particular thing, but I believe that after 6 months, that thing will get you, say, 2 times or 3 times of what you actually spent. I'll keep incurring that cost if I'm able to survive. Of course, I need to find different sources where, I'll be able to fund those. And, of course, that has to be done even before this thing happens.
No, that makes sense. I mean, it's not just a question of faith, is it? It's understanding. We all know what things cost, but you would question how many of us really get the value of the things that we spend money on, I suppose. You alluded to this as well earlier. You mentioned the opportunities that perhaps arise, and I guess it's really difficult to think about growing at a time like this. But there are opportunities around, aren't there?
Opportunities is the only inevitable thing which happens in uncertainty. That's the thing which in these times is where everything changes. You have the opportunity of getting a market share. You have the opportunity of getting in a particular line of business which you were thinking they're already overcrowded. So, these times are the ones where actually things happen. This is where the businesses are actually made, or, where you make a fortune. Of course, it's not same for everyone, because if you're making a fortune, somebody is losing it. Sure. So it's where the redistribution of resources, money happens. In normal times, it's very difficult to shift from one particular market share, say by more than 1-2%. But these are the times when it totally shifts from, say, 2% to 10%, 15%, because bigger, larger businesses, then they're something which they were not focusing on. Now somebody who has the will and the resources will focus on those things. So these are the times when you actually get the opportunity to build a fortune. That's my strong belief.
These are times when you really need to use that focus. Do you think crisis reveals weaknesses, potential weaknesses in your business model? And you kind of said this actually when we started talking. Maybe you're a little bit busy previously, and you can kind of see where the fluffy stuff is and the stuff that isn't really working, but it's kind of allowed to happen.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, these are the times when actually things come out. Of course, it's not like you were not aware, but you were busy in building things which were valuing more, and some things, of course, everything is important, but you have to think of from the overall value it adds to the for financial terms to my top line and my bottom line. So if something is not that material, at least for the financial numbers, things are going on, it's fine, it's good to have.
Yeah.
But then something suddenly happens, then you go from good to have to must have.
Right.
Then, as I said, you just switch on the light in a dark room suddenly after 2 years, and you realize, oh, there was so many stuff which I knew was there, but I was focused more on the other areas of the house. But at this point of time, you get into each and everything, and you realize, oh, okay, is it actually making sense? I was ignoring it, not because I wanted to, but it was not, making much of difference because there are so many other good things which we were doing. But suddenly now we have to generate value, or at least get out that value from each and everything what we're doing.
It's a time to get forensic, isn't it? It is. We're really short on time. We've got to go to the news, but just briefly, final question for you, Vipin. For a small business owner or an entrepreneur listening to this, maybe watching this, and they feel a bit overwhelmed, what advice would you put forward? What would you offer?
First of all, I would say they have to feel that it's not only them who are overwhelmed. It's not something, they have to feel that they have done something bad in terms of decision making. It's the same feeling with everyone. Whomsoever is in that category or that segment is feeling that heat. They need to focus on something which they can manage even at a smaller scale. They might be doing 5 things. If they have to survive, they have to think of, say, out of 5, if I do 1 or 2 for now, will I be able to survive in longer term? And of course, they need to have very, very clear discussion or communication with all their suppliers and vendors. Because if you communicate, you will at least try to find a solution. If you don't, in 1 or 2 months, you'll break that relation. And for them, it's very, very critical to have those relationships both with their customers and their suppliers. Otherwise, their business is difficult to survive.
I appreciate you putting it so simply today as well. There was almost no jargon in there whatsoever. If there was, it was me using the jargon. Navigating the ledger in times of crisis, a pragmatic approach. Vipin Sangwan is the Chief Financial Officer of the Mira Group. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate talking to you. This is Mira Business FM.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Motorists in Abu Dhabi will soon see an expanded Darb toll network with 2 new gates set to open on May 4th. The move aims to ease congestion and improve traffic flow on key routes. This will bring the total number of toll gates in the Emirate to 6. The World Bank has approved $225 million in funding to support water and health services in Syria. The package includes 2 projects backed by the International Development Association, focusing on restoring water systems and improving the healthcare access. Around 4.5 million people are expected to benefit across the country with this funding, and officials say the funding will help rebuild essential services and improve daily life for communities across Syria. Japan's Nikkei 2025 rose for a third straight session, closing at its record high. The index gained about 0.5%, supported by strong tech stocks. However, the broader topics edged slightly lower. Market breadth was weak, with most stocks declining despite the Nikkei's gains. The UK government borrowing has fallen to its lowest level in 3 years, according to the Office for National Statistics. Borrowing dropped to around £132 billion for the year, or to March, slightly below forecasts. It now stands at about 4.3% of its GDP, the lowest level since before the pandemic. However, borrowing in March came in higher than expected, despite being lower than the same month last year. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading over 77,700 USD, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.66 Indian rupees, 75.92 Pakistani rupees, 33.41 Bangladeshi taka, 16.54 Philippine peso, 14.32 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound equals 4.94 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. Running a small business in Dubai is tough. It's particularly tough at the moment, but there is support in the right communities, from connections to real opportunities. They are essential networks. So, Katie Keenan is the CEO of BCCD, and that's the British Chamber of Commerce Dubai. And she's here to talk about how groups like hers are helping SMEs stay afloat and grow. It's good to meet you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
You're very welcome. It's good to have you here. Let's get rid of a couple of notions to start with. A Chamber of Commerce used to be kind of a quite formal luncheon type place, swapping the business cards, shaking hands. 2026, it's not really that anymore, is it? It's kind of shifted. It's almost more, and at the moment, I suppose this is particularly true, it's more of a crisis response tool, isn't it?
Well, it's all things to all people.
Right.
I mean, everything you've said is covered. So as a chamber, those that have been in Dubai for long enough will remember the BBG. So we started as the British Business Group, working very closely with the British Embassy and the Department for Business and Trade. We're actually based on the embassy and have a very, very strong relationship. So we're a membership organisation, been in existence now for 39 years. And through that time, through various changes of boards and business teams, chairpersons, the flavour and the nature of what we provide has changed slightly. But in the fundamental is that we support businesses that are British, that support British brands. Largely, 60% of our membership are actually owner-managed businesses.
Okay.
But we also have in our membership universities, chartered institutes, the banks, accountancy firms, law firms, construction companies. It's
pretty wide, isn't it?
It's 29 sectors, so I'm a very proud generalist.
Okay. Well, that's good, because that's the only way I can do this job, to be honest. It's not. Is it just British firms? How does the membership work?
So we're very reflective of the amazing culture that we have here in Dubai. So predominantly there must be a British nexus. So either that's your British passport, or you were educated in the UK, or you're supporting British brands.
Okay, I'm with you. So how does the diversity of your membership, and it is pretty broad if you've got 29 particular areas, how does that help businesses here? Do you get kind of cross-pollination between I don't know, a UK-based tech startup maybe who can help a logistics firm if there's a supply chain spike, that kind of thing?
Absolutely. Yeah. With a full ecosystem.
Yeah.
So majority of our members are based here already in the UAE. Some of our members have been here for 40 years and have been members for almost that entire length of time because they see this as an opportunity for building their network, which is their net worth. So they have their chosen partners, but also where the opportunity is where you've got UK companies coming through either from their local British chambers in the UK or anywhere else around the world. They come to Dubai, they come to Abu Dhabi, they come to Ras Al Khaimah, and they're on a trade mission and they're wanting to meet, the local company setup, a lawyer, someone to advise them on what school to go to. So throughout the year, we actually host over 80 events throughout the year. So that can be 2 or 3 a week. And the format of those are, as I said, kind of to please everybody, anything from informal networking at a breakfast, an evening, because obviously some people prefer the mornings to the evenings. And then we also have business briefings, which can attract about 150 senior delegates. And that will be focused on it could be the construction sector, it could be changes in the employment law, it could be healthcare, it could be education, and a lot on well-being, because a lot of our annual partners are actually focused in the healthcare sector.
Okay. I just went to my notes there because I liked network is net worth. So I'm going to steal that, if you don't mind.
Please.
In the future. What are the benefits of an association like BCCD? If I'm a bakery or a consultancy, how does being part of an organisation like this help me? I mean, particularly, I'm thinking about now because times are tough at the moment.
So something that I'm extremely proud of, and we have an incredible business team that really gets to know everybody in the membership.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a secret sales team. So through the onboarding process, a company that registers their interest, they'll speak to one of the membership managers and they'll straight away be kind of locked into this Rolodeck of contacts. So a company could come to us to say, we don't even know where to start. And straight away through that individualization, we can work out, you need to speak to this person, you're a good fit for that company, or have you considered that you might need cybersecurity, local advice rather than using your UK partner. So it's this full suite of a proposition that we provide, but we're built very much on reciprocity. So the most active, most successful members are those that come to a networking event, not for what's in it for me, but actually how can I help somebody else?
Yeah,
and that's, personally, I'm a serial connector. I really love connecting people, and that's really the culture that we've been able to grow within the British Chamber.
It's a really useful thing, isn't it? So it's kind of we would hopefully encourage kind of a pay it forward
Absolutely.
kind of ethos.
Yeah.
Okay. Business isn't just about the bottom line. It's not just about figures. It's about people. How does the network use that? Use what it has to help the human side of things, because that's something that is also key at the moment. Things like, I don't know, keeping staff morale up, or dealing with office stress, or just the pressures of the day-to-day.
Yeah, and as you say, particularly now, so
it is
communication and connectivity and community, just happen to all begin with C, are really, really key. So I was fortunate enough to be involved in the chamber through the pandemic. So as we know, nobody could have prepared for what really has happened in the last few weeks, but there are similarities to when we went through the pandemic. So businesses were really struggling at that point too. So we kind of brushed off the handbook of what worked well there. And it was the consistency and clarity of communication. So we were able to amplify messages coming from the British Embassy. We were able to help with their collation of information about residents and what the sentiment was. And we also worked really closely to help those tourists, the British tourists that were stranded here. So our role as a chamber is always very fluid. It's like when it's good, it's all about connecting businesses. But actually in times of strife, it's about how can we help? Who can we signpost you to? And it's also listening. So we're part of the Dubai Chamber International Business Network. And I've actually been to Dubai Chamber's HQ probably about 5 times since this started. They've been incredible at providing this feedback loop so that they invite the chairs and the CEOs of the British business, the Italian, Canadian, French, Ukrainian. We're all there speaking directly to the leadership of Dubai Chamber, who are then speaking to the government to really help understand what those pain points are and to quickly aid that process.
There's been a real sort of banding together, hasn't there been? And I think maybe we don't really appreciate this because I kind of think we're so affected by what we see in the press, what we see on social media, and most of us realise that a large part of that is nonsense. And you kind of forget that actually this is a city, this is a country where people we're kind of thrown together, but people do kind of band together. There is sort of a we're in this together mentality.
Definitely. We definitely see that across all nationalities.
Yeah.
My daughters have been online learning, and everybody in their class is coming from a different geographical location. So even from the education perspective, the children that are being raised in the UAE aren't just thinking about how this impacts me here, but they're thinking about their friend and, perhaps they have family in Lebanon. So they'd be very sensitive to what they're going through, not just their experience here, but that kind of wider family network as well.
The key is the awareness of it as well, isn't it? Because, it is a very different place to grow up, I guess. What about the practical side of BCCD? And I mean, associations like yours generally, could you put that into some kind of context, that the real practical nuts and bolts help that businesses can kind of draw on?
Definitely. So again, things that have worked really well through this. So we have a weekly update that goes out every Thursday. So that reaches over 8,000 qualified leads. So that's UK businesses looking to the region. Right. So from a member's perspective, that's an amazing amplification of their expertise, and also from showcasing Dubai as an amazing business landscape. When through the pandemic, we actually didn't do webinars. It was like a conscious decision.
Okay.
I think everyone was sick of screens, but we were actually the first chamber and business group to go back to live events. So my favourite story, which I've been telling a lot recently, is through working with Dubai Municipality and our hotel venue partners, we were the first to have an in-person event. Everybody was very nervous, and I was extremely proud of the business team, because ultimately, if they didn't feel confident running the event, then we wouldn't have done it. But we worked with Media One Hotel, who's one of our venue partners, and we had 2 glass jars at the front of by the registration desk. One had red wristbands, which meant I'm really nervous, I'd rather you not shake my hand, and I'd rather keep social distancing. Okay. And the other glass jar had green wristbands, which was I'm relieved to get out the house, I want to continue with my business, I'm happy to shake hands, I'm all about it. We had to refill that green wristband jar 3 times. Okay. The feeling in that room, the noise level, it was almost overwhelming. And that was the same for the events once we carried on through this. We had over 100 members at our first breakfast networking after this event, and we've been fully booked in all of our events since.
It's remarkable when you think back to the COVID time. I mean, your COVID manual is probably still sat on the desk, I suppose, and it's not been put back on the shelf. But it's remarkable to think back to that. And I've almost completely forgotten that the social distancing thing happened and how nervous we all were, how much we didn't know, that hopefully we now do know. Are you seeing more companies seeking out your community at the moment?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because when I look at our new members, obviously love having new members, but one of my favourite stats is the returning members. Okay. So it's those that from years ago had a bad experience or they didn't feel they needed it. When they come back, for me, that gives me a lot of joy.
I can understand that. It's like somebody's come to my party.
Yeah,
sort of thing, isn't it?
It's like, good, you're back.
I've got friends.
And you see the value, and probably they'll stay even longer because I think. But actually, through this, what's giving me the most joy are the British companies that might not have felt they needed the level of community that we've been providing, and suddenly they do. And that, for me, from leading the business team that cares so deeply and are so proud of the brand, to actually have somebody saying, I love what you're doing, you're a beacon for communication, we really understand your positioning in the market. That for me has been our biggest success through this period.
I suppose it brings it all back into focus, doesn't it? When something adverse happens, you appreciate the things that maybe you should have appreciated a bit more. It's been a really strange time the last 50 days, I think, for a lot of people, and there's still a lot of uncertainty in the air. So how do you adapt what you do in terms of the support that you offer, the service that you offer, as economic pressures evolve? Because what you're telling people one day could tomorrow be completely different.
Yeah, and that's been really key, actually. It was our ambassador, His Majesty's Ambassador Edward Hobart, said on a town hall recently that he urged UK PLCs to come out of crisis operations and start operating in this new normal. Because there is this paralysis where some companies have just thought, I can't cope. And, understandably, those that came through the pandemic that had a really tough time will be thinking it's too soon, the muscle memory is still there, can I do this? But there is so much economic support now. So at Dubai Chamber yesterday, they were saying the banks do have liquidity, but the message is engage with your bank, engage with your relationship manager as soon as possible, because there is structuring, there is situational lending available. There's signposting to debt advisors through legal, and that's something that we've been doing in addition to our weekly update, is a regional specific update, which has incredible open rates. It was like 60% open rate, but it's specifically looking at how to help companies that, and the main thing is seek advice as soon as possible.
Yeah, communicate.
Yeah, cash flow will be an issue, I'm sure, particularly for the hospitality sector or any companies that are related to the hospitality sector. So that was the immediate concern for the government. And now, obviously the whole supply chain's affected, the construction sector will be affected, but it's all about the word that's overused, but I do love, pivoting. If you were expecting to get your materials in a traditional way that's not now working, how else can you get them? Could that actually open up a new partnership? But in all of this, it's all about good business. So it's making sure this, the causality effect, chicken and egg, the supplier and the buyer have to be doing good business for this all to keep working for a stronger recovery. As soon as people default on their relationship or a contract or a promise, there's a whole dominoes effect. And that's what I really hope not to see.
Yeah.
Because I do strongly believe that Dubai will bounce back. I think we'll all have whiplash, and we'll be in Q3, Q4 unable to get anywhere because every venue, every event that's been postponed will likely now fall in Q3, Q4.
Well, it's going to be capacity, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's going to be the issue, I guess. Pivot's a great word. I offer you another word, and this is the word for Dubai. It's bounce back ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word we've been using. Along with resilience, that's the other word at the moment, but I don't want to bring that in today. You speak to lots of business owners, I guess, hundreds, I suppose, over the course of your average month. When we say it's getting tougher to run a small business in Dubai right now, it doesn't need to be. So it's irrelevant me making statements like that, but I'm interested in the pain points that people highlight to you, whether it's cash flow, if it's regulatory, or if it's, I don't know, employee stress, whatever it is. What do people tell you?
So 60% of our membership, as I mentioned, are owner-managed businesses, and that's anything from a window cleaner through to a large consultancy firm. What I'm really fascinated about, it's around that employment structure. So quite often with a small business, they can't afford the level of expertise of, for example, a CFO, a financial officer, chief financial officer.
Yeah.
So there are lots of new disruptive models that are actually really helping the SME community. So it's called fractional recruitment.
Right.
So what happens is you have a top lawyer, a top finance director, a top marketing director. They may have chosen not to be working full-time in a large organization. There are now agencies that help match them to smaller companies where they might be more time poor. So the obvious demographic are women returning to work.
Yep.
So, for example, when I returned back to work, I didn't want to do 9 to 5 would have been normal, but the 8 till 6, which is the most obvious. So I was looking for part-time work, but I brought with me huge amounts of expertise of working in financial institutions and trade and marketing. So now I would go to one of these fractional recruitment agencies and say, this is all my expertise. I can do 3 mornings a week. So then the SME thinks, brilliant, because I can't afford a full-time, ex-Saatchi and Saatchi marketing director.
Right.
But I can afford this small. So actually, I think there's an opportunity now to really shape who you have around your boardroom, who you have in your senior leadership, because the companies that I see that are faring as well as possible are those that were really scrutinized and had that level of expertise from UK PLCs, from international, that were policing cash flow early on, not scaling too quickly,
Right.
and making really conscious and intuitive decisions.
We've got a minute left. Loads of questions that I haven't even got to, actually. We should have booked you for an hour.
I can come back.
Thanks. Let me ask you just one more question. I always think of your an organisation like BCC as a network, as a networking opportunity in many ways, because that's kind of the primary driver, I suppose. In your experience, let me ask you this, and I'm terrible at this because I can't network. I just end up saying stupid things, and people walk away thinking, "Why am I talking to the weird guy?" So, what's the big mistake when you see small businesses and they don't network? Is that the biggest mistake a small business could do? Should people just think to themselves, look, I need to get out there more? Is that the key?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't think many people enjoy networking, and that's how we design all of our events.
It's not easy.
It's not, and it's daunting. It's like going into the school playground on your first day. It's like, oh, I don't know who to speak to.
Yeah.
So we're very inclusive. The whole team get to know members so that even as they're walking towards registration, I have to mention Corey from our events team. He's like human AI. He'll have looked the night before to see the LinkedIn profiles, as long as it's a photo that's not, not corporately catfishing somebody. But he'll straight away say, hello, and they don't even have to say their name. And then one of the other membership managers will then say, oh, I need to introduce you to XYZ. And we're constantly scanning the room to make sure that everybody is speaking to somebody that's useful. I mean, that's our day-to-day.
That's an assigned role kind of thing, isn't it? Okay. Does Corey know he's human AI, by the way?
He does, yeah.
Is he listening? Yeah.
I hope so.
All right.
Scanning.
Oh, man. Katie Keenan is the CEO of BCCD, it's the British Chamber of Commerce in Dubai. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thanks.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The World Bank has approved $225 million in funding to support water and health services in Syria. The package includes 2 projects backed by the International Development Association, focusing on restoring water systems and improving healthcare access. Around 4.5 million people are expected to benefit across the country with this funding. Officials say that the funding will help rebuild essential services and improve daily life for communities across Syria. Japan's Nikkei 2025 rose for a third straight session, closing at its record high. The index gained about 0.5%, supported by strong tech stocks. However, the broader topics edged slightly lower. Market breadth was weak, with most stocks declining despite the Nikkei's gains. UK government borrowing has fallen to its lowest level in 3 years, according to the Office for National Statistics. Borrowing dropped to around £132 billion for the year to March, slightly below forecasts, and it now stands at about 4.3% of its GDP, the lowest level since before the pandemic. However, borrowing in March came in higher than expected, despite being lower than the same month last year. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's Mira Business FM. As the summer approaches, UAE travellers once again setting their sights on the Maldives. Holiday appetites, though, and holiday expectations are certainly changing. It's now much more, even than ever, about privacy. It's about ultra-luxury, hyper-personalisation, and also, it seems, a real lack of that kind of holiday script, the freedom to just chill if you want to, I suppose. This morning, we're joined by Philippe Kavori. He's the general manager of the Nautilus Maldives, one of the most exclusive private island resorts in the region. Philippe, it's good to have you with us.
But thank you very much. My pleasure.
I wanted to start with you, just with what you're seeing at the moment. Are you seeing a spike in bookings from UAE residents as we head into, the traditional kind of summer holiday season in the next month or two?
What we see is a clear uplift. The UAE market has become increasingly important for us, and particularly over the summer months, when the travelers are looking for a seamless and restorative escape. The Maldives offer proximity, ease of access, and an immediate sense of disconnection. So this resonates strongly with the UAE residents.
Well, it does, doesn't it? And I guess as well, there's a sense of autonomy, a sense of privacy. Is that one of the other reasons that the Maldives is such a strong draw, a strong attraction for UAE travelers?
Absolutely, you're wrong. You're right. Exclusivity, privacy has always been the top line for the Maldives. It comes down to 3 things. The accessibility, privacy, consistency, and with a relatively short flight, the guests arrive in a destination that offers space, tranquility, warm water the year round. And unlike many seasonal destinations, the Maldives provide a reliability that elevates the experience, where the focus is not on crowds or schedules, but on freedom and personal pace. I think that's something that is very unique in the Maldives.
It has a unique, it conjures up a unique image, the Maldives. I think that's very fair to say. I'm interested in your philosophy at the Nautilus. You have this no clock philosophy, I'm reading. And in a city like, we're in Dubai at the moment, but in a country like the UAE, we live by calendars and alerts and schedules. So what is it about the timeless approach, if you like, that resonates so strongly with residents from here in the Maldives?
But the Maldives, and I think the Nautilus, as you know, it's one island, one resort. So a lot of hotels are like that. What is different for the Nautilus is the uniqueness of the service and the offering that we do. What we talk about at the Nautilus is, our guests can eat anytime they want. It's like a 24 hours. We are there for them. They can have dinner on the beach. They can have dinner in their room. They can have dinner on the sandbank. We can organize as well in the pine tree. We have a lot of areas which are so absolutely wonderful. So, I arrived in the Maldives, actually, for me, it's nearly 10 years now in the Maldives. I arrived here, the first time was in 2006. Of course, I have left to do other things, but I always came back. And even now, you can see, I came back again to GM of the Nautilus. And it is a very unique, beautiful, safe environment. This is what makes our guests come back over and over and over.
It's certainly not the worst job in the world. You're painting a very attractive picture. It seems like there's a surge, a real surge in people looking for seclusion, looking for privacy, looking to almost regain their own time, if you like. So when you have guests coming from high energy environments, from busy cities, people with busy schedules, how do you put together a stay that, is a real kind of island experience, a real chilled out experience, even if it's just like a weekend stay?
Now we see a mix of behavior, mix of guests. Some guests are booking earlier to secure their preferred accommodation, particularly during the key travel period, while others remain more spontaneous. The length of stay has increased slightly, but more notably, the guests are prioritizing the quality of experience over duration, often choosing to invest more in a bespoke moment during our stay. And I see that a lot now. The people stay longer, and they are looking for, mostly for us, they are looking to be with their family, and they want this privacy. I think the privacy is very important at the Nautilus. So the hotel can be full, and you never see any guests around. It's quite a unique concept. I'm very proud to be the GM here. And it's not easy, to be open 24 hours and satisfying our guests' wishes. They just have to say, I want a private dive, I want a private dinner. We organize it. We never say no. It's not something easy to achieve.
No, I can imagine. I mean, the travelers, you say they're booking earlier, and are they staying longer? And how much more are they spending? Can you put that into context for us?
But absolutely. Before the guests stay 1 week, for example, now they are going to stay 2 weeks. That's a longer period. We have even guests sometimes stay 1 month. So it's very good for us. Of course, it increase our revenue. But, the success of the high luxury I have always shared that with my employees, is be there and don't be there. Make sure the guest sees you, but they don't see you as well. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
I do. Yeah. That makes
you.
sense. I mean, it's a hard thing to accomplish, isn't it? I suppose. Make sure that you're there, but you're not there. But I see exactly what you mean. You've been heading to the Maldives, working in the Maldives since what? 20 years ago, 2006. How have you seen demand from this region, from the Gulf, evolve?
You mean the clientele or the expectation?
Clientele, first of all, I'm interested in, but the expectations as well.
Well, the clientele, I will say, has evolved a lot. The Maldives at the beginning were maybe three-star hotel, 4-star hotel. There were some 5-star as well. But now you see a big development in the luxury area. There's a lot of companies are here now that are all fighting for some star in the 5-star. And then now, they always call it 5-star, but then they add up luxury, ultra luxury. So I see that the change. I see the change as well with the offering. What the guests can do at the hotel, the sport activity, even they can do a painting in a special area, or the diving. Here in the Nautilus, we are very famous for the manta ray, so we organize that quite a lot. So yes, I mean, we always a competition. Who is going to do better? Who is going to offer more? But at the end of the day, we all in such a wonderful environment. This beautiful sky and the sunshine. So I think there is everything for everybody in the Maldives. I think what is important is to make sure clients come back. They come back to you. They don't go to somebody else.
Yeah, I can imagine. The return business is the key in all business, isn't it? What are you seeing in terms of specific requests from families from the UAE, from this region? What do people from here demand from their stay?
But for us, what I see is the privacy. Right. That's something I tell you is the privacy. My hotel is full. You don't see anybody. I know it sounds strange. Maybe you see the breakfast time, but even they can have breakfast in the villa, in their pool. They always look for that. I think that's the big word for us, is the absolute privacy. So, and as you said, it's very difficult to arrange that, because the guests have children, the guests, of course, walk around the resort. But, this morning I was walking around the resort, there was nobody. And the hotel is nearly full. So this is something remarkable.
I guess that's hard to get used to, isn't it? In your business, you're used to seeing, packed out destination hotels, food and beverage outlets bustling. It's counterintuitive, isn't it? When you walk around, it's full, but you can't see anybody.
Yeah, it's a very weird feeling, to be frank with you. I have never really grabbed that, where are my guests? What are they doing? Of course, I know because I have the report from my house master, or, that take care of the guests. I know where they are, what they do, but you go to the gym as well, you don't see them. And we have a very beautiful gym. So it's kind of a remarkable achievement I think the team have achieved in taking care of the guests, we are one of the top in terms of service, and we managed to keep that privacy. It's kind of remarkable.
It is. Can I ask you a little bit about the price ranging, price trending across the Maldives at the moment? Broadly speaking, Philippe, what should travelers expect this summer in terms of price?
In terms of price, definitely now our prices are lower. If I can give you a range, maybe we're talking about $2,500 US per night for a beach house, for example, during the summer. But then it can exceed as well $10,000 per night for the private residence. And for those seeking the most exclusive experience, including tailored dining, bespoke wellness journey, private yacht, the overall investment can increase significantly depending on the level of personalization.
Okay, in terms of, I mean, this is a real luxury stay. It's a real luxury experience, right? But what does luxury look like in 2026? Is it, the gold leaf? Is it the infinity pool? Is it the staff that are there but not there? Or is it just the fact that you're offering that privacy and that kind of freedom to do what you want to do when you want to do it?
For me, the luxury, I spend my life in luxury. I opened the Orient Express in Singapore in 1993. I was the GM of the Cheval Blanc under LVMH. I was the GM of Soneba Fuji. I mean, these are the top resorts in the Maldives. As well for Intercontinental Hotel in Shanghai, in China. So luxury, everybody do luxury. What set us apart from all that, to me, is the people. We keep on, when you look at the journalists, if you look at the TV, you always see the product. And of course, it's important. But to me, the real luxury is the people. You need the people to deliver whatever you promise your guests will receive. So the real luxury is within the people that work here every day and deliver this exceptional service. And I'm very proud of the team here that are able to deliver that, to remember the guests, to remember what they like. And that's the real luxury, if I can say so.
How do you view the luxury market right now? I mean, we have a situation where travel costs globally are rising and are set to rise quite possibly further in the not too distant future. Is the luxury holiday, the ultra luxury holiday, still a resilient product?
But I will say, if you look at the repeat visitors, it's no longer just the destination itself, but it's about how the destination makes them feel. A private island experience must continue to evolve with the guests, offering new layers of discovery each time. At the Nautilus, that comes through absolute flexibility, no fixed schedule, fully personalized dining experience, and experiences that shape entirely around the guest rather than around the resort. I think that's the key here.
What, Philippe, are the biggest challenges around luxury resorts in the Maldives, but the biggest challenges around luxury resorts generally right now at this point in time? Because there is no shortage of luxury destinations, luxury holidays. What makes it harder?
I will say, for us, we are still young. The hotel started in 2015. or 2019, we have obviously obtained a lot of contact to get what we want, in terms of food, in terms of wine, in terms of equipment, to create this experience for our guests, being diving or other sports. And what is making it difficult now, I'm going straight for that, is obviously, the situation in the region has made the obtaining this product or item very difficult. So we are looking to other countries to get what we need. So far, due to the very good relationship we have with our supplier, we're still managing to get what we want. But you can imagine it's a very difficult situation now, and it makes the whole environment not easy to operate. But we are keeping our services due to our connection.
Well, let's hope we have an announcement of an extension to the ceasefire from President Trump overnight until a deal of some kind is reached. So we'll keep fingers crossed, I suppose. I just wanted to finish with this, Philippe. We're approaching the summer now, fast approaching it. It's a time in the Gulf when everybody, or lots of people, look to escape. They're looking for something different because obviously the weather is drawing in. How do you prepare for an influx of travellers from the UAE, from the GCC, who are looking, for that climate escape, that refresh, rather than just a different beach, as it were? What do you do to get ready?
But it's a big organization, to be, I was talking to my team yesterday, the purchasing team.
Mm-hmm.
We are very good at keeping track of what we do. We have store, we have kitchen, we have freezer, we have fridge. So we make sure that all the product that we handle are fresh. That's very important for us. And not only do we look at the business, the forecast of our business, but we look as well as the store and how long is it going to run out of this item. Then we need to look at which country are we going to get it or purchase it. Then we look at the delivery. Some are 1 month, some are 2 months, some are 3 months. So it's a big organization. I always tell my staff it's like leading an army into combat. You have all your battalion and everybody work together in order to bring to our guests the freshest product and imaginative product that we can deliver to them, so they have a flawless experience and they don't have to worry. We are here to take care of their worries and deliver the ultra-luxury service that we promise.
Philippe Kavouri is the general manager of the private island resort, the Nautilus Maldives. Philippe, I've enjoyed talking to you. Thank you for joining us this morning.
It was really my pleasure, Tim. Thank you for your time, and I wish you a great day, Tim.
All the best to you. Thank you very much. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning. It's 9:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The US dollar is on track for its first weekly gain in 3 weeks as delayed US-Iran talks keep markets cautious. The US dollar index held near 99, supported by safe haven demand. Oil prices also moved higher, adding to the dollar's strength amid ongoing uncertainty in the region. Other major currencies showed little change, with the euro steady and the pound slightly lower. China's total power generation capacity reached nearly 4 billion kilowatts by the end of March, up more than 15% year-on-year. Solar energy led the growth, jumping over 30%, while wind power rose by more than 20%. Officials say overall usage hours declined slightly compared to last year. UK government borrowing has fallen to its lowest level in 3 years, according to the Office for National Statistics. Borrowing dropped to around £132 billion for the year to March, slightly below forecasts. It now stands at about 4.3% of its GDP, the lowest level since before the pandemic. However, borrowing in March came in higher than expected, despite being lower than the same month last year. Japan's Nikkei 2025 rose for a third straight session, closing at its record high. The index gained about 0.5%, supported by strong tech stocks. However, the broader topics edged slightly lower. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at around $77,600, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.66 Indian rupees, 75.92 Pakistani rupees, 33.41 Bangladeshi taka, 16.54 Philippine peso, 14.32 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound equals 4.94 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's the Morning Drive. Good morning to you. This is Mira Business FM. Next, the 17-year-old hacking Dubai traffic with a carpool app. That's what we're going to be talking about at Mira Business FM in a few moments.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. So a Dubai student is turning Dubai's daily traffic headaches into a scalable solution. He's built a carpool platform which is now being used across thousands of employees in order to cut congestion and cost and emissions. And the idea started with a simple commute problem, and it's looking like it's going to gain some traction. This is Anvith Yelamanchili with me this morning, and he's the brains behind it. Anvith, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure, actually. It's good to meet you. I would sort of hazard a guess that most 17-year-old guys at school are busier gaming, maybe preparing for exams, maybe playing football. In your case, you're a fencer, doing that, or all of those. But you looked at the E11, good old Sheikh Zayed Road, one morning, and you saw, I suppose, a business opportunity, but an opportunity to do something better. When did you realize that traffic was a problem and that maybe you could fix the problem?
Yeah, I think globally we've all seen there's just been a general increase in traffic.
Yeah.
And also one thing that I noticed was a lot of this traffic, especially to school, is from similar communities. So you'd have a group of people from Arabian Ranches, a group of people from Motor City, all going to one school.
Yeah.
And so I thought that that would be an opportunity to really cut down the amount of cars on the road while still being convenient for parents, because carpooling, you only need to drive half the time, you can work out better arrangements, and so it would make the commute quicker, it would make it much more convenient, and it's also great for the environment.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? This week, the schools have all gone back, so remote learning or distance learning is now ended. So I've noticed the commute changing this week. This has been launched this week. And I was thinking about this. I mean, a lot of people would look at this and say, you know, you're a young guy, you're 17, aren't you? So that's a disadvantage. I was thinking that's probably not true. You've kind of got a superpower here in a way, because you don't drive yet, do you?
No.
You don't drive yet, right. So you don't just accept that there is traffic. It's very different when you're a passenger in a car or on a school bus or whatever it is. So I'm thinking you look at this as though this is a broken system. I could fix this, or at least I could do it better. So I'm kind of wondering if that perspective, if that's the way you look at it, and if that's been an advantage. Do you think that's the case?
Yeah, I think my age is, I don't think it's an advantage or disadvantage.
Okay.
Just because I'm not super young as well.
No, but it's just a different way
it is.
Viewing
yeah,
it.
It would be a different perspective, because obviously I've never driven before.
Yeah.
But I view it as youth empowerment and to inspire people that are also my age to actually make a difference. Because this platform, in theory, I mean, it's not really so groundbreaking. It's just to promote carpooling. And yet it's a small step that can lead into bigger and bigger benefits. Right.
Well, for sure, but I mean, you've built something here, haven't you?
Yeah.
So, all right, so you have the idea, and then you think the idea through, and you think that you've got a solution to a real world problem here. I mean, this is an issue for so many people. How do you go from having that idea to convincing a group of people to actually trust you? Because that's really important, I think, and also to get different people into a car together, because it's not just like a software challenge. It's not just coding, is it? You've got to get people to buy into the idea, to trust that this is going to be better for me.
Yeah. So the DAMAC partnership actually started from a WhatsApp group. So I was part of some ESG professionals group, and I talked about the platform and I wanted people to sign up. And so the sustainability manager, he actually reached out to me over WhatsApp and said, I'm really interested. Could you tell me more? And so that's where that started. And in regards to your second point regarding how do you make changes in people's attitudes, I viewed it as a two-step approach. First was awareness. So when you fill out on the platform, when you sign up for your journey, you see what your carbon footprint looks like for the year. And it really surprises a lot of people because they don't expect it to be that high. And so they're in that attitude like, oh, this is something that I should look into reducing or trying to offset, or is there something I can do to change that, basically. And then the second approach is also the convenience of it, because you don't need to drive as much. You can also, and it's also a community aspect. You're closer to your community because the platform Community Carpool matches you with someone that's already in your school. And so you get to know other people in your community a lot more as well.
It sounds like a no-brainer, really.
Yeah, it does.
It really does. All right, then. So how does the matching system actually connect commuters going the same way? How does that work?
Yeah, so it's a two-pronged approach. Once you fill out your journey, it goes into the system, and then there's the first step, which is called haversign. So what that does is it plots straight lines between points. So it sees how far are you from someone else's journey. So it checks who is closest to you from just using straight lines. And then once it does that, it uses something called Mapbox. So Mapbox is basically, it's similar to Google Maps, but it basically puts pins everywhere and sees with like traffic in mind and with the actual routes, what does it look like for this person to get to this point, and what does this journey look like compared to someone else's? Do they overlap enough? So first it uses the direct straight lines to see who is in terms of radius, who is closer, and then it will use the actual routes to see in reality, does that check out? And then if they both check out and they both are like, yes, they're close enough, and the journeys overlap enough, then it will send both of them an email saying they're a match. And so we have a percentage system, so it's between 80 to 100% is what we expect within a match.
Okay, so it's kind of hyper efficient, really,
Yeah.
isn't it? It all seems like, amazingly, I understood what you just said. I'm kind of proud of myself in a weird kind of a way, but you launched this on, what was it, Earth Day? So that's just earlier this, it was just a few days ago, right? It is sustainability, ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Is that something that's important to you? Is that something that you want to be involved in? Are you thinking about that as a career course in some way?
Yeah, definitely. In the future, that's one aspect that I'm quite interested in, especially that intersection between business and sustainability.
Okay. What kind of impact can this carpooling community, if you like, have on emissions and congestion? If you were to scale this, what are you sort of looking at, do you think?
Yeah, so it would be a reduction of cars on the road. It would mean that specific journeys to like school or to your workplace, the actual time that it takes would reduce because there are less cars. And it really depends on how people view the platform. It's very early, so I think there are about 650 people that have signed up. So of those, about 2/3 have gotten a match, and some portion of that have started carpooling. So it's very early to tell, but from the small population that signed up, it's been pretty beneficial.
So you got 650 people signed up,
Yeah.
and it's been online for what, 3 days?
About 2 months. So the
it's been
DAMAC partnership was...
The launch is...
Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was for public for 2 months ago, and then the DAMAC specific one was 2 days ago.
Right, okay. Why is it browser-based? Why is there no app? Do you not want people to sign up to an app? Was there a particular reason for that?
Yeah, it's far more convenient for people to go on a website than it is an app, because then you have to download something, you need to sign up, you need to fill out all of your information. It's very inconvenient. And also apps, they break down frequently. They have a lot of glitches, so they have to have a lot of uptime, and you need to make sure that there are no bugs in the software. And so compared with that to a website is much easier to host. And it's much more convenient for people. All you need to do is open your browser, type in communitycarpool.org, and you're there already. And you can fill it out. So the point is that people aren't on the platform for a long period of time. That's what separates this from other solutions, is that it only takes 30 seconds to fill out, and then you get your information through email. So you don't really need to be on the website for long. So why have an app for all of that?
Okay. Well, that kind of surprises me, because most of us look for an app for, I don't know, we look for apps for everything these days, don't we? So you're taking it right back to basics.
Yes.
And that's a lot more, I guess it's potentially a lot more stable.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. One of the things about this is you're kind of walking into boardrooms with this, with people that are 30 years, 40 years senior to you. Do you think, and have you found this, you said that they reached out to you about the idea, but do you think you have to work harder to be taken seriously, or does the simplicity of this kind of work in your favor?
Yeah, I think especially for DAMAC, I really appreciate the support they've shown. I think, because I'm very young. So for them to actually reach out to me and be like, we're interested and we want to support you has been really inspirational. And the support is very helpful because they were also the people that were testing this. So they gave me some feedback, and so that was greatly appreciated. And so I think perhaps for other companies it would be a challenge, but with DAMAC they were really supportive, and it was really, really helpful.
So it's as simple as they just got in touch with you and said how this whole collaboration came about. Just somebody got in touch and said, look, we're interested in this. We want to do something. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think the vision in beginning was just like some interest, and we want to like look into it more and like what does this look like. And then it went into collaboration once there was that testing period and they really saw the value in the platform.
Okay, so you're in school. You are a student. I'm guessing there are exams coming up. So you're working on that as well. You're doing this, and you've now got thousands of people potentially looking at using the platform and really depending on it every morning. There's a bit of pressure there, and
not really. I mean,
you don't seem to you're not worried, are you?
No, because the platform itself is very simple.
Yeah,
I think the benefit of it is that once you get an email and you know who you've matched with, you don't need the platform anymore. So you know that person, then it's your job to establish what that carpooling journey looks like. And so you don't need the app to report back to, or...
So you've just put it out there, and if you use it?
Yeah, if you use it and you get what you need from it, you don't need to go back and... I mean, you can sign up again for another journey, or if you want to find a different person to match with, but all you're really doing is exchanging information, and then once that's done, we don't really do anything. It's between you and that other person.
It's amazing. It's the thing we should make clear here, right? And I think this is right. Let me just ask you this. Carpooling is only permitted if it's non-commercial.
Yes.
That's right, isn't it? Okay, so there's no, this is not, a for-profit initiative. This is just a way of, helping people, I guess.
Of course.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we've had taxi drivers reach out, different drivers saying we'll drive for you, and so we don't entertain any of those offers.
Right, okay. So this is just to kind of connect people, and maybe they can get to work a little bit easier. What about feedback so far? What are you hearing from users rather than, your association with DAMAC?
It's been pretty positive. I think people find it quite useful because it's very simple and it's very quick, and there's not a lot to really do. So it's quite straightforward, and all you do is sign up and then you get your emails. And so I think people have been quite positive.
Okay. In terms of the challenge technically, I get the logic of it, and it seems like real common sense, the straight lines and then working that you described. What was the biggest technical challenge? What was the biggest issue that you faced when you put this together? Actually, as well as that, talk me through the process of the initial kind of idea to the coding to the end product.
Yeah, so I think the idea came about last year when I was just thinking about it because of my brother's commute, and it had gone from 15 minutes to 45 minutes. Yeah. So that's his commute to school. Yeah. And so I think I didn't really work on it much. It was just a thought that came to mind. And then in December, I really thought that this problem is only going to get worse globally. We need to do something about it. So then I created a MVP, which was I used a platform similar to Google Forms. It's called Tally. So it's a survey platform. Sure. And I created just a quick MVP of it, so that's a minimum viable product, which was just like a mock-up. So it was basically the same as the platform, but on this survey as questions. And then the back end was connected to Google Collab, so it would just run the logic that I'd spoken about before, but in a much more simpler way. And then it was hooked up to Google Sheets. So it was a very rough product. And I think that was really helpful in understanding what the feedback was, what people found helpful, what wasn't helpful, and how users would actually interact with the platform. Because I got quite a surprising amount of submissions, and how they would fill out and how they would interact with the platform really helped me in improving it as well. So that was quite helpful. And then when I realized that there was some demand for this, then I thought, let me make a better version that is actually hosted on a website and wouldn't fall apart. Because I realized if it had passed that minimum viable product, if it had passed 200 signups, it would have been really slow and it just wouldn't have worked. So then I said, let me open a website. Let me actually create a proper database where it's actually hosted well. The server and the matching should be quite efficient. And then there should also be emails that will be sent out. So it started from an MVP, and then it moved into a website. So I use Claude Code to help me code up the front end. But anything that is sensitive, so that's like data and the calculations, are all run on something called Superbase. So that's a third-party platform. They have their own encryptions, so the data is secure.
Okay. I'm knocked back by this. I've got to be honest. What do your friends think?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty positive. I think they've seen some of the news articles and they've kind of shared it to me, and they're like, "Oh,
it's all over the papers. You're kind of famous at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're certainly in your 15 minutes of fame. There's no doubt about that. Do your friends look at you and think, is there anybody else? Are you in a group of people with a similar kind of mindset, or are you? I don't know. I'm trying to work out where all this comes from, because it's a really smart. It's seemingly so simple, but it's a really smart way to approach it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I suppose those are where the best ideas come from, in a way, anyway. Yeah. What else do I want to ask you? There's so many questions. How about, and you mentioned this briefly here, sensitivity of data, and that's something that's kind of front and center at the moment for lots of us. How are users protected in terms of privacy and safety? Because you're sharing, you're sharing rights here.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
So first of all, we ask for as little information as possible. So that's what I learned on that MVP stage, like what information is actually needed to start carpooling. Okay. And also this is connected to Google points of interest. So if you've ever used Google Maps, and if you type in the first few characters, you get like where you're supposed to go. So that's what's actually plugged into the platform. So in the from and the to box, if you enter the first few characters, you actually get the full name of where you're trying to go. And we purposely ask for and we purposely hide more sensitive information. So let's say I live in Arabian Ranches, Street 10, Villa 5, right? Mm-hmm. So we say don't include the street, don't include the villa. All you should say is like Arabian Ranches and then the sub-community like Sahil. It depends on where it's applicable, like maybe a building, you'd say the building name and maybe which tower or something like that. But don't give us anything more specific than that, and we purposely make sure that you don't. And then all we ask for is your name, which is just your first name, and your email. So we don't have your phone number, we don't ask for any of that, and so that's not shared to anyone. And then when you fill it out, you control where your data goes. So at any time, if you want to delete your data, you can, because we are GDPR compliant. So that comes with a set of safety standards and how we can use data. And so within 24 hours, we will completely delete all of your data. So once you get matched with someone, your names are actually not shared until you approve to say, I want to share my contact information with this person. So let's say I get like 15 matches. Yeah. I can go one at a time and approve it or deny it. So let's say the first person I deny it, they'll never see that I denied it, or they'll never see my name, or they'll never see any of my contact information. Only once I approve it and once they approve it, then there'll be that swap in contact information. So at every step of the way, you control where your data is, what can be done with it, and if you want to ever like retract from the platform, you can.
Okay, and then your association with DAMAC, I guess is that mainly for like DAMAC employees?
Yes,
for people to get to work. So there's an inherent kind of safety within that organisation, I guess, as well. Yeah. All right then. Do you see this expanding beyond, like the one company idea into like a city, like a regional solution maybe? Because Dubai is building or looking to the future of kind of autonomous transit and integrated mobility. That's something that as well is happening. Your platform could almost become like a service layer, I suppose, couldn't it? Could you build it that way? Can you integrate it that way into maybe the official, I don't know, transport apps here in Dubai? Is that a possibility?
That would be great. I mean, I think I'm going to reach out and see what RTA and they think. But yeah, it would be up to them.
Okay. What about real-time tracking or incentives or things like that? Is that something you're considering? Is that maybe a next stage?
So in terms of real-time tracking, we don't want to get into any of that.
You don't
because
want to do that at all.
Yeah, because that involves asking for your location, asking for even more sensitive data that will muddle the whole experience, and then you would have to download an app for that tracking to even work. and it would just be a nightmare. And I don't think users would be comfortable in doing that. But in terms of incentives, I think that's a long-term goal, that if we find companies that are willing to put up incentives, that we would host them on the platform. So we still need to think through what that would look like, but that's definitely a long-term goal.
So there's more for this to come,
Definitely.
isn't there?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. What we've got a few minutes left. Is there a hurdle to scaling this further, or can you see this growing exponentially? Because you've got thousands now in the UAE, right? How many people have you got? Did you say
650.
Oh, okay, so you're
Yeah.
coming up to 1,000, 650 people. Could you see it going from that to hundreds of thousands?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it started 2 months ago. So, and in the beginning, it was just me trying to promote it on like WhatsApp groups and wherever I can. So I think now, especially with DAMAC showing that they trust me and they give trust to the platform, and with all of the news coverage, I think that it can definitely grow into thousands. And also, this is a global platform. It works anywhere. So I'm hoping to expand this. We already see users in India and in all over the world. So to expand that push as well, it's just because I'm based here, so I have the best push here.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know what's in my head? It's really simple, right? Ostensibly, it's a really simple platform. It's a really simple idea. It's very difficult to put it together, and I think your thought process is clearly very focused, very targeted. It's your idea. Why has nobody done something like this before?
I think there have been solutions in the past.
Yeah.
I believe there have been a lot of apps, but and they still are available. I think some have shut down, at least the local versions, just because there's a lot of cost with upkeeping an app. You have to pay $100 to Apple and then to Samsung, and you have to the cross platforms and try and support everything. It all adds to a cost. So having this on a website, it's much cheaper to run. So this can run indefinitely.
Yeah.
And I think with the non-localized ones, like you have the major companies that are all over the world that have similar apps, is that they ask for a lot of information, they ask for a lot of data, and then it's pretty dubious. You don't know where that goes. They could have a data leak, or they're selling it to advertisers. So our unique stance is that you don't need to be on our platform for a long time. All you do is sign up. You have control over your data, and you don't need to suffer through those platforms.
Okay. And I suppose the other hurdle is you've got to get people out of their own cars. You've got to have this.
Yeah.
You've got to find people that are willing to carpool. It's got to be
Yes.
attractive in that way. I mean, that's a really difficult one.
Yes.
Particularly in a city like Dubai, because we love our cars, don't we?
Yeah.
How are you going to do that?
I'm not saying to fully take away your car, but you can work out an arrangement that's beneficial, maybe like 50-50. So you still drive your car,
Yeah.
but you're contributing positively to the environment, in your community. You're helping your friend or your employee, or it depends what the context is. But it would be an all-around net positive for everyone involved.
So it would, yeah. I don't mean to grill. I'm not grilling you in any way. Don't get me wrong. I'm just interested. There's just loads of questions coming to mind because I can't see a reason to fault it at the moment, and it's fascinating. Is this part of a grand plan for you? Are you looking at a career in coding or tech or ESG? Are you going to combine all those? Because you've got all the skills, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not so much CS, but definitely around ESG and sustainability and business, trying to see what that intersection looks like. I think, I mean, we have to see, because the world is changing so much, like what these industries would even look like in 10 years.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? I mean, the old adage that, kids in school now are being taught for jobs that don't yet exist, and, it's all changing, I suppose.
Yeah.
Final question for you. We've got literally a couple of seconds. Any advice to other people, your age, if you want to, create something, go and do something, what would you say to anybody who has something in mind?
Yeah. So this week was actually Earth Day. So the theme was Our Planet, Our Power. And I think that's what everyone should know, that we all, especially the youth, have the power to make a positive impact. Even so small, like it can increment into something that's much more bigger and can snowball into massive compounding positive effects. So I think everyone should make some project. They should look into, how can I empower youth? How can I make an impact? What can I do? Instead of trying to undermine themselves or be like, well, it's not my problem or I'm too young to do it.
Yeah, okay. Fostering that right attitude. I wish more people were like you, Anvith, I really do. Innovation has got nothing to do with age. It's just about seeing where there's friction and removing it, I suppose. Yeah. Anvith Yellowman-Chile, 17 years old. You can find the app online. How do people get it? Just carpoolcommunity.
Communitycarpool.org.
Communitycarpool.org. Yeah. There you go. Good to meet you. Thank you for coming in.
You too. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. After years of struggling to keep up in the AI race, Intel is starting to regain momentum. The chip maker now expects a second quarter revenue of around 14 to 15 billion US dollars. This is above market expectations. Demand for AI data center processors continues to grow. This is helping support the stronger outlook. Investors reacted quickly to the news and shares jumped nearly 20% in after-hours trading. The results suggest Intel's turnaround efforts are gaining traction, and the company is working to rebuild its position in the fast-growing AI market. The World Bank has approved $225 million in funding to support water and health services in Syria. The package includes 2 projects backed by the International Development Association, focusing on restoring water systems and improving the healthcare access. Around 4.5 million people are expected to benefit across the country, and officials say the funding will help rebuild essential services and improve daily life for communities across Syria. China's total power generation capacity reached nearly 4 billion kilowatts by the end of March, up more than 15% year on year. Solar energy led the growth, jumping over 30%, while wind power rose by more than 20%. Officials say the overall usage hours declined slightly compared to last year. UK government borrowing has fallen to its lowest level in 3 years, according to the Office for National Statistics. Borrowing dropped to around £132 billion for the year to March, slightly below forecast, and it now stands at about 4.3% of GDP, the lowest level since before the pandemic. However, borrowing in March came in higher than expected, despite being lower than the same month last year. Japan's Nikkei 2025 rose for the third straight session, closing at a record high. The index gained about 0.5%, supported by strong tech stocks. However, the broader topics edged slightly lower. That's news now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive. It is Mira Business FM. Coming up, gold and other precious metals stories this week. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
The Morning Drive, precious metals now, and gold, silver, palladium, platinum, and all that stuff. Jeff Rhodes is the Managing Director for Business Development for the Middle East and Asia at Monetary Metals, back with me in the room. It is good to see you. I have to say, you look very well.
Thank you, Tim.
I don't mean that normally you're not, but you
I was going to say, I had the female approach to, what do you mean I look okay? Now.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't casting aspersions in that way, but you have this kind of spring in your step today, as though something good's happened.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I was looking forward to three of us being here with my colleague Keith Weiner, who will be here next week. Keith is the CEO of Monetary Metals, and he's really the brains behind a business I think's probably game-changing globally. But Keith will tell you much more about that when he's with you next week.
Well, I was looking forward to meeting him, Jeff, I've got to say, because he's an interesting character. I was reading some of the articles on his... he's got a website, keithweinereconomics.com. So I was looking at that, and he writes blogs, but it's funny. A lot of people say, "Oh, you got to read my blog," and I think, "Oh, God, nothing I want to do less than read your blog." But his blogs they're really engaging.
He's really good.
He's obviously has a very technically capable approach, but it doesn't come across that way in the blogs. It's very readable.
It's really interesting. When I first met Keith, it was probably three years ago or so, and I was moderating a panel session at the Dubai Precious Metals Conference that year,
right.
And Keith had said to me, "Any chance of getting on your panel?" I said, "No, it's a bit late." I said, "But why don't you ask questions from the floor?" Because when I'm moderating a panel, it's more like a game show. Yeah, I like to be a game show host, and everyone participating,
right.
And not leaving them 1 minute at the end to ask questions. But I always invite audience participation. So I said to Keith, "Why don't you just ask questions from the floor?" And he did, and he was quite amazing. I was fascinated by this guy in the audience, and I insisted with the organisers that the following year Keith would actually be on my panel,
right.
And indeed he was. And since then we've become quite close because I have a high respect for his knowledge of not just generally of economics, but his knowledge of economics as they as they involve the gold market, and not just gold, silver, platinum, more gold and silver with Keith, because monetary metals, the two monetary metals in the world are gold and silver. So anyway, as I say, much more to hear from Keith next week. I'll come along and I'll be fascinated to listen to him as well. I always am.
He's a very interesting guy. President of the Gold Standard Institute in the US. He's a PhD. He's an entrepreneur. He's founded companies, sold companies. It's a lot to talk about. I look forward to it. So look, at the moment, you came up with a phrase just now, and it reminds me of a song from the 90s, and I think it sums up precious metals at the moment. Deeply dippy.
Yeah.
What's going on, Jeff Rhodes?
It is. Look, we have had gold stuck between really 4,600 and 4,900, for as long as I can remember, but certainly for the last 3 or 4 weeks. Hasn't gone anywhere. We've been saying that a break will come. Now, the way things are dragging on with the conflict in the Gulf, even that, in terms of the bullion market globally, is a bit tired. It's an old story. Obviously, crucially important to the world, but gold just can't stay where it is for much longer. So I had a quick look at the charts this morning, and I was a bit shocked. I could see gold on the cusp of a downside crossover. I always talk about the MACD.
You do, yeah.
Yeah, not the breakfast, but the moving average and convergence.
I love how you think of MACD as breakfast.
Moving average and convergence, okay.
Right.
And moving average convergence and divergence. And it's poised to flag a sell signal. That's
Right.
when there are two moving averages. I think it's 12-day and 26-day moving average. And when the shorter date goes down or up through the longer date, gives you a buy or sell signal.
Okay.
And it's very accurate. Over the years, it's been very accurate. But it's poised to give a sell signal. And that sell signal would take us to about 4,350. On the chart, that's the number. So if we had a weekday today, the sell signal would be triggered, and then we can expect maybe another $300 or so on the downside.
Well, it's looking that way at the moment because I'm just looking at the course of the week. I check gold once a day, every day during
As
the
you
week.
should.
As absolutely as I should, because I'm a good boy and I do what I'm told.
Thank you.
But Monday, I looked at 11 in the morning, 4,000, just shy of 4,800. Tuesday, a little bit later, midday, again, just shy of 4,800. Pretty much. But then it starts dropping ever so slightly. Wednesday morning, 10:40, 4765. Thursday morning, 12:30, 4718. This morning I looked quite early, just after 8, 4,670. So the signs are there.
And it's all linked. It's linked to crude oil.
Yes.
And obviously that's linked to the conflict in the Gulf. But it is this, the fact that oil is staying higher for longer is definitely making the threat of interest rate hikes may be a reality. We've been ignoring the fact that typically, if you really want to control inflation, you do it through interest rates. You raise interest rates. But we know, of course, that the policy of this particular government in the US is to lower interest rates. Certainly that's President Trump's policy. Yep. And so we've had this standoff, but the longer it goes on with oil prices elevated, the more likely we are to have fairly permanent inflation. Higher inflation means higher interest rates, means lower gold prices. And that feeling is gradually taking hold in the market. But there's been no real catalyst to make it go either up or down. But a crossover on the charts, a strong signal from the charts could actually end up with a lower gold price. And yeah, it looks as though it's going to happen. I looked at silver, it's the same story. Platinum, the same story. And palladium, all four of them are poised to flag sell signals. If that happens, you could see some fun and games today, particularly if there's like saber rattling between the two sides in the Gulf. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a really tough day today for global precious metals.
The worry is, isn't it, that this kind of ceasefire plus blockade,
Yeah.
the worry is whether it becomes a status quo for a while.
Yeah, that's a feeling. And I think that's almost what global markets are telling us.
Yeah.
Certainly gold coming off, oil prices up. It's telling us that this could go on for longer than anyone would want. So I really, as ever, hope that over the weekend we have some good news, good positive news, and good news for the world in terms of the conflict in the Gulf would be good news for gold. So I think we need to keep an eye on what's going on in this part of the world, and hopefully we'll have a resolution. And with that resolution, you will see a rally across all four precious metals. But first, you may have this technically driven dip in price. That's why I'm saying it's a deeply dippy scenario. And if it does happen, I think then, Tim, it's a chance to come in and buy. Because I do think a technical sell-off could give you an opportunity to have a longer-term investment strategy.
Let me ask you a little bit about interest rates, because as you know, good boy that I am, I read your reports. I haven't read today's report, you've just sent it, but I will later. Reuters poll, and you mentioned this on, is it Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday? I can't remember. US Federal Reserve are going to wait at least 6 months before cutting interest rates this year as war-driven energy shocks reignite an already elevated inflation. The Fed Reserve Chief nominee, Kevin Morse. Lots happening, lots to talk about here. It said on Tuesday he'd made no promises to the president about cutting interest rates. He's trying to reassure senators that, he's going to be independent, of course. Put all this together, what's the Jeff Rhodes synopsis?
Yeah, I believe that he is a good guy. The new Fed chairman is a good guy, and he does have his own mind.
Yep.
And he would only make a change in interest rates in the US if the economy supported it. Now, if you have, one of the major drivers of inflation is energy costs. And unfortunately, the more we have of what's going on at the moment, the longer it lasts, the more impact it will have on longer-term inflation aspects. And so, yeah, look, if we have rising inflation caused by energy, even if there is a policy from government in the US that we'd like to see lower interest rates, it may be that they have to calm everything down. They may have to raise interest rates. And that wouldn't be good. It really wouldn't be good. So my takeaway is a score draw, really. Honestly, I think there's enough going on to stop rates being cut, but also, I think you have to be careful in terms of inflation. So, yeah, I think a score draw. And I think I would be surprised if there was any change in interest rates this year. I think it would be much better to leave rates alone and focus on other policy. And I think that in fact would be okay for gold, because then there would be a certain amount of stability. But at the end of the day, if you're getting more return on your dollars because interest rates are going up, you're not going to have so much to put into gold. But at the end of the day, I think, as I say, the best analogy is score draw. Could well see gold 4,300, 4,100. We saw that earlier this year. But eventually, I do think that we will recover from what's going on at the moment. And as soon as we do, gold will hit the high levels. And those high levels remain 6,500.
Well,
don't back off of that. I still think silver 150. Gold, 6,500. Platinum, 3,500. I think it's only a matter of time before we see big inflows, but we may have to wait a little bit longer than I would have cared for.
Yeah, okay. It's so uncertain at the moment, isn't it? We just don't know.
That's why you have to go with the charts.
Yeah,
because
exactly
the
right.
charts don't lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the charts are saying sell, then you should sell, but have a target where you're going to buy back. Fundamentally, I'm bullish for all four precious metals, and at some point we'll have this reversal. This can't last forever. What's going on at the moment can't last forever, and I think the way Dubai is bouncing is incredible. I drove on Wednesday to Dubai from Ras Al Khaimah, and I was shocked at the traffic. I was really, really shocked.
It's such a benchmark, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I thought, no. Because, so what happened this week? The kids went back to school.
Exactly right.
Okay. What does that mean? Well, then the parents have to go back to work. They haven't got the excuse, I've got to stay at home and look after Johnny. They had to go back to work. So everyone's back at work, and they're back at work. I'm staying in a hotel not far from here at the moment, and I can see just by breakfast, there are a lot more people at breakfast today than it was last week. So I think it's amazing the way Dubai is bouncing back.
We're using a word, I don't think it's really a word, but it should be a word. It's bounce back ability.
Oh, that's a great word.
Which is a great word, I
and
think.
there's more of that in Dubai, in the UAE, than anywhere else in the world.
It's funny, actually. It's very easy to sort of think that that's a bit trite to say, that we sit here and we talk about that, and the assumption is, you've been paid so that you're just talking up the party line. Being positive, yes.
Yeah.
But the simple fact is, it's true.
It is true. And the number of times I've been asked, So when are you going back to the UK? I will go back to the UK because my family are there and I like to go during the summer. So it's business as usual. I'll be going back in June, probably June through to a little bit into July. That would be good because there's nowhere like the City of London in the summer.
Do you know what? You're right. In the summer, London is a special place.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the winter, not so special.
Not for me, no. I tend to, I suffer from asthma, but particularly, dust, mites, and so on and so forth. And so during the winter, it's difficult for me. So I like to spend I'm allowed 90 days. So I like to spend my 90 days with the family. But in the summer, I just love it, really. And the City of London, particularly in the summer, is great.
I mean, that's your old stomping ground, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Do you go back and walk down the streets of EC1, or where were you based for the early days of your?
Well, for me, I was in right in the centre of London.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah, I was along Old Broad Street, if you know Old Broad Street. Okay. So I worked at Samuel Montague. We had our vaults. We were 110 to 114 Old Broad Street. Our vaults were underneath where we worked, and they were some of the best and biggest vaults in London. So we were one of the 5 members of the London Gold Fixing.
How long is since you've been there? How long since you've been back there?
Oh no, I go back all the time.
Do you?
I do, yeah. And the city has actually got some fantastic restaurants. Which we go to. So yeah, I love going back. But it is that the summertime that is really good. So I think London, New York, Dubai, Singapore, yeah, these places are iconic places in terms of the global gold industry.
And stuff gets done, doesn't it?
It gets done.
Happen. Yeah, that's
absolutely.
Right. There's an indefinable kind of energy in a major city, and I don't quite know what it is. It's a nervous energy.
Yeah,
there's always an edge.
In terms of the London bullion market, that goes back really to the 1850s, 1860s, when gold was found to be in Australia, in South Africa, and in America at the same time. Yeah. And the gold fields of the New World needed to be financed to grow them. The finance came from London. And the finance was repaid by gold being produced in each of those 3 areas that came back and was delivered into London to repay gold loans. And so the whole history of bullion banking dates back to then. Now, one of the banks I've worked for here was Standard Bank of South Africa, that was founded in the mid-1860s. And actually, 150th anniversary, they wrote a fantastic book. And Standard Bank in Dubai is part of that. It's part of their history. So, but 150 years ago, 160 years ago now, when Standard Bank was established, it was part of this whole move in the gold sector. So there's a real history to London and gold, and probably is a reason why I was attracted to this market in the first place.
Well, it is.
I don't know, maybe it was just purely luck, right?
Could be, or could be that things happen for a reason. I don't have the answer to that. I think about that quite a lot. When's the book coming out? Because your whole life is woven into the fabric of the gold.
Yeah,
the gold cloth.
I'm too busy living life at the moment, Tim, rather than writing about it.
No memoirs.
No memoirs. No.
I'll tell you what, I'd ghostwrite it if you want. We could work something out.
There could be a deal there.
Yeah, possibly. Do you know what's interesting is talking to you about. Just talking to you generally about gold is always interesting, but when we get off topic the way we have today, it reminds me that there's not a great deal going on. It tells me that something is going to happen, and hopefully we're going to see that today.
Yeah, look, I think so. Well, we have had gold in a trading range that is the most narrow trading range for many a month. And so something has to give. It just won't stay here forever. There's not a new gold standard of 4,750. So something's going to happen. I fancy we'll have this technical sell-off followed by a major rally.
Let's see what happens over the weekend. We'll be talking to you next week, Jeff, but as ever, it's a great pleasure to have you here. Jeff Rhodes is MD, Business Development, Middle East and Asia, Monetary Metals.
Super.
Got
Thank
it right.
you.
Thanks. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump says Lebanon and Israel have extended their ceasefire for 3 weeks. The announcement came after a high-level meeting at the White House. The talks included Israel's ambassador to Washington and Lebanon's ambassador to the U.S., Nada Mawad. The meeting followed Israeli strikes that killed at least 5 people, including a journalist. U.S. President Donald Trump said the U.S. will work with Lebanon to help it strengthen its security. The group Hezbollah was not part of the talks. It says it continues to resist Israeli forces. China's total power generation capacity reached nearly 4 billion kilowatts by the end of March, up more than 15% year-on-year. Solar energy led the growth, jumping over 30%, while wind power rose by more than 20%. Officials say the overall usage hours declined slightly compared to last year. UK government borrowing has fallen to its lowest level in 3 years, according to the Office of National Statistics. Borrowing dropped to around £132 billion for the year to March, slightly below forecasts. It now stands at about 4.3% of its GDP, the lowest level since before the pandemic. However, borrowing in March came in higher than expected, despite being lower than the same month last year. Japan's Nikkei 2025 rose for a third straight session, closing at a record high. The index gained about 0.5%, supported by strong tech stocks. However, the broader topics edged slightly lower. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at around 77,850 USD. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.66 Indian rupees, 75.92 Pakistani rupees, 33.41 Bangladeshi taka, 16.54 Philippine peso, 14.32 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound equals 4.94 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's the morning drive. Dubai is doubling down on branded beachfront living. That's the story next here at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. Dubai's property market seeing a clear shift towards branded residences, and that's kind of a blend of hotel service, if you like, and longer-term living. Now, there's a new project on Dubai Islands, and that's it's kind of the latest move in that direction. Joining us now, Nick Pilbeam. He's the Chief Commercial Officer at Cheval Collection. As the group steps into this space, there is their new beachfront branded residences development. And that's what we're going to talk about. Nick, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you, Tim. Thanks for having me on the show.
You're very welcome. Let's start with the big picture. What's driving this kind of shift from traditional serviced apartments into branded residences at the moment? What are your thoughts?
Well, branded residences is actually one of the fastest growing real estate segments in the world. And actually, Dubai is at the forefront, is known as the global capital for branded residences, followed by Miami. But there are other major cities, London, Paris, Geneva, Singapore, Bangkok, even Phuket are catching up fast. So why is that? That is because branded residences is positive for all three parties involved in these sorts of projects. So first of all, the unit owner, someone that's buying one of these branded apartments, what's good for them? Well, first of all, they have wonderful luxury lifestyle. They get to benefit from hotel-like services, global loyalty programs, and other benefits that they wouldn't otherwise have had on a sort of standard non-branded residential home. So there is really good benefits for the unit owner, which is driving a lot of investor appeal. For the developers, these projects tend to sell fast, and that's good for them for cash flow, for putting the construction, ahead of track and opening as soon as possible. Some of these projects are selling out in 24, 48 hours, and these are 200, 300, 400 unit projects in multiple cities. We're seeing evidence of this. So it's very attractive for developers. And I think for brands, a brand like us, why are we attracted to this segment? Cheval is a luxury serviced apartment operator brand. It's been operated for over 40 years. We operate a number of properties, 9 properties currently trading in London. We already trade 2 properties in Dubai, one on the Palm, Cheval Maison the Palm, and Cheval Maison Expo City, Dubai. So we're very familiar with the market. And this is what we do. We are long-term living player. We've traditionally come from the rental side of the market for the 40 years we've been in. But moving to the side of the market, branded residences, where unit owners purchase an apartment and live in it, is sort of what we've been doing for 40 years. So we feel it's a natural extension. We're very excited to be part of this. Is our first branded residences project. And also the benefit of working with a brand like us is, as a unit owner, perhaps you're an investor and you want to use the unit for a couple of weeks a year, that's absolutely fine. You give it back to Cheval and we will rent it out through our normal process worldwide to deliver extra returns to the unit owner.
Okay, so win-win-win-win situation. So very strong appetite, investor appetite for service living. Your first regional project is Dubai Islands. It's a location that's getting a lot of attention. It's very impressive. And I guess kind of a no-brainer, an ideal choice for your kind of debut beachfront development, surely.
It is. I mean, we're absolutely delighted, and we're working with 2 wonderful partners in Avenue Development and Wadeen Developers. So, credit to them for all the work they've put into this project as well with us. But I guess stepping back, we have being around for so long and being the only pure play luxury apartment operator in this category, we have a lot of opportunities in development in many parts of the world. So why is this our first one? Well, Dubai is the capital of branded residences worldwide, so that's a natural place to start. We've also been keen to have a beachfront property in our portfolio, so we're absolutely delighted for this to be our first beachfront asset. But I think also from a brand perspective, we're very careful about where we put our brand and what buildings and what properties, what locations, and with which partners. So we're not the sort of brand that just splashes it everywhere we can. We're very selective. And actually, I mean, you've seen the videos and the picture of this property, absolutely stunning architecture, stunning interior design, wonderful location. We're very positive about this project. We're very positive about launching it now. given the current situation, and actually it's had a phenomenal response so far in the market, both domestically in the UAE, but also internationally. We've had excellent feedback. So we're very pleased. We've spent a lot of time preparing for this, as you can imagine, but we're delighted with this first property, and it won't be our last. We have a lot under negotiation, further properties, branded residences in the UAE, but also elsewhere in the GCC as well.
There must have been some deliberations in recent weeks because, Dubai, the UAE, the region, it's a tough market, and there's already a strong hospitality culture. And then, of course, regional tensions play into that. Why is it the right moment now for Cheval Collection to enter the branded residences space here, Nick?
Well, we've been around a long time. So, and also we've been in Dubai trading for a few years. We have signed a couple of assets in Saudi Arabia, which we're opening over the next few years. So we're very confident about the Middle East market. We're very confident about the UAE. We're very confident about the recovery of Dubai, how it's going to bounce back as the tensions settle. And we feel, given there aren't that many projects going on at the moment, we thought actually with our partners that it's a really good time to launch. And, it's a bold statement of confidence of the recovery and of the short and medium term future for Dubai. So we're very positive about that. And actually, that was just a few days ago, and the overwhelming positive response we've had is a testament to, there a number of other people share that confidence too, which is very positive. And remember, the buyers of these sorts of properties, partly domestic, yes, of course, but also many international buyers from diverse markets around the world. So we're seeing strong demand as well from those markets. So I think that's a really positive in terms of the intent for the future of Dubai.
For anyone unfamiliar with the concept, what distinguishes a branded residence from a traditional apartment or a traditional serviced apartment?
Yeah, so on a traditional residential apartment, if you like, that you might buy or rent, you really don't have the services around that experience, around that lifestyle. So what you do have with the hotel services on top of, in a branded residence scenario, the hotel services, so concierge, valet, housekeeping, a wide range of a la carte services for entertainment and lifestyle inside your apartment, outside your apartment, what you might be able to do with friends and relatives. You have the opportunity to put your apartment back in the rental pool to make some incremental returns on your investment if you only want to use it a few weeks a year. And Cheval also brings our global loyalty program, Cheval Discovery, into play, which you wouldn't have on a non-branded residential apartment, in that our guests that buy these apartments will automatically become elite tier in our loyalty program, and that gives them a wide range of benefits, rewards and recognitions at over 800 luxury hotels around the world. So we feel that is really sets apart a branded residence like Cheval Residences Dubai Islands from a standard non-branded traditional apartment offering.
What kinds of benefits do you get then from your loyalty program? What's the addition here?
So again, this is beyond the property itself, being part of the loyalty program. For Cheval initially, Cheval Discovery members get preferred discounts all over the world at our properties all year round. They also get the members get the possibility to earn Discovery Dollars, which is has a financial value, which can be redeemed back at Cheval properties, but can also be redeemed at 800 hotels around the world, from the Maldives, Bali, the US, you name it. And also these elite tier members will also offer have benefits such as double upgrades when they check in, complimentary early check-in, complimentary late checkout. So just a really enriched experience when they stay at any Cheval property, but any of the Global Hotel Alliance properties around the world. Global Hotel Alliance is our partner loyalty scheme based in Dubai as well. But again, this is a luxury-only loyalty program with 40 wonderful brands, encompassing 800 properties around the world. So this is a very rich offering for owners of these properties that they wouldn't otherwise get.
Let me ask you a little bit about hospitality, because Cheval Collection has a strong reputation is probably a fair way to phrase it. But what do you need to do in the industry to translate that kind of service DNA into a long-term residential experience? What's the trick, I think I'm asking?
And I think that's why we feel branded residence is such a natural extension for Cheval, because today we have guests that stay 1 night, 2 nights, 1 year. We have guests that have stayed 5 years. So we operate both short stay licensed properties and long stay licensed properties. So we are in the residential game. We have been giving that luxury level of service for a long time. So for us, this is normal. This is our core business. We're not hotels that need to translate that service and offering into an apartment, sort of long living space, which is quite different. You know, it may from the outside it might seem similar, but it's quite different. For us, it's a natural extension. We're just going to carry on doing what we do so well. And the results that we get in terms of our guest satisfaction, net promoter scores, for the guests that stay on short stay, what they rate us at on Booking.com and Expedia, excellent scores, at world-class satisfaction scores. So we will carry on doing that, and that is a perfect move into branded residences, which is probably why we're getting such good attraction on this new project, because the Cheval service standards are very well known.
So you've got great traction. It is an attractive offering. Who's the typical buyer or resident for this kind of product here in Dubai? Are you seeing more interest from end users, from investors, international second home buyers?
Yeah, I would say that the two major categories are that the end users, the people that are going to buy it and live there. And we're seeing a good demand from that segment, right, domestically and internationally, you know, from the region, but even further afield. But also there are the investors that will buy, maybe use the apartment for a few weeks a year, but generally give it back to Cheval to let out to generate that incremental return. And we're seeing a lot of interest, again, domestically, because of the location of the property, the brand, the stunning design, and a lot of international appeal. So actually, it's quite wide-ranging in terms of the market we're intending to reach. And then again, for those guests or those owners that might put it back in the rental pool with us to rent out, we get guests from over 150 countries, various segments, short stay, long stay, corporate, entertainment, leisure guests. So it's very interesting about this model, and with our brand, how wide the appeal is, both in terms of buying apartments, but then also renting them out.
Nick, when we started talking 10, 15 minutes ago, you were very bullish over the whole concept, the branded residences concept, and that's understandable, of course. We're seeing more and more global hotel brands entering this kind of space, particularly in Dubai, particularly in this region. Do you think branded residences are going to become a core part of Dubai's residential landscape in the next few years?
I think it's here to stay. And why is that? What I was saying earlier about there are benefits for all three parties in branded residences setup. So, and there is no, if you look at the data in the market, both for Dubai, the UAE, and the region and worldwide, there is no let up that this is double-digit growth and here to stay. There are a lot of properties in the pipeline already confirmed and due to open over the coming years. So I think it's going to be part of the landscape, a growing part of the landscape in Dubai, certainly for the medium term, if not for the long term.
So you mentioned a phrase just now. You talked about bounce back, the bounce back in Dubai, and we use a term bounce back ability to try and describe Dubai's attitude, if you like. And it's a very positive thing to kind of be part of. The thing is here, things move very, very quickly, and I'm interested, your project completion is expected in 2029 for this particular development, and I'm interested how you future-proof a project, because this is a very fast-moving market.
It is, and actually, just to comment on, given we trade two properties currently in the market, and obviously it's been a very challenging time for hospitality all around. Yeah. With the model that we have, that we're a long stay model, we have people that live with us. So actually we are open, we're trading, we're profitable, cash generative in a challenging time. And that shows that the market is, or the concept that we operate is resilient in tough markets. We have also seen that it actually outperforms in high markets as well, when the market is doing well. So the model is quite resilient to external changes and dynamics in fast-moving markets, as you were saying. But we're not standing still. We have been around a long time, but we do recognize that there are still improvements that we can bring to what we do. We've been investing heavily in the back office of what we do in the business, and also launching with Global Hotel Alliance coming up to a year ago was a big move for us to really step forward and add even more to our guest offering. So we're very happy about that. And again, the response has been phenomenal from our guests. We're way ahead of our plan for the loyalty program launch. We're very pleased with that. But what we have in the pipeline to stay current is we're planning to refresh our brand. We're planning a new website launch, a new booking engine, and an end-to-end guest experience portal, just to elevate the digital experience that we bring. The physical experience in terms of our properties and the service that we deliver is world-class, and we'll continue to keep that at that level. But we feel we have an opportunity to elevate our digital experience even further to keep up with the needs of our guests, and keep up with the competition, and stay ahead of the fast-moving market that Dubai certainly is.
Okay. You're not standing still. So how does this project fit into broader expansion plans across the Gulf? I know Saudi Arabia is very much, more than on the radar.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're very much on the growth curve, and both inside and outside the region. But within the region, we have 2 properties being constructed at the moment, both in Riyadh. Quite different, actually. One of the things about Cheval that I haven't mentioned is each of our properties is unique. So we're not a cookie cutter brand standards. You could be anywhere in the world and you're in the same building. We are absolutely the opposite to that. And there's a testament to that in the 2 projects we have in Riyadh. The first one we have, Cheval Ladun Living, is a beautiful glass tower that you can see behind me, being currently constructed. We're currently at the level 3, due to open next year. And that is very much closer to the financial district, so will attract a certain demographic of customers, and we're very excited about that launch coming up, and we're already in pre-opening for that, which is great. But we also recently signed in November last year our second property in Riyadh, Cheval Maison Suleymania, which is a totally different concept. It's low level, ground +3, whitewash, palm trees, exterior areas, very much in a slower part of town with great access to popular areas, but slower part of town, and very much more residential, long-term villa style living. So this is good for us because that is what our guests want. They want choice, and they want different options that suit their lifestyle, suit the reason for their travel and their stay. So we have got those 2 publicly announced in Saudi Arabia, but we have quite a few under negotiation also in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, and other markets in the Middle East, both for our traditional model of rental apartments, but also branded residences. And actually the most popular option at the moment is both on one property, some apartments to rent and some apartments to sell, because that seems to be the best mix for brands like us, for developers, and also for potential guests and owners.
Can we just consider the market for a moment, or market trends, really? The trends in global living patterns. What most influences design and service models at the moment?
I think from a design point of view, uniqueness is one of the things we're seeing as a trend, particularly in the luxury end of the market. People don't want the same thing. They want to have part of living is experiential. It's having the day-to-day experience, the time, the space to live, particularly in the luxury segment. And we feel our current properties, deliver well to that. The properties in the pipeline are absolutely stunning in terms of visual design, exterior and interior. But a lot of thought and care is put into the interior design, the space layouts, to give that sense of time and space. Because ultimately, what is luxury? What is it? And we feel that time and space is really part of that, and the ability to live life on your own terms. You're not told when you need to be at breakfast. You're not told when you need to be in and out of your apartment. You can be there for the long term and live life the way you want to live it. So that is the part of the ethos that goes into our interior design. And so far, so good in terms of the response we've had, particularly for our new projects coming online.
It's interesting that, because we talked to the general manager of the Nautilus, which is it's a private development in the Maldives. And we talked to him on, I think it was Wednesday morning. And his definition of luxury was pretty much exactly the same as yours there. And it was the ability to be able to live life on your own terms, to not have to turn up at breakfast at a certain time.
No, I think it's true, and that comes from research and talking to our guests and feedback we've had over time. And again, the benefit for Cheval Collection is that we've been in this game for over 40 years. So our guests are sometimes multi-generational. They came to stay with us in London as a child, and then as an adult, and then as a grandparent. Bringing their multi-generational families along with them. And why is that? Why do they keep coming back to us? Because Cheval Collection is unique in offering that time and space. I think one of the other things that we do offer as a brand is discretion. We have a number of, we service the entertainment segment, for example. So film crews that are working on a 6-month shoot in a particular location, often the A-listers will come to stay with us, and they want privacy, they want discretion. So our designs for our buildings are often that the entrance is not at the front but at the back, and there are easy ways to move around the building from the rooms and the apartments to the car park without having to go into public areas. So that discretion is also part of VIP, A-listers, ultra high net worths, how they like to travel and how they like to live while they're away from home. And we very much bear that in mind with how we design and operate our buildings.
Sure. And I guess that trust, because it is ultimately trust, isn't it? That generates the return business, that long-term, multi-generational business.
It does. And we have guests that ask for the same apartment number every year. It's not just coming back to the city or to the property. It's I'm coming back with my family and I want that number of apartment. In fact, I would like the 4 apartments on that floor and to privatize that floor. So only my guests and my family can actually get out the lift on that floor. That's what we can offer. And that's what guests respond really, really well to.
Just a couple more questions. We've got a few minutes left, but how competitive how do you view the competition in Dubai? It's a better way to phrase this. For as an international hospitality brand entering the residential real estate market, how do you perceive that from where you're sat right now?
Well, it's a busy market. There's lots going on. Again, as I said earlier, it is the global capital of branded residences. All sorts of brands are either operating or opening in the market. Hospitality brands, but also fashion brands. Motor brands, all sorts, and it's a very. I think there's even football club brands. So there's a lot going on there, but that's because there is a lot of demand. And from what we've seen on already operating 2 properties, there is a lot of demand. It's very diverse, domestic, international, multiple different segments. So that's one of the reasons we're confident with our entry in branded residences in Dubai. But also that Cheval brings something a bit different. We're not a fashion brand. We're not a hotel brand that's sort of pivoting into a different model into long stay. This is what we do. This is what we've done for a long time. Guests and owners can trust our brand and do trust our brand. So we feel we actually bring something different even in a busy market like Dubai.
Okay, so this is your first project of this sort in the region. What would success look like for the project once it opens? Once you've had, the breathing space, you're into 2030, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first step is to sell all the apartments, and so far so good on that front, and to open on track. So we're very confident about that. And in terms of opening properties in Dubai, we've already done that. So we're very confident about how we're going to do that. We are expecting a number of the owners to give the apartments back to us to rent out, sort of a normal business for Cheval Collection, and we expect the demand for that location to be very strong. So we're very optimistic and confident about that opening in 2029. We'd love to have it sooner, but that's how it goes. We're building beautiful new properties. So we're very confident on that. And actually, I think we're expecting to sign even more properties before the end of this year in the UAE that will hopefully open around the similar time. So we're planning to get into a routine of regular openings in the Middle East without putting our brand in too many places, remaining selective, as I mentioned earlier.
Okay, regular openings in the Middle East, so UAE, across the GCC?
Across the GCC, we've got 2 in Saudi. I would expect more in Saudi, in and outside of Riyadh, but also in some of the other markets in the GCC.
Okay, it's interesting. Nick Pilbeam is the Chief Commercial Officer at Cheval Collection. It's been good to talk to you. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks so much, Tim. Been a pleasure. Appreciate that.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning. It's 11 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump says Lebanon and Israel have extended their ceasefire for 3 weeks. The announcement came after a high-level meeting at the White House. The talks included Israel's ambassador to Washington and Lebanon's ambassador to the U.S. The meeting followed Israeli strikes that killed at least 5 people, including a journalist. U.S. President Donald Trump said the U.S. will work with Lebanon to help it strengthen its security. Motorists in Abu Dhabi will soon see an expanded Darb toll network with 2 new gates set to open on May 4th. The move aims to ease congestion and improve traffic flow on key routes. This will bring the total number of toll gates in the Emirate to 6. After years of struggling to keep up in the AI race, Intel is starting to regain momentum. The chipmaker now expects a second quarter revenue of around 14 to 15 billion US dollars. This is above market expectations. Demand for AI data center processors continues to grow. This is helping support the stronger outlook. Investors reacted quickly to the news and shares jumped nearly 20% in after-hours trading. The results suggest Intel's turnaround efforts are gaining traction and the company is working to rebuild its position in the fast-growing AI market. The US dollar is on track for its first weekly gain in 3 weeks as the delayed US-Iran talks keep markets cautious. The US dollar index held near 99, supported by safe haven demand. Oil prices also moved higher, adding to the dollar's strength amid ongoing uncertainty in the region. Other major currencies showed little change, with no euro steady and the pound slightly lower. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Driving, cars, supercars, hypercars, and more. It's another edition of Luxury Breaks coming up, and we're asking, have EVs lost their connections with drivers? That's next at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
This is the Morning Drive, and X Motors Jacek Ziamek is here. It's another edition of Luxury Breaks, and we're not doing another, because Jacek doesn't want to do this, another EVs are fast and they are the future. This time, there's a question, and I think you make a really good point here, Jacek. Have EVs lost the dialogue? Have they lost the connection with the driver?
They lost the connection of the driver with the machine.
Exactly.
That's the problem. They are too perfect. And this race is similar like a race fighting for megapixels in a photography. Okay.
Yeah.
If
It
you
is a lot like that.
buy the cheap old DSLR, okay,
Yeah.
6 megapixels with a good lens, you can make a better picture that 200 megapixel brand new Samsung S20 something. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
It is
That's
true. It is
because it's the light, the composition, the idea of the photo is most important, not the megapixels, right? And we have the same story. How fast we can charge the car? How fast is it from 0 to 100? Now Ferrari, for example, giving you 0 to 100, not 100, because 0 100 is discussion about the 2.79 to 2.83, like this.
Yeah, okay.
Ridiculous.
I mean, it's been like this for years. It used to be with stereo systems, hi-fi, high fidelity, whatever you want to call it, your
DSP.
music system. Yeah. And it would be that your speakers are 800 watts peak music power output, PMPO, which translated to about 70 or 80 watts RMS. But because it was so big, we were impressed. So we want it to be 0
Get a
to 100.
proper stereo sound with a proper amplifier,
Exactly.
good source.
Yeah.
Even if it's not perfect vinyl record, which I don't like it, okay, because of this. I had a vinyls.
You don't like
in the
vinyl
past.
records?
Right now, no.
You don't?
I prefer
Okay.
CD.
You like CDs? Okay, fair enough. Well, as long as you like music, that's the key. I always question that. I'm a big music fan of people. Oh,
I'm
you
as well,
buy
yeah.
vinyl, you buy this, you
I'm
buy this.
obsessed, similar like to the automotive.
Yeah, I just. Oh, you're obsessed by a lot of things. I've noticed this. But you make a good point, though, and I think it's right. We look at the, how fast does it go 0 to 100? Is it all-wheel drive? And, what's the price? It's the definition of the car. It's not really what the car is.
And and somehow the industry just overshoot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
With giving you the perfect image of the car with the EV, that's perfect. Let's say one of the most popular EVs on the market, Tesla Y, right?
Okay.
All-wheel drive. You're safe. Okay. Performance option. It's 3.7, 0-100. It's incredible.
It's
like
racing
car.
Really fast. Yeah.
Yeah. And good package. What do you need more? You need the connection with the road, with the machine, because you are just. That is the one step to. This car doesn't need your attention at all, right? There's an auto driving system. So what for you there? It's a kind of tram bus for you, just transportation system. It's not a car anymore.
That's fair.
Like we understand it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, the car manufacturers are well aware of this. They know this.
I'm always giving the same example with the BMW, where you can order the M package, where you can feel the gradation of the tarmac you're riding on. Okay? But many people were ordering them, be like heroes in their M Power systems, okay? And they were returning the cars, changing their mind, okay, give me this comfortable, full comfort system with air suspension. I don't like it. But because most of the customers don't care, right?
It's just the badge.
Yeah, it's just a badge. That's why they're selling you the option like a package, which looks like, and the real one, which is again trying to kill you. Okay.
You have far too many cars that tried to kill you.
Okay.
I'd maybe sell some of them.
Maybe I should be the crane operator.
Well,
it's more dangerous than driving the car.
More people would agree behind the sky. We wouldn't have to listen to you. No, but the thing is, Mercedes know, for example, right? And I was reading the article that you sent me. They know that AMG performance versions of the existing kind of EQ badged electric vehicles don't look, they don't sound, they don't feel like real EMGs. So what they're doing is compensating for that with simulated sounds, even shifts, vibrations. They're trying to
because
mimic
those
that
things
now.
are giving you a proper information. Those imperfections of internal combustion engine
They
are signals for you as a driver.
Well, they're messages
What's
from
going
the
in?
road,
Yeah.
aren't they? Yeah.
So you don't need a digital information, right? You're not another CPU. Your brain is converting all those information in a different way. It's not a 0-1. It's not binary.
No, it's not. And actually, that's an interesting point, because we were talking before we came on air, and I was saying to
This
you,
lag, when you're pressing the acceleration, pedal, and you have to wait like a millisecond or second, once the turbochargers spin and the engine get revved.
It's not instant talk, is it?
It's also information.
Yeah.
So I think everyone who first time drove the electric car have the same feeling. You press the pedal and it starts immediately catapult you.
It's a wild feeling. If you've driven any cars and all of a sudden you drive an electric car, it really takes you by surprise. The problem, I was saying this to you just now, we were talking about dials in cars, and there's something about the old traditional analog needle that I trust, and I don't generally trust the digital thing. And I think it's because, I was thinking this through just now, I think it's because my experience with computers is every now and again they crash. And that's what you don't want to happen when you're in a car. I don't have the same
They build an
trust
idea,
for some reason.
they also build an idea, we're giving you something luxury, because the first, the digital tachos appeared in the luxury cars, performance cars, right?
True, yeah.
Now it's a different way. The Porsche is giving you, in the middle of the cluster, the real analog tacho. Okay.
It's going back the other way, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's come full circle again. Yeah, okay. So the real issue is that your argument would be, let me see if I get this right, electric vehicles have lost the dialogue, they've lost the connection with the drivers, and this is
but
not...
if the ICE, I mean the internal combustion engine, you
Yes.
can reverse it, because you still have a machine under the hood.
Well, that's the
With
point.
an EV, you can simulate only.
Well,
right?
exactly. So this is not only nostalgia for you. This is not you looking back to, this is the way it was when I was a kid. This is a genuine feeling that you have, right? Is that,
And
am I right?
as a driver, you react on them, right?
Sure.
All those signals.
Yeah.
So you know what's going on. You know what will happen in a while if you feel something, right? If something is blocking you from this, it has no sense.
But it could be that it's just a different connection you have with the car. It's a different experience, isn't it? It's for a different. It's for people who aren't
but
maybe like
it's
you.
like creating a perfect driver using the simulator, right?
Okay, all right.
It's very hard because after that you have to push him on the racing track to make him understand what would happen if he starts to feel these specific signals. They say if you speak with a professional driver, they will tell you you're not driving with your hands or legs. You're driving with your back. Your back is giving you a proper information what's happening with the car.
No, that makes some sense. I mean, you could also argue, and
To feel
I'll
the
take
physics,
the other view,
to feel
right?
the physics, right?
Absolutely, no, I'm with
And-
you. But this is just the driving experience evolving, isn't it? It's not the driving experience is not disappearing. It's just the next stage. I mean, it used to be that we would, 150 years ago, you would have come here on a horse,
Yeah.
and then 20 years later, about look, we've got this new thing. There's a car. It goes 20 miles an hour.
We are going to the world of androids, so maybe the next step would be to create a mechanical artificial horse, right?
It's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
It's going to come. Well, you've watched Westworld, haven't you? No, that was set in Western times. Let's break this down technically, right? What disappears in an EV that you get from an internal combustion engine? What are the
imperfection
things
that giving you the proper information about what's going on, what's happening on the road.
Okay. So
that's not only about the powertrain.
Vibrations.
That is only coming to different areas, and it's not really only related to the EV. It's also, let's say, regular cars. When you have a electronically controlled 4x4 systems, okay, or wheel drive system. It's a better word than 4x4, okay. And suspension, which reacts on what's going on the road. They're telling you in the milliseconds the suspension change its reaction. What for? Okay, what is the reason? Give you the comfort which you maybe need as a rear seat passenger, right? But you don't need it as a driver.
Your brain uses sound, uses vibration to judge speed, to judge grip, and if you take those away, you're taking some of the depth away, some of the experience away, aren't you?
In the bathroom, okay, you feel your feet just slip a little bit, okay.
Yeah.
So your muscles react to not fall down.
Do you know that happened to me the other day? I literally
If you don't feel
fell
this
out of the
slip
bath.
at the beginning, okay,
It was embarrassing.
yeah.
There's nobody in the room, but I was embarrassed. I just careered over, I was shouting and screaming. No, you're right. Yeah, I'm with you.
But in your bathroom, you can kill yourself.
Unfortunately, yeah, that nearly happened. All right, so if all of those signals, those sort of feedback signals disappear, right, what happens to driver perception? Would you argue
We are
maybe
not
that
prepared to live in this
we're not as
perfect
prepared?
world.
Well, we're not, are we?
We are not perfect.
Yeah.
So we need these imperfections. It's
Yeah,
my
okay,
opinion.
Okay. What do you think about electric cars, electric vehicles being so quiet? How does that make you feel? Because you could literally be crossing the road. And
For let's say again luxury cars, the Spectre is a perfect car because it's completely silent.
yeah,
Okay, but the previous Spectre was Wraith, and this is also a car which is almost silent. Okay, you can hear this muted sound of V12 somewhere under the hood, but it's not like a BMW M4 when it's roaring.
well, that heightens awareness as well, doesn't it? If you've got noise, you're aware of what you're doing. You're listening to the engine, or lots of people interested in cars are listening to the engine.
Before
you hear tires, you hear
manual
wheels.
gearbox in the old cars, in the regular car, not sport car, you didn't have a rev meter, right? By the sound, you knew when you have to change the gear, right? And how to change the gear, how to press the clutch. Okay. That you have to pay for it now.
Well, you do, yeah. But I mean, it's different. But we adapt pretty quickly. I said horses just now. We've gone horses, combustion engines, hybrids. We're moving towards electric vehicles. Every time that happens, I would argue, you've got your people say, "Oh, it's not natural. That'll never catch on. Oh, I don't like that. I'll never do that." And of course, we do, because we get used to a new normal. So you're going to get used to things like regenerative braking or the feel of the steering, because it's different in our.
That's a big problem now. You're talking about it. I'm remembering stories from the last 2-3 weeks in the Formula One. What's happening there? After they give him 50-50 EV and ICE.
That's controversial, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the driver is telling you that we cannot, we have to overtake because the battery is giving me the option. So they cannot skip it. It's not their decision where to overtake. It's ridiculous.
Do you think that will be there next year?
The problem is they decide to do like this, and there were a lot of money spent on it. Okay, so it's not possible to reverse it in one decision.
It's there for a while. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe after 2030, something can be changed.
Got to have rules, I suppose. It's got to keep moving forwards, hasn't it? Why are we so obsessed with numbers in the car industry?
Yeah.
You know, with this much
every
horsepower.
industry, every industry.
Well, it is, to be fair,
Okay.
but you hear it.
Like I said, 200 megapixels camera in the new mobile, right?
Anything
Who
that's
cares?
to do with technology, it's always it's 0 to 100 in this. It's this
To
many
see your neighbors
megapixels,
living 1 kilometer from you, right?
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's this obsession with horsepower in
Because
cars and
it's
kilowatts.
easy to
and-
understand. Okay, the digits,
Right.
numbers. Okay, you don't know what's the difference between 3 seconds and 5 seconds, but 3 seconds to 100 is better than 5 seconds, right? It doesn't matter how good is this car, how reliable is this car, how comfortable, what's the smell inside, why it has no sense to make a virtual test drive.
So it's just a list of technical specifications.
Yeah.
But you don't really know until you
Yeah.
sit in a car and you feel the bolsters on the
I
seat
think
and you can hear the.
you said about the speakers, okay? You see the frequency response, okay? Decibels, and from 20 to 25 kilohertz. What you can see on this paper, how you can understand it. You have to hear it, right?
Yeah, true.
And then
true,
also
true.
the cables, the amplifier, the source, right? So without it, there are numbers, only numbers.
But you could argue, couldn't you, that if you sell a vehicle based on a list of technical specifications and those are all freely available, that's just a little bit more choice. Surely you're looking at something. Some people want drama. Some people want
The
familiarity.
question is, are the better numbers better at all?
Theoretically, yeah, they are. But your contention is that you need to sit in a car and drive a car to understand the car.
Yes.
But from the
yes,
EV perspective, it's just.
And I think in the
these are the
EVs,
levels we're at.
there is also a big difference between the Taycan, made by Porsche, and the cheapest Chinese EV, right? Not only in the interior quality, but also in the pleasure of driving. I drove the Taycan a couple of weeks, and it's a perfect car, really. But of course, when you're moving back to the regular one,
How did it feel? Put it into words. So you drove the Taycan for what, a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
And then you went. What car did you go back to after that? You went back to a.
Lamborghini? No, okay.
You move in-
BMW, Lamborghini, Mercedes, okay.
You move in such different circles. To
Okay,
me.
but it was, I told you once, it was one day when I was driving in the morning the Taycan, then I took the Ferrari 296, which is, of course, expensive toy, and come back to Taycan.
Yeah.
It's like a kind of release. You feel free. It's like driving fast with an extremely powerful electric car, like a Taycan is, okay? It's 900 horsepower. It's very fast, but it's like running with shopping bags, okay? If you know what I mean.
I kind of.
There is a kind of weight you can feel.
Okay.
If you will take let's say the Mini Cooper, it's lightweight car. It's not so powerful.
Yeah.
Last week I was using my wife's John Cooper Works.
Okay.
It's a perfect car.
You really like the
Okay,
Mini,
it's
don't you?
and in this reality here, it's like a women car, but it's not.
Okay. A women car.
For the aggressive women.
No, I mean, look, Minis have been with rally cars since the 60s,
Yeah.
since the 50s, I think originally, yeah. So, I mean, it's a different vehicle. But it's, lightweight, that means
The weight
speed.
makes difference.
Yeah.
The weight makes difference, but in the EV you have a problem because battery is always heavy. That's the problem.
Yeah,
You cannot
okay.
skip it.
And is that what you were feeling? Is that
Even
kind
if
of
they
something weighing you down?
we can say that the battery is always on the downside, so it makes the car more stable, but still you have to feel it. It's different feeling.
Yeah, yeah. So the thing is that, are you saying that EVs are less engaging,
Of course.
but it's more emotional than kind of factual? It's more the way you feel about the car than factual.
It's just a kind of transportation than the emotional thing.
Okay.
Last week we had a guy who was riding on a motorcycle. Yeah, who was talking about the sound, about the petrol smell, everything. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's something which is missing. Okay. It's hard to compare. It's perfect, but it's.
But for most people, it's just getting A to B. You just want to get the kids to school. You want to get the shopping in the bag. You want to take the dog for a walk. All of that stuff. That's for most.
Yeah, some people can listen the music on the mobile speakers, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, true. Yeah.
How you can separate the instruments?
I thought that would land badly with you. It did. Yeah, but I mean, for most people, EVs are not the end of driver engagement. It's just a new way of engaging, isn't it?
Yeah, somehow yes.
Yeah, but it's it's the throb of a V8 is always going to be your thing.
I'm back with my V8 for the last couple of days, so it's perfect, really.
It is, yeah. All right then. No, it's interesting. I wanted to kind of get to grips with this with you.
It's not about a V8. There are many aspects, many factors which are deciding about it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's important if you are let's say, as I told you, it's petrol head is not the proper word in this world. No, okay. No.
Yeah.
But if you are excited about the automotive, if you're excited about the music, you should be able to listen, to drive in a proper way, to have a fun, right?
I think that's very fair. And we said at the beginning, this is not just kind of a nostalgia thing. This is not just like the grumpy old man looking back. This
as you can see now, to listen in a proper, to listen to the proper sound and to drive properly, you have to spend a lot right now. It's not like before.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. If you want to drive improperly, you go and buy an EV.
They are making this feeling kind of luxury.
Yeah. Okay.
If you can feel the drive, if you can want to listen to music, pay.
It's a privilege, isn't it?
Yeah. Like horses right now, right? Like horses.
Yeah, I've never had a horse, but maybe there's
an elephant as well.
Yeah, true. Jacek Ziomek is from X Motors, based in Alcuz. Good to see you. That's Luxury Breaks. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The World Bank has approved $225 million in funding to support water and health services in Syria. The package includes 2 projects backed by the International Development Association focusing on restoring water systems and improving healthcare access. Around 4.5 million people are expected to benefit across the country with this funding, and officials say the funding will help rebuild essential services and improve daily life for communities across Syria. The US dollar is on track for its first weekly gain in 3 weeks as delayed US-Iran talks keep markets cautious. The US dollar index held near 99, supported by safe haven demand. Oil prices also moved higher, adding to the dollar's strength amid ongoing uncertainty in the region. Other major currencies showed little change, with the euro steady and the pound slightly lower. China's total power generation capacity reached nearly 4 billion kilowatts by the end of March, up more than 15% year-on-year. Solar energy led the growth, jumping over 30%, while wind power rose by more than 20%. Officials say the overall usage hours declined slightly compared to last year. UK government borrowing has fallen to its lowest level in 3 years, according to the Office for National Statistics. Borrowing dropped to around £132 billion for the year to March, slightly before or below forecasts. It now stands at about 4.3% of its GDP, the lowest level since before the pandemic. However, borrowing in March came in higher than expected despite being lower than the same month last year. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at around 77,700 USD. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.66 Indian rupees, 75.92 Pakistani rupees, 34.41 Bangladeshi taka, 16.54 Philippine peso, 14.32 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound equals 4.94 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. It is Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott. A quick reminder to subscribe or wherever you're joining us from. Next up, momentum is building in camel racing, and it says the Saudi camel racing team has secured its best ever finish with a podium result in Oman. We're going to talk now to Omar Al Maina, who has ditched comfy office chairs, never-ending business meetings, to dive into a camel quest adventure. Omar, it's good to have you on the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
Do you know, I want to talk about the milestone with you, the debut of your Star Camel and what comes next. So I guess let's start there, really. Congratulations. You kind of announced your arrival on the regional stage. It's a big statement. It's a big deal, a podium finish. Just paint a picture for us, if you would, Omar, about what, what turned out to be a really historic day for your team.
Oman was Oman. Obviously, we got a podium finish there of second. We just finished in Qatar as well.
All right.
We got second as well. So 2 races on the bounce with podium finishes, which is a good feeling. Finally.
Yeah. It's been a while. I mean, the thing is, we're talking to you. This is something really different for us. I don't remember doing a camel racing interview, certainly not in the recent past. But tell us a little bit about your story, because normally I know you do this with a childhood friend, Safwan, who's not with us today. But just fill in the background gaps, if you would.
Sure. So for me personally, I come from a background of finance and marketing,
right?
From the US. That's my background, and I used to work for banks like Citibank and HSBC back in the day.
Gotcha.
But then I left and ventured on my own, working in a lot of different places with my own business. Some did well, some didn't, which is the nature of the game. Then COVID hit, and then I met up with Safwan, my childhood friend from 20 plus years.
Yeah.
I feel old now.
Yeah, join the club.
So he's been a hotelier for his whole life, and in 2020 we decided to go into the camel business.
But that's I don't mean to butt in there, but that's okay. We decided to go into the camel business. It's not a phrase I hear every day, because you two have kind of completely left your sort of corporate lives behind, haven't you? Your camel racing and filmmaking and generating content. This is now what you do.
Yeah, this is 100% what we do. We left everything behind, which for our families and people around us wasn't didn't make sense. And sometimes, as you run the business, sometimes it doesn't make sense to you either, right? Because things don't materialize as quickly as you think they are. But sometimes you get, it's not so much the results, but it's the magnitude of that you're hopefully going onto the right path. These finishes are more that than the finish itself. That some of the hard work that's been put forth, or some of the sacrifices that have been done by us. The fruition is these moments. So it gives you further push and belief that this is, inshallah, the right track.
Well, it's interesting that. So the races that you're involved with now, they're just part of another larger race, I suppose, aren't they? Another part of the journey. Is there? I mean, I honestly know very little about camel racing. I'll be completely open with you. Is there a good living in camel racing? Is there great prize money? How does this function as a business for you two guys?
Yeah. So basically, in camel racing, the money usually comes from winning races, right? So some of these races that in Qatar that we raced in our age groups, the first prize was around maybe 2 million Qatari riyals, 1.5 for second, and you go down to fifth. So that's big. That's big money in any. In any one moment for any business. And then sometimes there's also a purchase price where the royal families of these countries will buy the camel. So for the first place, again, we're talking about million plus Qatari riyals. So it is lucrative, but it's not easy. I guess to get there or be in those positions, right? Because we were racing against 85 camels in one race, 45 camels in another one. So there's a lot of competition. So it's not easy, but the prize money is definitely worth it.
Okay, so I mean, I guess we should talk about the athlete of the hour, shouldn't we? Really, the athlete of the track, really, and that's Hajma. So Oman was the debut. So I guess Qatar's the second race.
Yes.
But you've unearthed a star.
Well, she was. I mean, she before she came on board. She did really well in Saudi, in the Kings competition. So we knew the pedigree. But again, it's kind of like a football player, right? Having a good season. So one good season, you're still taking a risk on one good season.
Sure.
So this was one good result, and but in the operations team and SAF and the trainer and I looked at many different things like pedigree, past results, training methods, how well the camel was taken care of, which was really good. Most of the trainers and us especially take very good care of the camels. So all of that made sense, and then obviously you have to have a bit of guts to pull the trigger and make it happen.
And it's worked out pretty well for you. What is it about Hajma that stands out from other camels in the races that you've been involved with so far?
Well, there's a phrase in Arabic where you call a camel sabug, which means a racer. So she has that gene where she's obviously quick. Mashallah, she's got stamina, and I think the biggest thing about her is she's got a will, right? So once she's in the middle of the pack, around 10th, 11th, and we're approaching the final, let's say 1.5 kilometers, she will go for it.
Right.
So so she will be amongst the first four. So she's got that in her mind. So that's a quality that's rare. That's a true athlete's quality.
That's the inimitable quality that all athletes are looking for, I suppose, that you hope you can find.
Yes.
Well, what goes into identifying and acquiring a top tier racing camel?
I mean, there's many ways. I guess you could look at it, and you could look at it as in other sports, and the philosophy could be, football teams sometimes grow within. They identify players early, they develop them, and then they sell them off, and then obviously some clubs buy the ready product. For us, I think it's a mix where we have. Some of our team we bought young 2 years ago, and I think next year they come into fruition, and that was somewhat of a strategy to test out. And then we have others where we purchase not where they're at the top, they're in the middle, and you know what you're getting, but the ceiling is still higher. And this was Hajma and some other camels. So for us, it's a mix. And we're still trying to find the balance of what is much more successful, and I think time will tell.
Talk me through your training routines. I'm fascinated by this. I really am. I'm learning with you. This is a very traditional sport, isn't it? It's very particular to the region, of course. But you're bringing in, I suppose, kind of modern performance strategies as well. So talk me through your kind of training routines.
So I mean, the training. I mean, the original training is about a lot of it is about communication between the trainer and the camel, because there's a kind of a walkie-talkie and a speaker on the back of the camel between the trainer. So there's certain prompts that they talk about, right? And when they want them to go faster, if they don't say anything, they're just going at the same speed. When to push, when to leave it, and so that a lot of that is in the training. And then they also train is because it's a longer distance. Minimum is 4 kilometers. Then we go up to 5, 6, 7. So sometimes the strategy is, and it depends on the athlete, the camel. Some camels can hold the first or the leading positions for the whole race, and that comes down to sometimes training, sometimes genetics, and the will of the camel. And sometimes it's, holding mid positions, and within the last 1.5 kilometers, you're able to push them because you've conserved the stamina in the first 2-3 kilometers, and you really push them in the last 1.5-2 kilometers. So our secret sauce is in the middle. Again, some of them can hold the position. Some of them, Hajma usually comes from behind, and that's what her name means, attack. Hajma. So she comes from behind a bit to take that. And that's the traditional way. In the modern, what we're trying to introduce is like an athlete. You've got heart monitoring. When they, what is the best speed? What is their heart rate at different speeds, different stages in the races? Obviously, we do a lot of blood work. What does that mean for the camel? That helps with nutrition. So these are kind of a little bit the more modern ways that we're trying to introduce. It'd be great if we'd get a whoop to attach to the camel and see sleeping patterns and all of that. But maybe that's for the future a bit.
Well, I would guess people are scrambling to make smart devices for all kinds of creatures. But I mean, it's really interesting. The point is as well that the welfare of the animal is so important to you.
Yes, 100%. And I tell this and anyone that visits our place can see that these camels are probably maybe more well taken care of, even better than me. personally.
Yeah.
So no. Anything in the ingredients, anything in the food, the water, the place. It's top. And we never risk with an injury. Never. One of our best racers got injured beginning of the season, and we decided to keep her out for the entirety of the season. It wasn't a tough decision, but obviously you're less one athlete. But blessing in disguise, and then we had to bring in Hajma, which worked out well.
It
You
certainly
never know
has.
sometimes.
It has so far, for sure. Do you know what I've noticed a couple of times is you're talking about her. So female camels is
Female.
Are female camels are racing camels all
Better.
female? Or
No, there are males and there are females. Throughout our history as a team, we've had one male, and the rest are females. And I think we prefer females because if they do stay with us for the longer term, there's always the breeding angle.
Okay.
For females, so we prefer, even the temperament's a bit better for females.
Yeah, that's not the greatest of surprises. I'm interested in the racing. You talked there about having like a walkie-talkie system. Like there's like a robotic system. So it's literally when the camel is racing, the trainer is issuing kind of demands. Go faster. Is that what happens?
Yeah. So obviously you've got the track, and then next to it cars. Yes. Right. It's like a mini Formula One, right? Because everyone's
I've
even
seen
in the
it.
cars. You're jockey. Yeah. I'm braced always for my life in those. I need a helmet for those moments. I've decided, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, he's always in the front. Sometimes they go up in the from the middle of the car, and it's kind of like things, small prompts like shh.
Right.
Or if you're getting it's more louder, and you could see everyone jockeying for position. So there's a lot of communication, and that's these prompts are, a lot of it is in the training, of what these communication mean. So yeah, it's great that there's technology involved, and we're looking at how do we, if there's an area or a mini space where you could advance the technology and communication between the trainer and the camel, that's an area of exploration, let's say.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've mentioned how long camel race has been popular in the Gulf region, but it is evolving, it's modernizing at a rate, isn't it? Technology, training, breeding standards, as you pointed to, are all rising rapidly. How do you see the future of the sport? What does it look like, Omar?
I mean, I think our aim, and we're doing a very small part. The federations in the Gulf are doing an amazing job all over the Gulf, and we're just doing a small part in terms of being a team. Hopefully bringing on our own sponsors. Hopefully, marketing for the sport, and trying to bring in more audiences to it. And I think if we can get to where horse racing is today, that would be a very good milestone. And I hope we could surpass that. It's not an easy task whatsoever, but the elements of having an exciting sport are there. We already have a big kind of market and fan base, and we want to expand the fan base. Partnering up with Paul Pogba all obviously helps with the global, global narrative. So that's the aim, really.
Okay. What about next steps for the team? I mean, you've got a couple of podium finishes now, so that's a launch pad. So what's the next big thing for the team, and how are you going to build on the momentum from Oman and from Qatar?
Well, I mean, there's one in Abu Dhabi, in Al Wathba. It's a big race, the finale of Al Wathba. So we're gearing up. We're gearing up to hopefully win there and participate, and at the minimum compete. So everything is now focused on that. And I think with Al Haboob is obviously you've got the track, and the core element is obviously camel racing. But another part of it is, content and media, and how do we, connect camels and camel racing with mainstream, and how do we create cool content that helps, in a way, educate, but in the same time bring on board new and fresh, people that would love to get into the world of camels. So Al Haboob is kind of like that. It's, if you look at Wrexham, for instance, that's maybe a little bit of a blueprint.
Okay, so is that something that you're kind of considering, that kind of stuff? I mean, the Wrexham story is an incredible story in sporting terms. Forget the entertainment side of that for a moment.
Yeah.
As a sporting spectacle, something to be involved with, it's remarkable. And I can see the parallels, because you can very easily put forward a case that camel racing is one hell of a spectacle. It's an amazing thing to watch.
Yes. I mean, you said it yourself. Yes, it is, and I think the elements are there of our backstory. Having been on Netflix, having an amazing friend and shareholder and Paul with us. And the team, we've been through a lot of struggles. The podium is just a nice kind of milestone within a bigger journey that hopefully we continue on, which will have ups and downs as well. But yeah, something like Wrexham, Blueprint, Drives to Survive. I think that the foundations are there.
They seem to be. What got Paul Pogba interested? An internationally renowned footballer. How did that connection come about?
When we met him, he knows a lot about the region. Obviously, he comes a lot, being also a Muslim. The conversation was very, very natural. He was very interested. He had already a background, a bit of what camel racing is. Right. We connected, all three of us, straight away. And he was very excited about the project, and we were really happy to have him on board. And it's been a really nice story, and I would say a brotherhood ever since.
It's a fascinating story, perhaps a global camel racing league. That could be a vision. Next, who knows? Omar Al-Maina. Omar, thanks very much for sharing the journey today. Congratulations again on the podium finishes. Long may they continue. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having us, and have a great day and year.
I appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon, it's 12 p.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump says Lebanon and Israel have extended their ceasefire for 3 weeks. The announcement came after a high-level meeting at the White House. The talks included Israel's ambassador to Washington and Lebanon's ambassador to the U.S. The meeting followed Israeli strikes that killed at least 5 people, including a journalist. U.S. President Donald Trump said the U.S. will work with Lebanon to help it strengthen its security. Motorists in Abu Dhabi will soon see an expanded Derb toll network with 2 new gates set to open on May 4th. The move aims to ease congestion and improve traffic flow on key routes. This will bring the total number of toll gates in the Emirates to 6. After years of struggling to keep up in the AI race, Intel is starting to regain momentum. The chip maker now expects a second quarter revenue of around 14 to 15 billion US dollars. This is above market expectations. Demand for AI data center processes continue to grow, and this is helping support the stronger outlook. Investors reacted quickly to this news and shares jumped nearly 20% in after-hours trading. The results suggest that Intel's turnaround efforts are gaining traction and the company is working to rebuild its position in the fast-growing AI market. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midday Majlis with myself, Sahar Mushtaq, here on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Before we dive in, remember that you can catch us live on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and Telegram, and also, our podcast is available on all your favorite platforms. You can listen to them anytime, anywhere. And as you know, that here on a Midday Majlis, we bring you conversations that matter in real time. So today, we're looking at a topic that's both sensitive and deeply relevant. With a temporary ceasefire extension maybe in place, there is still a sense of uncertainty across the region. And in times like these, the role of media becomes even more critical. But while the media carries the responsibility of informing the public with accuracy and balance, the industry itself is also under pressure. Newsrooms are stretched, decisions are faster, and in many cases, people within the media industry are directly affected. So joining us today to talk about it all is Mark Thompson, Chief News Editor at Gulf News, to help us understand not just how the media is covering the conflict, but how the conflict is impacting media itself. Welcome to the show, Mark. It's really good to have you with us here on Midday Majlis today.
Thank you. Real pleasure to be here in this fantastic studio. And as you say, in an uncertain time, but a time that may bring opportunities as well.
Yes, indeed. And let me just begin with asking you first, Mark, how has the ongoing conflict impacted the media industry from your perspective?
I think in times of crisis like this is where media comes to the forefront. So on the 28th, when it all began, I got a phone call. I was walking around Dubai Mall at the time, I think around 10 a.m., from my managing editor to say, you might want to get out the mall and get back to the office because...
And it was a weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was with my son, and we, as everyone else, we didn't know what was coming. Quite surprised. There's kind of some rumblings of things happening, but we didn't think it would be that sudden and that fast. So from that hour until now, we haven't stopped. You know, as media organizations, it's our job to be there 24/7. The news does not stop.
Yes, it doesn't.
We call it the daily miracle in the office because when you think about how news operates, especially newspapers, there's no business like it. So from in the morning, we start the day with an empty newspaper. We fill that newspaper up. By then the day, we get that to the printing press. We get it from the printing press onto motorbikes to deliver it across the city, well, across the UAE. And then within a few hours, that whole process starts again. So,
wow, it's just a lot.
yeah, some people think about news as kind of an organic thing that happens, but there's a whole industry and manufacturing behind it, especially on the newspaper side. And then you overlay that with social media, digital media, the website. And since the war began, what we've seen is an incredible hunger for information. So we've gone from, well, last month, to put some figures on it, we had 17 million people visit Gulf News. When you consider the population of the UAE is around 12 million. That's a phenomenal penetration, but also it shows not just that these brands are here.
Wow,
not
that's
just
a
Gulf
huge
News.
number.
It's big. It's
It
big.
is.
And it shows that we have international readership as well. And yeah, since war began, what we've really focused on is getting that information out there because we can see the appetite. You know,
Right.
when the warnings were coming and everything else, and people wanted to know the developments. So since the war began, it's just been a relentless time, I think.
Definitely. And you're right about it. It all started just with a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
And who would have thought, you know? And for me as well, it was just a similar situation as yours.
Yeah.
That I was actually, you know, clicked on Zoho and I was said, how about we start posting news? And because we don't do it on the weekends, but we did start that weekend and
Yeah.
then we never stopped.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how it has been. And well, I think we as media, you guys, including us and all the other platforms who do news here, we've done a great job.
Yeah, I think so. And I think one of the great things about media is we do compete in certain areas. Media organizations, I think, take pride in what they do. They want to be first to things. They want to have the best front page, the best home page. But I think media is also very good at acknowledging each other and pulling together and realizing that at times of crisis, a lot of it is just about getting the right information out there at the right time. And I think especially in the UAE, what I've seen, because my background is in the UK media, in the UAE media, there's a real focus on verification of news as well.
The accuracy of it.
Yeah, it actually is really big here, and we don't do the gossip, the speculation, especially times like this. It's really important that people are across brands getting accurate information, timely information, information that they can actually make real world life decisions on with trust. And I always go back to that word trust. I think we live and die by trust.
Well, yes, we do. And now moving on, we often talk about the media is reporting, but not always about what's happening inside newsrooms, right? So have there been any real impacts on jobs, staffing, or job security in this period of the crisis?
Sure, just to kind of go back a little bit in terms of how that staffing works. So since day one of the conflict, we've had a live blog going on the website. We've had pretty much 24/7 staff around the clock updating that because, as we know, in the UAE, we're kind of at the center of the world. So the Asian markets wake up and then obviously the UAE news happens. And then obviously quite big at the minute is the American market. So there's a lot of happening overnight with Donald Trump tweeting and other things overnight. So we've got to have people on board. So staffing wise, we've had to make sure that we've had real coverage all the time. And that is tiring and exhausting for people. And we've been trying to make sure people get breaks and time off. Because as journalists,
That's very much needed.
We all jump in and we get excited and we all want to do it. So that's been a big element of what we've done. Like a lot of businesses, and one of the challenges we have as an industry, and I think, this is what happens in conflicts. It does put commercial pressures. And while we've had huge audience, that comes with commercial challenges because people may not want to advertise as much during conflicts. For obvious reasons, they put kind of pauses on their spending. That spending, I'm sure, will come back.
All
and we
because
start
of
seeing
these uncertainty.
Uncertainty, yeah. People, especially at the beginning, people didn't know what was going to happen. Thankfully, and all praise to the leadership here that we have felt very much defended and safe. But in those first few days, it was a shock for all of us, and I hate to call it like the new normal, but we all kind of get used to what that was going to look like. So I think with that comes a lot of businesses contracting and thinking, let's just hold the fort, see what happens, and then we'll kind of get back to normal. I think we are starting to see that open up now. But unfortunately, kind of in those early weeks, we did see contraction, so we have had to make some tough decisions in the office. But I think those decisions are also part of how we are transitioning the business.
Right.
So it's not just about, we need to save money, to be frank. It's about how do we change how our workforce looks, because we know that we have to transition as a business. Newspapers have declined across the world. We all know that. But digital is a huge opportunity for us. And as I said, with 17 million people come to the website, you can see the appetite. And arguably, titles and brands like Gulf News have never reached more people. The trick is, how do we monetize that? And as a business, make that a real big revenue stream for us, so that we can continue to invest in even better journalism.
Right. Well, you're right about that. There's so much that takes place during the whole day. The Asian market opens up really early. I would say midnight our time,
Yeah,
right?
midnight, yeah.
Yeah, and then the Wall Street closes really late our time as well.
Yeah.
So with so much happening so quickly, there is constant pressure to be the first, as we
Yes.
have also discussed. So how do you balance the speed with, of course, accuracy, especially in times of conflict reporting?
We, so as I say, my background's in the UK. That was very much about sometimes speed over accuracy. So you just want to be first, and then it was all kind of like check it afterwards.
Right.
But here,
It's the other way
it's the other way
around.
around. We are happy to be second or third, as long as we know that it's definitely right. Because especially times like this, misinformation or the wrong information can be really dangerous as well.
Yes.
And it can spark fear,
And it
can
can
spread rumors.
cost you so much as well.
Yeah.
We were told that, for any fake news that goes
Yes,
out,
yeah.
right, we will be fined and given a
Yeah.
penalty. So we all had to be very careful.
Yeah. And I think more for the readers than anything else, because I came up with a bit of a slogan during the time of when it matters most, trust Gulf News, because I think at times like this, people want quick information, but they also want to know that what they are reading is correct. You can go on social media, as I'm sure you do, and there's a stream of consciousness of different brands, celebrities, influencers, fake accounts, and it's almost impossible to know what is real.
And with the AI being around as
And
well.
AI as well, yeah,
right?
which adds some
There are
into the mix.
pictures and videos being generated by AI, which are total fake.
Exactly, and this, so it's really important for us that when we see things like that on on social media, that we check it instantly, that we make sure that we have that on an official record before we start even thinking about creating content. Is that right? Where's it from? Can we verify it? Can it be 2-3 sources where that came from? Because if we can do that with every article, it means that our readers come to us knowing that if it's on Gulf News, we know it's correct. And that to us is worth more than being first, because being first can be being wrong. And I think it only takes a couple of those things to happen, and people think, well, I might not go to the Gulf News as much anymore because I'm not sure I can trust it. If people come to Gulf News, see everything we produce and think, this is bang on, it's factual, we fully understand it, we know it's consistent, that will make people come back more. And as a business, it's like running a shop. We want more people come through our door each day and walk around the shop and buy goods. It's no different to a website. We want more people to come to our website, go around the website and look at more articles. And if we can get that right, that's what the future of the business is.
And for myself as well, I am now looking at Gulf News almost every half an hour. That never used to be a thing. Like
Yeah.
once I'm done from work, that is it. I do not look at the news till, after midnight to prepare for the next morning. But now it's just that, constant, I don't know, it's sort of like, I don't know, it's an addiction, I
Yes.
guess, to the news that
Yeah.
that I have now.
Yeah.
And it's really strange, but because we all want to be informed, and there's, as we say, there is one news that comes a moment, and then the other comes a moment, and still, like, nothing is really clear. We're just in the extension of a temporary ceasefire, right?
Yeah.
And all this started end of February, and as you and I and Faraj were talking about it just now, around that time also we faced the floods.
Yes.
Lots of rain came in. So how is it to manage during both the crises?
Yeah, that was really tricky for us. One of the reasons was because of the floods, we worked from home that week as well. Well, for a lot of that week, just because people traveling on the roads at that time just was impossible, wasn't safe. So we did the right thing. We had all of our journalists at home, where they could be with their families, etc. But so that makes it hard because communication is really key in the newsroom. I love walking to the newsroom each day and seeing the journalists, and we have meetings and we bounce off ideas. It's a bit of a flashback to COVID of, being on video calls, and it just makes that communication a little bit harder. But the team did an incredible job. They, again, just worked around the clock, put the extra hours in, and were constantly updating the website, which at a time when we also were in a conflict, and then with the floods on top.
The weather was so unpredictable.
I'm fairly new to Dubai.
I think we want to erase that one whole week of rain from our calendar, don't we? Yeah.
I've said to the guys in the office that, if we get through that week and we do a good job, we can take on anything.
We can.
The world's our oyster.
And as Faraj said, we should have it put on our resumes, right? That we can work through the rains, the floods,
100%.
and the alerts all at once. And from an editing perspective, Mark, the responsibility is huge again. So what are some of the most common mistakes media professionals should avoid in times like these?
I think one of the big things I see brands do is they can go into themselves. So I think they can focus on the updates and agency content, etc. And they're getting the news out there. But I think what people want to see is humans. I think it's really key that people are out there. They've got their faces on camera. They're writing opinion pieces, and not just telling the news, but showing people that we live it. That I've been telling the journalists in the office that they live and breathe Dubai and the UAE. They have the same challenges as everyone else here. They have the same emotions. We've all been through the same roller coaster in the last several weeks. So why don't we tell people that we are a news brand, which is authoritative, but also we are a bunch of people who can be expressive, be emotional, and speak to our readers as we would a friend. And that's the key thing for me. And that's where journalism, I think, well, the future of journalism is. It's not in just directly telling a story. It's humanizing a story. Because in a world of
living through it,
lived experience. We've seen here. We all live here. That if you look at the international media, how they've covered the conflict, it feels like a different world. I speak to my friends in the UK, and they ask me ridiculous questions. I keep saying that's not how it is here. I can tell you that because I live here.
Yeah, my family in Saudi as well.
Yeah.
They've been looking at fake news from all these different parts of the world, and different media is reporting different things, which is totally wrong and fake. And then they come up with these crazy questions. Yeah. And they were even suggesting that I come back to Saudi because
I've had a bit of that.
That was one of the things. But it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I think that's where
they made it look like.
Yeah, I think it's where just having that human element to say we are here on the ground. We know how you feel. Our kids go to school as well. We travel on the same roads. We went through the same floods. I think that's really important for that trust, again, because people trust humans. They don't necessarily just trust a name of a brand. True. They trust the humans behind it. So we need to be out there showing it. And as you said earlier around AI, which obviously challenges a lot of industries, not positively and negatively, that human element is even more important, because if we can have a video of somebody on Kite Beach saying, "Hi, I'm on Kite Beach, this is what's happening, there's an event here, look at it," AI can't do that. And that's where we have to be as a brand. We have to be human, on the ground.
Yeah, so that human touch is really very important.
Incredibly, yeah.
And it's not easily replaceable by AI, for sure.
No.
And there's also an emotional side to this. Journalists and editors are consuming distressing content daily. And how does that affect teams? And how do newsrooms cope up with that kind of a situation?
Yeah.
I myself, because I'm an editor here and I do the news, so I do feel like there is so much going on, and I sometimes feel anxious. So, and I think that's very much normal.
Oh, 100%. Right? And I wrote a piece in the newspaper recently to our readers saying, have a news break. Even as a news brand, it's important for people to sometimes just have a weekend or a day and just switch off and get away from it. And because it is, over the last several weeks, it has been intense. So in the newsroom for the reporters, we've been really focused on trying to get them time off to make sure that we're all journalists. We all get excited by the news, and we all jump straight in. And for the last several weeks, everybody wants to work because everyone wants to do their bit. And but then it's really important that people jump off that horse now and again and just take a breather, relax, because they'll come back as better journalists as well for that. So having those breaks, we are, even mentioning to our team that, through the health insurance, there is counselling as well. So if people need, anonymous, off the record, just a chat with someone, which I definitely encourage, because we don't know what we've been through as well, because we've all been living on adrenaline and caffeine for the last several weeks.
Yes.
Sometimes it can just feel that you do just need to maybe just stop for a moment, have a chat with somebody else, take some time with the family. So we've been encouraging people to still take holidays, take loo days, have weekends. I think those breaks are really important, and make sure those breaks are not just sat at home watching the news, because that isn't a break. It needs to be a break where you are away from the news.
Probably doing an
out with the family.
extra activity, maybe outdoors or something.
Yeah, and especially now with the ceasefire, which, touch wood, keeps going and ends up in peace. There's a lot to do now. Before the weather gets too hot, there's great deals out there. There's lots of hotels and beaches and go and enjoy it.
One of the good things is the deals, by the way.
It is,
These short stays, the getaways, the deals are awesome out there.
Yeah, that's...
Which can be, of course, used to kind of relax and detach from the whole news environment.
Yeah, while supporting local businesses as well, which is really important, that we should be going to the coffee shops, the restaurants, because they rely on us to keep going as well.
Yes, they do. And do you think audiences have become more critical or more cautious about the news they consume during conflicts?
I think they've become smarter in terms of seeing behind the curtain, of understanding how media works. I think when I started in digital journalism, which was kind of the beginning 20 years ago, it was no one, including myself, no one really knew what we were doing in terms of creating Facebook pages.
Yeah, there wasn't much of an awareness, I would say.
Yeah, and people didn't understand what fake accounts and fake news, and I think that kind of started with Facebook, then migrated to Twitter, where I think now, I speak to my sons. My sons are 7 and 9. My 9-year-old, he talks about AI, he talks about fake news. I think he's going to be a future journalist. But he understands the internet in a way that I never did even at that age.
Kids are way more smarter than us.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, but I think that's where brands play a key role as well. Like yourselves, like Gulf News, that if people know it and trust it, then it feels like a safe place to go for information, which is really important. I think social media, I think everyone probably agrees now, it feels like the Wild West. And we are seeing, bans on mobile phones, social media in some countries, Australia, I think the UK is starting to do it now, other European countries, because I think they're starting to see that information can be dangerous if it isn't verified and it isn't checked. And it's just an onslaught of content that, as you say, you don't know if it's AI slop, if it's a fake account, if it's people with an agenda as well, which is even more dangerous, especially times of conflict like we have now, that we see a lot of things on social media and we have to check it out. And we know that's come from somewhere that has an agenda against the UAE. And that's really important that we are there to vet that information. But people going just to social media without that understanding, it can be really dangerous. And I think we are partly seeing that in some of the issues around the world at the moment.
But with the rise of numbers that you have shared for Gulf News, I think people are more smart, as you said now, and they are coming back to have a look at the verified, accurate news more than relying on those fake things that are out there.
Yeah.
And Mark, in times of uncertainty, moving on, language becomes crucial. So how do you ensure that reporting remains responsible, balanced, and it doesn't unintentionally escalate tensions?
Yeah, I think that's a really big focus in we have a morning meeting every morning, obviously. And that's a real big focus for us when we talk about the agenda for the day and the content coming, that we want to be in a position where we can tell people information, but in a very matter-of-fact way, but with an element of humanization around it to make sure it's not just doom and gloom. It's not just, this is, we don't know what's going to happen with the peace talks. We try and put some experience behind it and some explanations behind it to say there's a lot of fake information out there, but there's also a lot of hyperbole out there as well. from
Dramatic.
from all parties as well, from the governments, from the US part, Iranian part. That's just part of conflict, that you're going to get this information that comes out that sounds big, it sounds scary, and if you just read that on its own, it is daunting. It will give people anxiety. So we need to have that balance where we can try and explain of why these things happen, why people are saying what they are saying, why people are acting how they are acting, and that tries to give some context around it so people can feel that they're not just getting told the news, but they are getting some depth to it as well. And people might not see
Which is very
that.
important.
Yeah, 100%, especially now where we don't know what's going to happen. And people ask me all the time, what's going to happen next? I wish I knew, but all we can do is try and explain where the chess pieces are in a way, and what we think is happening and why these things are happening at this moment in time. And obviously with the UE leadership as well, they put out a lot of information, which really helps as well, kind of clarify situations, which is really important as well. So we put a lot of onus on that, of when those statements, quotes, information comes out, we give that a lot of presence so that it can give readers an understanding of where this country is positioning itself also.
Right. And Mark, for young journalists or media professionals watching today or listening to us, what advice would you give them about working in high-pressure environments like we are now?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think one is you have to love the job. You have to love media. I left journalism for around about a couple of years ago, and I didn't realize how much I missed it until I came back. And even at times like this, which we don't want, it feels like an honor, it feels like a privilege, it feels like an exciting job to do. And I think that's the key thing, is like for all industries really, if you want to do it, make sure that you really love it and that it's something that you understand.
Yeah, they do say that if you like what you do, it doesn't feel like a day working.
Yeah, it does. Every time I walk into the Gulf News newsroom each morning, I still get kind of a tingle. I still get kind of like my hair stands up. I feel kind of excited, and because there's nothing like a newsroom. And as you're saying, kind of, how do we deal with things during the conflict? A newsroom it's a team of people. That's what makes it so exciting, that people pull together at tough times. And you actually have a lot of friends, a lot of colleagues. Everyone has jokes and things still has that atmosphere. So I think if you want to get into this industry, make sure you love it. Make sure that you understand that sometimes it is long hours. It is hard work.
Not sometimes, I would say, especially these days. Yeah.
You do get criticism. It's a very public-facing job.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people will like what you do. Some people won't like what you do. But you just got to believe in what you do. So I think if you have that excitement, that belief, and that energy, I think it's a brilliant job to do. I'd recommend it to anyone.
Believe in what you do. This is a great one from you. And now finally, as things continue to evolve, what role do you think media should play in the coming weeks, especially when there is uncertainty still on the surface that we see, but also a need for stability?
Yeah, I think our role is, one, to continue to tell the truth of what the situation is and try to keep explaining that. But the other role is that we are really proud of where we live in the world. And, this week I think we've done a great job of covering the schools going back, and we've had some amazing videos and photos of kids and teachers smiling, and parents probably smiling even more. We've had Global Village open.
Yes.
And the excitement around that. And what I'm really hoping, or we get so excited now, is all the other reopenings, all the excitement's going to come. We know that times have been hard, but we also know that nowhere bounces back like this place. And that's the hope, that's the excitement, that's what we want to do next. And our role in that is to be that platform that allows people to see that happening, and give those companies, organizations, schools a platform to shout about what they're doing, because we all know that everyone's doing a lot behind the scenes to keep going, to reinvent themselves, to get ready for the big bounce back. It's our role now to be a platform to tell those stories.
It is. And as you said, it's really good to see life coming back to normal, despite the fact that we are still in a temporary ceasefire. So imagine once we do have the ceasefire, and how are things going to look like? Just amazing and great once again.
Yeah, I think it will come back quickly. I think yeah, there's nowhere like Dubai, like Abu Dhabi, like the UAE. We've seen before, obviously the financial crisis, COVID.
And we've seen GCC overcome it
Yeah.
right away. So
Yeah, I mean, and as you say, we don't know what happens next. It's a temporary ceasefire, but I think we all live with optimism and hope, and we can see the energy as well. I think driving around the city now, it feels a little bit different. You can start feeling some energy coming back. We actually had our first big event last night, Women in Leadership event at Taj on the Palm. And it was great seeing 200-300 people in person doing an event, getting excited, and you could feel the energy in the room of we're ready to come back. We just need a bit more certainty, but hopefully, touch wood, over the next few days, weeks.
yeah,
we'll see
inshallah,
that.
we hope so. And as
Inshallah.
you said, let's just be optimistic and just, kind of like be ready
Yeah.
for good things to come
Yeah.
as we are. Thank you so much for joining us, Mark. It
Thank
was
you.
really great
My pleasure.
talking to you. And you've given us so much clarity. And while the media has responsibility to inform, it's also an industry, you said, navigating its own challenges. And in times like these, of course.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And to our listeners, staying informed is important, but is understanding the effort and responsibility behind the news you consume. So stay with us for more conversations here on Midday Majlis. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midday Majlis with myself, Sahar Mushtaq, on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Before we dive in, remember that you can catch us live on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and Telegram, and our podcast is available on all your favorite platforms as well. Now, isn't it interesting that you're listening to Midday Majlis, and today it gets even better and even more majlisi. We've got Ratib Rabi, the founder of Founders Majlis, joining us. So that's right, it's a majlis within a majlis today. We'll be talking about how his platform is helping founders connect, scale, and turn ideas into real action. Ratib, welcome to Midday Majlis.
Thank you, and thank you for this wonderful introduction. A majlis inside a majlis.
Isn't it?
It's
interesting.
It's very interesting, actually.
Yeah. So, Rata, before we dive into the Founders Majlis here at Midday Majlis itself, I would like to hear a bit about your journey and what exactly inspired you to get into startups and venture building.
Sure. 5 years ago, I started Intersect Innovation Hub in Palestine with Bank of Palestine. There was a big challenge in starting any founder-led innovation hub at that time without donor funding. It was a fully private sector funding. And we started in the city of Ramallah. Then we moved to Nablus, Hebron. And the situation was fantastic at that time, and we started helping founders from all over the country. Then we decided that in order for founders to scale and grow, we need to come to the UAE. Mm-hmm. The UAE was very welcoming, Sahar, and we rented the Museum of the Future in 2022, and we flew in around 25 Palestinian founders for an investor pitch that day. Then with our partners at the DIFC, we also moved for the second day during that time. So our testing ground was fantastic because most of the startups and founders, when they came, they registered. After that, we were so lucky to connect with Dubai Chambers, and they did a business-to-business matching. So all of the founders that are more of at growth stage and scale managed to register companies and start businesses here. So when we went back home, we found out that most of the people that participated in this journey, I'm going to call it journey, managed to flip their lives and startups. They scaled. They now have companies registered here, registered in Abu Dhabi, registered in the region. And they have like significantly started working on their income generation, hiring new talent, hiring people. So to me, I've been involved in this for more than 10 years. I just mentioned 4 of them.
But you've actually started it here a couple of years ago. So like about 3.5?
I don't want to mix these two things together. So basically, I ended up my tenure with Intersect almost in December. And from December to now, we started the Founders Majlis.
Right. So now, please tell us what exactly inspired you to start Founders Majlis. And the name itself is very interesting. So give us a little bit of background of it, please.
To be honest, the Majlis is always something intriguing to locals
Inviting.
and
Yes.
internationals, very inviting. And in Ramadan, we managed to see during the past 2 years the Iftar Majlis and the Majlis after Iftar. And we found out that people meet, speak,
Network.
freely,
Yeah.
network.
During these Majlis
Absolutely.
events.
You're absolutely correct. So we found we touched it. In this country, we really touched a Majlis. And what does a Majlis mean? So since December, we launched actually our company, a new company, my partner and I. It's called Al Wasl Ventures.
Right.
So the story of the Majlis comes from Al Wasl Ventures. What does Al Wasl Ventures, why Al Wasl? It's fantastic that we got to know that Dubai's previous name is not Dubai, it's Al Wasl. So later on, it was named Dubai. So we fell in love with the name Al Wasl because Al Wasl in Arabic means networking, connecting. So to us as founders, this is where it comes from, networking, connecting. So we started with Al Wasl Ventures. Al Wasl Ventures has 3 programs. One of them is 7 Ventures. 7 Ventures is mentoring Emirati founders. We did not launch this program yet. We wanted to launch it in December and January, but due to the situation, we decided to pause this program and launch our second program, the Founders Majlis.
Right.
So what happened is Hub 71 was very welcoming in Abu Dhabi, and we managed to launch a month ago our first chapter in the capital of capitals in Abu Dhabi.
Interesting.
It was during Ramadan.
And when you first launched in Abu Dhabi, I think it was last month, was it?
It was last month in Ramadan.
So it was in the middle of all this regional tensions going on, right?
Absolutely.
So yet founders were still very much invested and interested in being part of this. So was it a bit of a challenge, or how did it go? Was it easy to do this at this point of time?
Easy, no. Challenging, yes, but it was fantastic. So basically how we do it is we connect with founders through the accelerators and hubs and through our LinkedIn. So we have 2 forms of communication.
Right.
So our host, normally we put a majlis inside an already existing organization, and we choose that for a reason is we want people that are outside the programs to come in and meet people inside the programs of accelerators, business incubators. Because if you hear the numbers, you're going to be surprised. For an acceleration program, I'm going to use examples of Hub 71, Shira, and any other place in Dubai as well. They receive more than 3,000 applications per cohort. Only 30 are selected. What will happen to the remaining?
Such a huge number.
It is. What will happen to the remaining founders? They're going to start finding another destination, another location. So we decided to build the Majlis in order to be welcoming for all the founders, to connect with the accelerators, to have a normal conversation with them without an application, to seek advice from other founders. And the magic happens in networking events. We are not an event, but we're a platform. And I'm going to tell you about Abu Dhabi because we started the conversation about Abu Dhabi. It was challenging times. And we chose to launch it now. If you remember, I just said we wanted to launch this later and 7 Ventures first. So we launched the Majlis during these times because there was a need. Founders needed to connect with each other. Founders needed to connect with business support centers, accelerators, incubators. So in Abu Dhabi, our host, Hub 71, and special thanks to Ahmad Alwan, the CEO, they offered us Ramadan Iftar for the founders, and they offered us the space, the support, and everything. We had a successful launch. Our eye was on 12 to 15
It
founders.
was definitely a great start.
We had 25 founders attend during these rough times, and that was a message. And we specifically launched it in these times that business as usual. And to be honest, nothing was scary. On the contrary, we were so happy that 25 founders came, they met. The meeting was supposed to be for 1 hour and a half. It lasted for almost 3.5 hours. All the founders never knew each other. They never met before. Now they are connected.
So that was very engaging, just from the beginning of it, right?
It was engaging and inspiring. 2 or 3 weeks of regional tension, and we met. To me, that was successful. A successful launch and a successful message. It's a strong message that business as usual, and we came to this country to build, to create, to establish better lives. And we continue to do that. And to be honest, the country is supporting us in every possible way.
It is indeed. And especially them hosting you with having you come over for iftar, right? So isn't that very hospitable? I mean, the whole GCC, I would say, is very much into hospitality, and they're very welcoming when it comes to anything. And of course, this was a great initiative. And there are so many startup events out there from what we know, but Founders Majlis seems different because you were able to actually bring together those founders around the time of uncertainty. So what makes it truly stand out? And can you share an example of a connection or collaboration that came out in this unique, environment, and it sort of is ready to make big?
We're still at our early stage, to be honest, but I'm going to tell you how inspiring it is. When we bring the founders, most of them, as I mentioned, never met. So what happens is we put on a screen one slide only. Where are you stuck right now? How can we help you? That's it. This is the essence of the Founders Majlis. So people provide us, where are they stuck right now? So we got to know the startup, the founder, what they are doing, and where are they going, and how can we help them? So basically, the Majlis is, how can I help you?
Right. And you're also linking them up with, I guess, the global investors and diaspora capital. So why is this international reach so important for founders in the region right now?
People come to us, as you mentioned, because we launched, let me put a little bit of history in Founders Majlis. It is not only one Majlis. We launched in Abu Dhabi. We successfully also launched in Dubai last week with the support of Dubai Chambers. It was fantastic. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, I was about to ask you.
We'll leave it to your question.
Okay, sure.
And we are launching, inshallah, in Sharjah soon. So that will end up with 3 majlises in Dubai. My partner is launching one in Palestine, in Ramallah. We're launching in Hebron as well in Palestine. We're launching in Amman, Jordan. And we're launching one in Syria. So now we're creating a network of majlises.
Are there any plans of growing in the GCC?
True. After we finish Syria, we're going to launch in, we're in talks right now to launch in Qatar, and we're planning to launch in Saudi Arabia. But we want to make it happen around regional, huge conferences. So because founders are there and seize the opportunity because they're there. So let us imagine in 1 year, our plan is to have at least 10 to 15 majlises with 50 to 100 founders in each. So you are going to have an army of founders connected locally
Trying
and
to
globally.
build and grow. Yeah, that's great.
And
You're going to be facilitating that soon.
I'm
inshallah.
working on it. And to be honest, why do people love it? Founders Majlis participation for founders is free. We're still at our early stages, and as I mentioned, but we're looking for government grants to run it and sponsorships. We're not actively looking because we're still, piloting, testing. Our pilot succeeded. Now we're gonna continue to launch and support founders. So when you mentioned a story, two of the people sitting in Abu Dhabi in front of each other on the table, they never met. When they introduced their company and their problem, we found out that the person sitting in front of them can solve their problem. It's about an advice on registration. And it's an answer that they couldn't find online. It had to come from experience because it's about a company working in waste management. And so their problem was solved in the Majlis in less than a minute after they did an intro.
Interesting. Well, that's great. And when you first started the launch that took place in Abu Dhabi, things were really fresh, like the whole regional tension just sort of like kicked in right then. But then you recently launched in Dubai when things got even more heated up and there was lots of uncertainty. And I ran into your post on LinkedIn, or I guess some founders' post, who did mention Founders Majlis, and she was very excited to be a part of it. So I'm just thinking that now, around this time, how did you get the Dubai chambers to kind of associate and do this with you, like launch another one here in Dubai?
Dubai chambers are a very outgoing chambers. It's not a typical chambers. I've dealt with so many chambers in my life. The people working there are the most positive people and problem solvers on earth. I dealt with them, as I mentioned previously, almost 2 or 3 years ago when we did a business-to-business matching. So what happened is I pitched the idea to them that after we launch Abu Dhabi, we're going to launch Dubai and seek their advice, seek their approval to be hosted there. So instead of only hosting it there, they partnered with us to make it happen, to make the event a success. We actually posted only 2 days before the Majlis. We opened the registration because we do screening and filtering in order to make sure that all people in the Majlis are like-minded. So it's by invitation only. It's not open for anybody to come. We have to know who's sitting in that room. And it has to be, a valid reason. Why is this founder there?
True.
And Dubai Chambers, it was phenomenal. 35 people attended, between 35 and 40. Nobody left the room for 3.5 hours. Only 2 people came in late because it was a definite time of uncertainty to all of us. We thought the Majlis will not happen.
Yeah, because a lot of huge events are being cancelled. So this one being first of its kind, probably here in Dubai,
True.
and to gather that number, to come together, to network, and to, kind of like share ideas, pitch their businesses was a great thing.
People
right?
came from, if I tell you where an amazing founder came from, you're going to be surprised. She came from Fujairah to attend the Majlis.
Wow.
Another founder came from Abu Dhabi, and he was telling us, I was driving and I received the text message. So
The alert?
The alert. So we go
Okay.
like, and he goes like, I followed instructions. I continued driving to the safe place, and I am here in the safe place. Another one two actually came from Sharjah.
So there was just a lot of enthusiasm there, right?
Enthusiasm was filling the room.
Right.
And to me, how do we succeed? When we bring people who never met together under one roof. And to be honest, Dubai Chambers offered great support to all the founders that are not part of their programs. What happened is we did a presentation because most of them do not know what Dubai Chambers offers.
Mm-hmm.
They know what they can see on the website. But what you see on the website and in real life, it's completely different. People can see on the website the way they grasp things. And some people came and said, I've been trying to register my
the
company.
ads always look inviting.
Exactly.
They do. Yeah.
And so one person came and said, I'm trying to register my startup and company. I am confused between mainland and free zone.
Mm-hmm.
We go like, and he goes like, Google didn't help me. I was unable to do it. Even business support centers were not able to help him because his idea was very, very very fresh, very unable to determine exactly where it goes. But at the end of the day, he was going to land several government funding and support, etc., etc. So the immediate advice was go for mainland. It happened inside the room. So he was like, now what next? He got an appointment with, and now we're preparing to launch in Al Sharjah. We're finalizing the details with our partner in Al Sharjah. We will announce it once ready, inshallah. And Ajman.
We wish you all the more
Thank you.
success, and we hope that the founders, they can build what they want to, they can grow together, and of course, this is the time to probably connect with others to get more ideas running and going in order to come up with something. Because you see, when in COVID as well, like great ideas came in right then.
Absolutely.
And now they exist, and life only
Absolutely.
progressed. So you never know what future holds. It might just be great things coming our way.
We will
right?
work for it.
We will, definitely. Together we will have to. And before we wrap up, Ratib, is there any final piece of advice you would like to give to someone who is just starting out and hoping to scale successfully?
Absolutely. Never back down, because it's not about the product, it's about the solution always, and the person behind the solution tailoring it. So never back down, reach out, network. We did the Majlis because it's not an event inside an event. It's the place where founders meet and connect and network and grow. So reach out to us, reach out to any of our partners. They are fantastic. All doors are open here. The country is built for business. And inshallah, success.
And this is the big business hub. So,
It
of
is.
course, it has to keep growing despite of whatever happens, right? And is happening. We are seeing
True.
people being very interested and invested, and they want to do something even now. So they're not backing off, which is great. So they should keep going, as you said.
Absolutely. And let
Absolutely.
me wrap up with the final thing. Thank you for the invitation to your studio.
Thank you so much for bringing in your majlis to ours. I think it was a great discussion that we've had.
Indeed, your Majlis is in an amazing place. I was in this building 2 years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't like this. It's very welcoming. It's full of life. And to be honest,
Lots of green around us as well. Very refreshing vibes.
is
So.
it's a jungle inside, and lots of entrepreneurs when I was walking in are working.
It's a jungle inside. Well, that's
It's a
something. of
beautiful
first
green
time.
jungle.
It's a beautiful green jungle.
Thank you, Sahar.
Okay, and we are here, right in the middle of it.
Absolutely.
And thank you so much once again, Ratib. It was really lovely talking to you on Midday
you, Sahar.
Majlis. We wish you all the best with your founders, Majlis.
Thank you.
All right. And to everyone watching or listening, as Ratib said, keep building, keep connecting, and stay tuned for more meaningful conversations right here on Midday Majlis. This is myself, Sahar Mushtaq, signing off. Goodbye for now. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Tully, and you are listening to Crossroads and Mira Business FM in collaboration with Middlesex University, Dubai. And I'll get this out of the way right up front. You can search for us on Mira Business FM, which you probably are right now. And you can also find us online at all the usual platforms, such as YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Amazon, you name it. My usual co-host, Dima Magalse, is unfortunately not able to be with us this week, but all you Dima fans, do not fear. She's out there listening, and she'll be back with us next week. But we, Dima and I spiritually, me physically here in the studio, are thrilled to welcome our guest today, Tala Badri, who is the founder of the Center for Musical Arts. Tala, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for inviting me. This is very exciting.
You are the first musician. We try to cover the whole spectrum of the arts. You're the first musician we've had with us, and I'm so excited to be able to talk music. We are honored. You are not only our first musical guest, which means you're going to have to do a number two at some point, but you're also the first Emirati woman to graduate with a degree in music. Let's talk about that for a second. Where did you study?
Well, I was born and brought up in Dubai.
Okay.
And when I was at school, I loved music. And so I was taking that path. And I really wanted to go away to music college. And I was really lucky to get a scholarship from the government here to be able to go away and study music, which I did. And I was told that if we do this for you, you have to promise to come back and do something with it. So
fair trade.
Fair trade. Here I am. But actually, when I came back after graduating, I couldn't get a job in music. I couldn't really do anything. So I did what most people do and found a job. I worked in a bank for a bit. Then I worked in an FMCG company for about 12 years. And it wasn't until 2005 that I left all of that and set up a music school, which is Centre for Musical Arts. And this coming September, we celebrate 20 years.
Congratulations. Now, first of all, where did you study?
I studied in London.
At which school?
I was at Royal Holloway, University of London.
Okay, and what specifically? I know you studied music, but what's your field in music?
I play the piano and the flute, but my heart is in teaching. So, generally,
Now, okay, I'm very happy you're on right now. We're going to talk about the initiative, that and what you're doing right this summer, for instance, at the center, as well as celebrating the 20th anniversary. Which again, hearty congratulations on that. But we're always talking on this show about the industry, the intersection of the industry and the arts. It is business radio. We're talking about the business of the arts in this region. And that is something I do want to touch on with you, but also because of recent events and the way things are going, also just not just the business side, but the crucial need for the arts. And we had a guest 2 weeks ago, a guy named J.M. DeMatteis, who writes comic books, he writes novels, animated films, about superheroes usually. But his take on it is always there's a very spiritual take, for lack of a better word. And I was saying to JM that I'd wanted him on the show for a long time, but now more than ever, I wanted him on the show because of that spiritual take. Because writing is a genre of stories where it's people in brightly colored suits beating each other up. His emphasis on what is the right thing to do, what to do, and there's a healing aspect to it. And I think music, far more than any of the other arts, has that healing quality. And I do think in the research I've done about the center, I think that is something you stress. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. And I think a lot of people think that we only teach children, but we teach children and adults. I mean, music transcends all boundaries, whatever it is, wherever you're from, however old you are, you can use music to just really help you release stress. So we have a lot of kids, predominantly kids, that come to us for music lessons. But more recently, because of the situation, we're about to launch next week, actually, a whole set of holistic music workshops, particularly for adults. And this came from a chance meeting I had with a lady who showed me a YouTube video called Auntie's Drumming.
Auntie? Like auntie and uncle?
Yeah. And
I didn't know if it's anti-drumming.
So if you
ANTI.
go to YouTube and you Google aunties drumming, it will come up with a room full of Chinese ladies, sort of middle-aged, older age Chinese ladies, all having a go on a drum kit, all together at the same time, just really whacking these drum kits, getting all their stress out. And she said, I would love to do that. And I looked at it and I thought, this is awesome. If you are overwhelmed and stressed and you just want to hit something, I've heard of smash rooms, but if you can go in and learn how to play the drums in a couple of hours and just beat out some tunes, that would be so cool. So we're launching that.
What a positive way to get rid of stress.
Isn't it great?
Yeah.
But alongside that, we're also going to launch some other workshops. They're a little bit more sort of soothing and sedate. A lot of people do yoga and Pilates and that sort of thing. We're going to do that sort of thing, but with music. So, learn how to play just a few tunes on the piano. You don't need to have ever played before, but just some mindfulness whilst finding keys on the piano and just playing something. We're doing a singing program just for mindfulness and stress release as well. So these are all programs we're going to do for adults just to kind of support people going through what is a very uncertain time at the moment.
Yeah. My parents made me take piano lessons when I was a little kid. And I
made you?
Hated it. Did it for several years, stopped in a huff, a very dramatic huff, and then a few years later started doing it on my own. Not taking lessons, doing it on my own. Of course, I couldn't have done it but for those lessons. And now it is the greatest stress reliever I have, especially over the past few weeks. If I can get near a keyboard and play it for a while, you turn off that conscious mind. It is, as you said, it's like Pilates, it's like yoga.
It is, and it balances both hemispheres of your brain, and that's what you need when you're stressed and overwhelmed is, if the right side is overworking, you need a little work from the left side just to balance everything. So just to create that sense of peace. And a lot of people say, music gives you skills, it gives you soft skills. Well, actually, it gives you all sorts of skills across the board, whether it is social skills, whether it is organizational skills. We work with a lot of business people with voice, trying to get them to project, and if you learn how to sing, you can stand up in front of people and project.
That's fascinating. I never would have thought of that. Business people would come to you for public speaking.
Absolutely.
And they would study what? Opera, singing?
No, just learning how to project your voice and how to intonate and how to do that sort of thing. It's the same with actors. It's the same sort of thing. You do acting through voice or singing through acting. You kind of look at all of that, but you can use that in a business perspective. How many business people have to get up in front of conferences, in front of boardrooms and give presentations? And what do you need to be able to do that? Well, yes, you need to be able to be calm and know your stuff, but you need the right voice to project. So I think a lot of people don't understand the correlation between using music to help you with all of these other skills that you need in your everyday life, and a lot of it for business.
Yeah, and you mentioned a little while ago the drumming as well.
Yes.
And this will date me. When I was a teenager, I was very into the Grateful Dead. Remember the band? And the drummer of that band, a guy named Mickey Hart, wrote a great book called, and had an instructional video, Drumming at the Edge of Magic, about how drumming can put you in a trance state.
Yeah.
And for therapy, really. And I think it's not too far different from, say, sound therapy. It is sound therapy, correct? It's just a different...
It's just a different way of doing it. If you want it to be more physical, then it's an ideal way to do that.
I think a lot of people are resistant because of the skill. They think they need to develop the skill set.
You can develop a skill set at any age.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even more than that, would you say that even somebody who, for instance... doesn't want to. Maybe they're very busy in their day-to-day work, but they want that therapy aspect of it. Would you say that there's something for them at the center?
There is, absolutely. You just need to take half an hour out of your day. That's all you're asking for. Okay, if you want to learn how to play an instrument, yes, you're going to need to give it a lot more. Developing a skill needs practice. But if you want to do something that just eases you, that just gives you that relaxation, then yes, absolutely, you can do that as well.
Yeah. Now, kind of related to that question, You're the music expert, not I. I'm just the music fan, music admirer, let's put it that way, an occasional dabbler. But you could make the claim that music is just the arrangement of sound, correct? The artful arrangement of sound. And that's why I saw that with sound therapy and then on to music therapy, it's not too great a leap. Now, people who would come to your center also, I don't think there's a person in the world who doesn't love music. I think that you can make a sweeping claim. It's like the same way that people like food. They like music.
It's the first language you learn.
That's
as
a
a
good
child, what do you hear? You hear your parents singing a lullaby or humming or doing cooing sounds. It's the first thing you learn as a language is music.
So is there, what's your favorite type of music?
I love an enormous range of music. I will tell you the only music I don't like is EDM.
I don't even know what that is.
Electronic dance music. That is the one thing I really, really dislike.
Okay, then I've got to have a follow-up question. Why?
It's just that's just noise. To me, that's just noise.
Okay,
and there's too
enough.
much. But it's a very personal thing. Everybody likes lots of different things.
Yeah.
Some people like classical music, especially more sort of old classical music because it's quite structured. Some people like pop tunes because it has a tune. Some people hate jazz because it doesn't have any structure in some cases, or it's just a little bit wild. Everybody has a preference.
Yes.
And
how do you, as a music teacher, cater to that wide spectrum?
I'm very open to teaching. I mean, I have a lot of students. Some come in and they just want to learn. I just want to play a particular piece. I want to learn a classical piece. Some come in and want to learn a particular pop song. The thing is, you use technique to play all of them.
That's interesting. So there is a universal technique.
Absolutely, yes. So you can play a pop song on the piano, but you still need to have the finger technique to be able to do that. You have to still have your hands in the right position. You still have to be able to get around the keys in the same way. Similarly on the flute, you still need to know how to blow correctly and how to create a nice tone and how to move your fingers. So you can play whatever you want. The technique is the same. Perhaps singing is different, because singing opera is very different to singing pop songs, to very different to singing rock songs, but you still learn the same technique in terms of breathing.
So can we talk about what you do at the center, like in terms of, say I tomorrow wanted to come to the center and enroll and learn. Would I start by learning that technique? The technique, because what made me think of that was that you just said, well, singing is different. Yeah. So say I wanted to learn singing, but I didn't want to learn drumming. Are there different classes, or is there a general curriculum?
Well, we have different teachers, so we have different specialists. So if you wanted to learn how to sing opera, we would put you with an opera
and
specialist.
That's an option.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't have to. Nobody has to worry that I'm going to go for that. But I'm just saying,
Why not?
It's nice to know that that's an option.
You have a nice deep voice. Why not?
Okay, I'm doing it.
But if you wanted to learn rock singing, we don't have a specialist in rock music, but we do have a specialist sort of contemporary pop, that sort of thing. So we would kind of guide you towards them.
Interesting. Can we talk about that for a second? Yeah. I'm fascinated by the shifting terrain of music. As you said, there's all sorts of music. There's people who love jazz, and some people love Louis Armstrong, and some people might love Miles Davis, and they're very different. Yes. So jazz is not an all-encompassing label. And when I was a kid, rock was very popular, but rock seems to have gone the way of jazz. It belongs to history now. It's not current. Yes. Current pop music is something very different. If somebody's listening to, say, Taylor Swift or who's somebody else who's very big right now, we'll just go with that. What is the nature of contemporary pop? And because you said that, I think that somebody could study that, for instance, vocals in contemporary pop at the center.
Yeah, and the way you would sing it would be very different to how you would sing opera. So in terms of how you would breathe, how you would enunciate your consonants and your vowels, how you would use your mouth, what part of your face you would sing in. Now, I'm not a singing specialist, so I apologize.
No, I'm not asking you to go into the details. It's just, I'm thinking more as somebody on the outside, a prospective customer of the center, who is interested in music but doesn't know which way they want to go yet.
Well, they can come in for a trial. And they can trial all of these things and decide, I really quite fancy that. I mean, you could come in and say, I really want to learn an instrument, but I'm not sure. I quite fancy the guitar or the drums or the trumpet, all very different. Well, come and try them out and see which one speaks to you.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And you are, I don't think I want to talk about it just yet. We'll go into the details of what the initiatives this summer. I want to get more of a big picture view of the center. You started it 20 years ago. Was it your initial brainchild?
It was, yeah.
And what's the mission statement overall?
Bringing music to everyone.
Oh, beautiful.
That is our tagline. That is our mission.
Clearly, you're now in your 20th anniversary. It's working. You are bringing music to everyone.
We try.
You said something, I think, correct me if I misheard, that you have more young people than adults currently going there.
Yes.
But that the idea is that it is truly open to everybody.
Absolutely, yes.
And so what is the youngest age of people? 4. And this would be, again, across all the classes.
You can only do certain instruments at that sort of age. It's very difficult to teach a 4-year-old. It's not impossible, but it is difficult.
I know that I sent my 4-year-old daughter to piano lessons. It didn't work out. I told her, you're going to love it later, but she wasn't buying it, and she's still not buying it. So.
Yeah, you need them to be able to sit and concentrate, and some are very good at it. Some kids are far more mature and developed in terms of being able to concentrate and focus on doing that sort of thing.
There are some kids who are born loving music. Born with an aptitude for music, let's put it that way. I think everybody is born loving music. That was a stupid way to put it. There are people born with an aptitude, a talent for it, just like there are people born with a talent for math. But the point is that you want everyone to embrace it because everyone loves it.
Yes.
Whether they have the aptitude or not.
Absolutely. And bringing music to everyone for us doesn't mean teaching everyone music. It can mean bringing music in terms of concerts and events and, sort of teaching people how to be a really good audience member, for example, and learning how to appreciate that. So
I've been reading more and more about how that's a skill that does have to be learned. You wouldn't think it is, but apparently audiences are getting very unruly at live performances, and it's especially in theater. It's becoming very divisive. Fist fights breaking out in the theater because people cannot listen quietly.
Yes.
So do you actually offer courses on how to be?
We don't, but you would think that by teaching people certain instruments, or if they come to concerts, you can sort of lead them down the right path.
Yeah. Is there, in terms of the music education, this relates back to a conversation we had last night. We had a filmmaker on who is also a film teacher, and his short film is hopefully going to be up for the Oscar as a short film next year, so it's doing very well with that. But our focus, because I also teach, is on, and you do too, so we should bring it along that way as well. Part of the focus of our conversation was a gap in education. And I think, it's one thing to say, let's use film as an analogy. It's one thing to say, okay, I want to make movies. I want to learn how to turn on the camera. And that's great. But if you don't understand the history of film and of everything that's been done in film for the past 100, 150 years before now, it doesn't matter how good your technical skills are. So in a way, we've been talking about the technical skills of music. And so I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on music education in a broader sense. And that means, what I'm saying, music history.
Yeah, and it's not just music history. It's the ability to, ear training, for example, is so important. The ability to listen to it. Music appreciation is really important. If you're playing a piece of music, certainly with some of the students I teach, if we're learning specific classical music, it's really interesting to understand, A, about the composer, B, the story behind the piece that was written. And it's the same for pop tunes, to be honest. Sometimes some are written for a reason. And what else was happening at that time? So if we were doing Debussy, for example, I would ask them, do you know what an impressionist is? An impressionist painter. And they, and if they didn't, we would look at some pieces and I'd say, well, what do you notice? And they would say, oh, it's all a little bit ethereal. It's all very dreamlike. And I said, well, and what do you think about this piece? Well, the piece is the same. So it helps them kind of connect a little bit in terms of what you're seeing, what was happening at the time with all the arts, not just with music, and why that person composed in that sort of style. And it's the same with pop music. Some songs are written for a reason. And if you find the reason behind it, you can actually put that emotion into it when you're playing. So yes, it's the history, the background, the appreciation, the information behind what it is that you're playing is really important. And we don't teach it as a class as such at the moment, but it's a really good idea, by the way. You do.
But you employ it in the
we
class.
Do, yes.
It's enormously important.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
I think that is where one of the major flaws in global education in this day and age, that they do not have these sweeping survey courses of history, of government and social history, of art history, of literature history, of music history. You need to know that big picture before any of the individual pieces.
They do
fit.
They do it at tertiary level. So if you go away to college, they do it at that level. But at school, primary, secondary, there are a few schools here actually that are very cross-curricular, and they connect everything that happens.
That's true. That's true. That's a new movement in the past few years. My daughter has that in her school, which I think is
fantastic.
Very good.
So if you're doing physics and you learn about sound waves, and then you go into the music classroom and you actually see it in action, for example. So those sorts of things.
Unit of inquiry. That's what they call it at Greenfield, where my daughter goes.
And we teach there.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Oh, good. I hope Greenfield's appreciating this plug. Unit of inquiry. So it interrelates all the different subjects in a big picture.
Yes, and there are some schools that do that and some schools that do it very, very well. But there are many that don't. But what you described prior to that does happen at tertiary level. So, for example, when my daughter went away to music college, she went to Berklee College of Music in Boston. When she went into her freshman year, she had to do a science, a social science, a psychology, but everything that was related to music, bringing it all together along with the history so that she understood when she came to perform essentially what it was that she was doing. And I thought that was really great. I didn't realize that sort of thing happened.
I'll say this as an American. It's going to sound arrogant, but I also think I got to give props where they're due. The American university system does that well.
Yeah.
And I'm teaching in the UK system, and it's a flaw I see, and I talk about it all the time with my students, so I try to do what you're doing, which is fill it in the class. Yeah. But I also see it going that way in the US too. That's why I say it's a global thing. There's a movement towards specialization and vocational training.
Yeah.
And people are getting much more tunnel vision, focusing on things.
Yeah.
And now is probably not the time to rant about the failures of the educational system. That's not why you're here. But I think it's because we're talking about music education that I think people get daunted and scared by music education because they don't have that big picture. And if somebody is not naturally affiliated with, say, classical music, and somebody says to them, well, Mozart's great, and they don't explain why, and they just say, well, just take my word for it, it's great, and learn this piece of Mozart. They're not going to want to learn that piece. They're not going to see that big picture.
Exactly.
So I think it's fantastic that you are doing that.
Yeah, and I think it just creates that little bit of a link, so if a student comes in, they're learning a Mozart piece, and it happens to be one of his earlier pieces, and I say, do you know that Mozart was the same age as you when he wrote this piece? It would be like, wow, it's something that's really cool. It's a little bit different. I think it's important that they understand that sort of thing. And a little bit more about what they're playing.
Well, it becomes personal. It becomes more passionate too.
Yeah.
And you can see how Bach led to Mozart.
Yeah.
Mozart led to Beethoven. Yeah. Beethoven led to Wagner.
Exactly. And they love it because I take out the iPad and I'm like, this is what he looked like, and let's listen to this. And they're like, ooh, can I press all the buttons? But it's great. It's a different way of encouraging,
Rather than telling him you should learn it because Mozart is great. And people have thought he's great for hundreds of years, and that's it. That's all you need to know.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if we return to contemporary pop music, you don't, because it's contemporary, because it speaks to our age, you don't have to do a hard sell to somebody. You don't need that big picture and context and biographical info to let them know this is a catchy tune.
Yes.
Even though 50 years from now, their kids or their grandkids will think, oh, this is old people music, it's boring.
Oh, no, but they come back And if I'm humming a tune that's currently in the charts, my kids will be like, how do you know that? And I'm like, yeah, it came out in the 70s, by the way. Sort of thing, they they regurgitate everything.
Yes, well, that's that end point of history we're at, where everybody's recycling, too, as well. But I think, and correct me, you're the music expert, not me, but my problem with so much contemporary pop music that you hear on the radio here, or anywhere, not just specifically here, but you hear the same music everywhere in the world to a certain degree, is that it is very, in terms of melody, there's very catchy melodies because they're very simplistic. They're like what used to be commercial jingles when I was a kid, and those were designed to be simple and catchy. So even though you hated them, you couldn't get them out of your head. Yeah. And I think contemporary pop music is the same way. It has incredibly sophisticated layers of production and design. Yeah. But that's a huge ornate bed for a very simple little thing that is distressingly simple. Yes. Am I right in that?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. But sometimes it's not the tune, sometimes it's the rhythm. So, there is music that people automatically relate to or like because they have a rhythm that is very catchy, as opposed to the words or the song,
the words, that's a whole other thing.
I mean, yes, I will say they don't write music like they used to.
But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's even before my time, in the 1960s, with people like Dylan and the Beatles and all the famous names. They were famous names because they wrote challenging, literate lyrics.
Yes, with a good tune.
With a good tune, too, and a good rhythm, too. Yes. I mean, rock and roll was different from Tin Pan Alley in that it was about the rhythm far more than the melody. Cole Porter and Gershwin had ornate melodies, but not a lot of propulsive rhythm. They weren't caring about that. Yeah. Whereas with the Rolling Stones and the Beatles and Dylan, that rhythm became a vital part of it. But they also coupled it with literate, challenging lyrics that challenged the status quo rather than pacifying and reinforcing the status quo, which is what the lyrics do now.
Yeah, and
why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, they're repetitive. I mean, there are some songs that come on the radio, and I'm just like, what is this? You've just sung one phrase 5 times, and everybody thinks it's amazing. What is so amazing about it?
The gist of Bob Dylan's songs is ultimately, what is the nature of existence? What do we think? What is reality? And questioning that. Yes. And is there another way of coming at it?
Yeah.
The gist of every song nowadays is, oh girl, you so fine. I went to the club. We got messed up. Hope I see you again. That's it. It's reinforcing a certain shared reality.
Yeah.
That isn't really reality.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that song had taught us a long time ago that reality is something that's up for grabs.
Yeah.
But everything seems to be reinforcing that certain reality.
Yeah, there are very few songs that really speak to me personally at the moment in terms of if I'm listening to anything contemporary.
What is music that speaks to you? Contemporary or not contemporary?
I love the Beatles. And everybody knows they are I can sing every song. I have all their albums. I have all the books. I've watched every documentary.
The Beatles have passed into a certain place in history like Mozart where you can say the Beatles are great. Yeah. So I'm going to ask you, why? Why do you like the Beatles?
They do have catchy tunes, and they do have really bizarre lyrics during some point of their recording cycle.
Yeah, no, I love that album. I love the way they use the LP album as their medium for expression. Yeah. And that an album like Revolver, you don't you have to listen to it in sequence.
Yes.
And you go from Taxman, this very mundane ranting about taxes, all the way through to Tomorrow Never Knows, which is this mystic vision, and it tells a story of moving from Taxman to Tomorrow Never Knows.
But as a musician, all the things that they utilized and all the different instruments, and they started to go into a little bit of Indian music and a little bit of technology, and I just find it so fascinating.
That endless experimentation within a 3-minute pop song.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. So for me, I enjoy that. But I have to say I do like some of Taylor Swift's songs, and I do like Ed Sheeran.
I'm glad I'm glad you brought up Taylor Swift. Now she's enormously popular, and when I ask people to explain why, and I asked a student recently, and I said, well, because she presents a woman's point of view. And I said, okay, can you elaborate on that? And she said, no, it's just she's honest about a woman's point of view. If you're a woman in the world today, she captures what they're feeling, which is fine. But as a musician, could you elaborate on that? Move beyond that?
As a musician, I think, well, some of her tunes are very catchy, and the way that she actually composes some of her music is really interesting. You can do it as a course, by the way, at college. At one of the British conservatories do a course in Taylor Swift's music, I think. I read it somewhere.
I'm not surprised. I think back in the 60s, they were already offering Beatles and Bob Dylan courses, sort of commenting on current artists.
I can't remember which one.
It's not surprising.
But
I'd just be curious to hear what the...
I think what I find more attractive about her is her as a person and her ethos and how she approaches things. And I think that speaks within her music. I mean, this is going quite deep, but
no, we should. We got the time.
It's going quite deep into her as a person and how she portrays herself and how her music comes across. And she writes some really good tunes.
So you're saying that what you find powerful about her music, besides that she writes good tunes, which is the first building block essential. If she had bad tunes, nobody would be caring about it. But that she honestly and authentically presents herself, or at least the persona she's crafted, as a sustained body of work.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Can you think of anybody else who's comparable in the past, not in the present, in the past, that she might be building on? Because I think nothing comes from nothing. Everything's part of a tradition. That's what's so fascinating to me about studying these sweeping histories of an art form, that everybody's a link in the chain.
I think there are musicians who transcend different eras. Madonna, for example. I mean, I actually love her music, not her recent stuff. I
don't think she does recent stuff.
She has, as in...
I thought she had retired, and then she was at Coachella, and that was a big deal because she came out of retirement. Maybe I just didn't pay attention.
I think the last thing she had was about 10 years ago. So that more, to me, that's more recent. But her old stuff, and then how she moved with the times. So she changed her music to reflect the audience.
Yes.
But also always presented herself as herself. This is what I am. Take it or leave it. This is who I am. But her music also had a lot of good tunes, and she also spoke about a lot of personal things from the point of view of a woman, which I also very similar in that respect, if I kind of had to compare.
I never thought of that link between the two, but you're right. Also, because she didn't write her stuff as much. I think she had a hand in it, but she was more, she would hire people.
She wasn't a singer-songwriter from that perspective, yes.
Yeah, but I think those artists in the pop sphere who endure, there are certain interesting ones over the past decades, like Madonna, like David Bowie, like Bob Dylan, people who constantly reinvent themselves with the times.
Exactly.
Alice Cooper was one I always loved.
Okay.
He didn't really reinvent himself. He kept a very specific persona, but he changed his sound to go with the times. But you take my word for that.
I will.
I won't go into a 10-minute defense of Alice Cooper. Unless, Faraj, you want me to do that? You an Alice Cooper fan? Okay. But okay, that's pop music. So that's interesting. Yeah, you said you liked Ed Sheeran as well. I'd like to talk about other types of music that are out there that appeal strongly to you and that people can study at the center.
Yeah.
Jazz, for instance.
Yes.
You have jazz classes.
Yes, absolutely.
Classical.
Yeah. Opera. Can do. Not many people are interested, though.
Well, certainly not Timothy Chalamet. He got so much press out of that offhand comment.
Yeah.
It certainly struck a nerve.
He did.
I didn't think there was anything offensive. He's just an actor being an actor. Actors aren't they?
But both his parents are in opera.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That must have been an awkward family dinner after that one. Yeah. So that's sad because honestly, weirdly enough, I was always a follower of popular music. And various types. I love the blues, country, rock, and I got more and more into jazz over the past 10 or 15 years. But weirdly, during COVID, and I have no idea why, I started listening to Wagner, the operas of Wagner.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't tell you why, but I found it
very random.
I found it very, I don't know if I'd say soothing, but fascinating. I became obsessed with Richard Wagner's the Ring of the Nibelung operas, studying them, reading books about them. This great book came out called Wagnerism around that time, and that might have sparked it. I don't know. But what would you say is the appeal of opera for those who don't get it?
Oh, you're asking the wrong person
Okay.
because I actually really dislike opera.
And you're honest. Okay. Moving on.
No, I love the music, of opera. I don't like the singing because it's wobbly.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. And of course, people hate Wagner because he was a Nazi, he was a horrible guy. You have to separate the art from the artist. In his case, far more than a lot of people because he was such an awful person. And he was Hitler's favorite. So you don't want to say to people, I love Wagner, because it sounds like you're saying I love Hitler to certain people. But there is the music separate from the artist.
Absolutely.
But I've also said to people, oh, if only somebody like John Lee Hooker and Nina Simone were singing Wagner, I'd love it even more. I don't like that warbly voice.
Yeah.
But people do. So that's why I was wondering if you, but you don't like it either.
I do not, badly.
And during the past month, I weirdly enough found myself listening to Benjamin Britten, the composer.
Oh, really? Okay.
And especially his War Requiem, which is a lot of warbling opera, like you're talking about, and not a lot of catchy tunes in Britten. Sometimes you're thinking, if you get near a melody, start singing it when you hear them going. And yet there's something very powerful and soothing in his case about his music. And I was wondering if you could tell me what you think. Do you have any theories? Do you like Britten at all? Because it's not all opera. I know you don't like opera. We've established that.
I do like some of his music, but I am a classicist at heart.
What does that mean?
Sort of classical and romantic. So we're talking Mozart, Beethoven, going into Brahms, Tchaikovsky.
Anybody pre-Wagner, right? Because for those who aren't educated at all, Wagner is pretty much the break into modern atonal music.
Yes, which I will listen to. I don't particularly love, but if I had a choice, I would choose to listen to that.
Okay. So what would you say then? We'll leave these guys aside. I have no idea. For me, actually, I have very little knowledge of Indian music. I know some Indian music, but I do. Britten, I was listening to Britten, I was thinking there's something reminiscent of Indian music to his. There's something about ritual and repetition, and it gets you into almost a trance-like state. And then all of a sudden the opera singers will come along and jar you out of it, so maybe it doesn't work. But would you say, because we were talking about pop music a few minutes ago, and it is catchy tunes, you were saying, is often a selling point, or a rhythm, a beat you can dance to.
Yeah.
Except in the case of dance music, which you have already established, is up there with opera for you. So what would you say is, I don't know that is it that soothing aspect? A lot of people do find classical music soothing. Mm-hmm. You'll find classical music played in airports, doctors' offices, sometimes spas, to get people soothed in stressful situations.
But some of it is rousing. Some of it is, if you listen to the planets, Mars, the planets, that's definitely not soothing.
Perfect example. Yes. So what is its reason for being, in a way, classical? Or what is its appeal to people? It's not just soothing. It's not just. I think the popular perception is that it's soothing. It's music to put you to sleep.
Yeah.
But there's so much more going on in
Absolutely, and you can take whatever mood you're in and find a piece of music to match it. If you want to be energized, if you want to be soothed, if you're a bit sleepy, if you just want something to help you concentrate, you will find a piece of music in classical music that will match that. So
match every mood.
Absolutely. It's not just, slow, quiet, pianos or little sort of string quartet playing in the background. It's the opposite. You get some enormously huge symphonies that are so moving or so loud that are just, that really get you going.
But for many people, I do find, young people, students, children, etc., it's a hard sell in this day and age because there are no lyrics, because it doesn't tell you what mood to be in.
It depends. So if you are a student or a young person that plays an instrument, it's not as much as a hard sell that you think. So we have an amazing group of students at the Music Centre who play in a wind ensemble, and it's called the Senior Wind Ensemble. And they play all sorts of music. And I'm always really surprised when the band director, who is actually my husband, brings out a new piece of music and they look at it and it's not something that they recognize, but then they play it and they're like, this is cool. This is really different. So recently they've been playing some Arabic fusion music. They've been playing some sort of big wind band stuff that isn't famous, although they're also playing music from West Side Story and The Lion King and that sort of thing. But I'm always surprised at how much they are actually drawn to this other music of no lyrics, of nothing that they've heard before, that is just sounds being put together to make it sound interesting. And I love the fact, and they're all really cool teenagers, by the way. They're all hip and trendy and they like rock, pop, rap, whatever. But they actually really enjoy that. But I think it's because they learn to play an instrument and then they appreciate it a lot more as well.
Well, in a way, you drew an analogy to acting when we first started talking. In a way, they learned how to act and they learned the script. I think you could say, because jazz, for instance, is more like stand-up comedy. It's all in the moment of performance, and you're in the moment and you're improvising, you're performing.
Yes.
Whereas classical music, you're given a script.
Yes.
And you are performing, and there are different interpretations of the script, just like there can be different interpretations of Shakespeare. But you learn the script, and then you find your own way of your own performance within it.
Yeah. And then when you're doing it as a group, as an ensemble, it's incredibly powerful because then you get to hear it. You practice it on your own or you play it, but then you hear it in the larger sense, and it's something completely different.
And so by the way, I should say at this point, you're listening to Crossroads on Mira Business FM. You can find us on all the podcast platforms, Spotify, Apple, Amazon, you name it, we're out there. I was supposed to do that every half hour, so I missed the half hour mark, but getting back to the conversation, which is fascinating. It's fascinating for me. I hope you're okay with me quizzing you on the music like this. You're talking about how great it is that the performers all come together and make this performance of a pre-existing script, but they learned how the meaning of the script. And that, I think, is, I guess what I was talking about. Like, how do you teach that meaning of that script? Because it is, if you give them a song and say, well, it's a slow song and the lyrics are about, her man's left her or his girl's broken his heart, and they can get it. But if you give them a Mozart concerto, for instance, and they have to, there might be his broken heart in that, but you've got to find it. You've got to look for it. How does that work?
That's a really interesting question. Not my job; it's the conductor's job.
Oh, really? Really?
Because I play with the band actually, because I just love playing with them. They really get into it. But I think when the conductor gives out the music and they all read it for the first time and then they start to work on it and then he puts it together and he makes them really listen to each other and splits up the sections and then they play it all together. I think it's learning how to listen to each other. I mean, this is, when people say, you learn soft skills when you're learning music, you don't underestimate the other skills that you learn. It is like being in a company, for example. Here's your sales force, here's your marketing force, and they're going to do a bit, they're going to do a bit. Now we're going to all put it together. Now what do you think? How does it sound? What do you think it means? Stories behind it, I think generally, if there is a story behind it, that will be shared within the group in terms
or
of...
the music can tell the story for itself.
Yeah, the music can tell the stories for itself. But yeah, I think I'm not the best person to ask.
No, it's a fascinating analogy nobody's ever made that I've heard before of an orchestra like a company.
Yeah, we've done some team building with companies where we bring them all in. They've never played an instrument before. They learn how to conduct. So we teach them how to conduct, and we put them in front of the group, and they learn how to conduct them, but how to communicate with them. using body language and eyes and using a conducting stick, and ask them, how does that correlate with how you work as a leader or a team in a company? So we did that for a government company quite recently, and they were blown away as to how that works from that perspective, because it's all about nonverbal communication and how you use that within a company as well, or how you communicate with each other, but also how different parts of a company can communicate with each other, same as different parts of an orchestra or an ensemble, because you've got your percussion, you've got your brass, and you've got your woodwind, and so we did that with a government company quite recently, and they just loved it.
That strikes me as
Yeah.
the best team building exercise
Oh,
for a
it was-
corporate
it
or a
was so
company
much
away
fun.
day
Yeah.
that I've ever heard of. Usually, when I've been on those things, it's all like pin the tail on the donkey or charades and
Oh,
stuff like
no,
that.
how boring.
But this, playing, learning to conduct an orchestra and be in an orchestra,
Yeah.
that's fascinating.
Yeah, we didn't put them on any instruments except percussion, because that's something that you can do, beat a drum or a xylophone, shake a triangle or whatever. So some of them actually opted...
Right, whether you can play the instrument or not, though, you
Yeah.
you can understand the function of
Exactly.
all the sections
Exactly.
within the orchestra.
And some of them, we're talking about heads of departments, senior managers, all sat within the orchestra and got to see from the other side as well, what a conductor does in terms of how they lead each team and then how they bring them all together. So it was a brilliant exercise, and
I'm actually never going to think of a company the same way again,
Yeah.
because I'll always think of that orchestra naturally, and vice versa too. That is
yeah,
really
and there's
fascinating.
some great TED Talks about it as well, actually.
Well, that brings me to another question. As I say, we're on Mira Business FM. There's a plug. And we are a show about the arts on a business network. So the question is always coming up, if you're talking about business, it's self-evident in a capitalist world what their function is. They make money. They generate income for folks and profit. So the question is always there, but you're the arts. What's your function? And we all know that. But what would you say, we talk if we've got a filmmaker on, we talk about that function of film. So what is the function of music in society in your estimation?
Oh, that's a very large question.
Yes, it is. You can just take a small part of it.
It brings, I don't know, it brings
No, wait, you're not talking to the mic. That's why I got
Sorry,
that's why I got
yeah.
the headphones on.
It brings humanity into life. I mean,
No, that's
look,
good.
I'm going to take it from a business perspective. So I run a business. I run an organization that teaches music. Parents or adults, parents decide to send their kids for music lessons. Adults decide to come for music lessons, all of them for very, very different reasons. So some will come because they want to learn a skill. Some will come because they want a new pastime or a hobby. This is Dubai. A lot of people send their kids because they want to be able to turn around and say, "Oh, my kid plays the piano." And some want it so that they get a piece of paper at the end of the day so they can put it on a college application and go somewhere amazing. There is a lot of reasons behind that. But music can bring all of those things to everyone. So it will bring those skills. It will bring you the extra points on a college application. It will bring you that calm and that cognitive aspect. So it goes across everything. So depending on who you are and what you want, music will bring something to you within your life. And I think you have to kind of think of it from that perspective. What I set out to do is offer all of those opportunities for people to be able to do that. I think music is very intrinsic to my life. It is very much part of it. Yes, it's my passion. I made my passion my job, but I made my passion my business. I made it it's an organization. And so I feel that my goal is to be able to provide anybody who wants to do music for whatever reason they want to, they can do that. So it's all encompassing. I think
That's... Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, a lot of people think that, oh, yeah, but sport is very physical. Actually, if you come and play the drums, or if you come and play the saxophone, or if you come and play, you don't understand how much physical energy you use playing a musical instrument as well. So I feel that it is all encompassing, and that's what it brings to life.
And also you give people. I mean, one thing we say, in film is that everybody needs stories. At the end of the day, when they come home at night, they don't want to think about work. They love putting on the TV and watching some streaming show. People love stories. Everybody loves music. Everyone's got Spotify on their phone, for good or bad. And when they're in the car, they listen to the music that they love to listen to. They love it. But the key difference, I think, I always tell people it's very important to generate your own stories, to tell your own stories, to write them down, or to tell them to your kids, to make your own. Very few people do that.
Yeah.
Most of the ones who do it go into film or television, you create them. But it's also equally important and in some ways easier to do to make your own music. Before recording technology, everyone played music by the fire at night after dinner.
Yeah.
They play the music, and they don't do that anymore. But there is that therapeutic quality that you were talking about that's so essential in it. And like you said, everybody can play a sport. Some play well, some play it badly, but everybody can play a sport, and nobody needs to have it argued to them why they should play a sport, because you can talk about the philosophy it builds team ethic and blah, 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 and all that, but it keeps you healthy.
But you get all that and more with music.
Right. Speak about that for a second.
No, but you do. If you're playing a wind instrument, the breathing technique that you use is the same as the breathing technique you use when you're swimming.
Yeah.
And you're still using your muscles to play the instrument. When you're playing the drums, you're using your feet, your legs, you're using both legs, both arms, all at the same time. So when you're playing the violin, same thing. So you get the same things that you get in sport.
Most musicians tend to look physically fit when you think about it. And there's a reason for that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if, at this time more than ever, I want to talk about what the initiative this summer. And I don't want to do that before we've run out of time and our little blues theme comes on. So you said you've just announced an extension of your special offers through May. I want to get back to what we were talking about and the function of music in society, but I don't want us to run out of time before we talk about this too, because you have this press release out, which is I was looking at before the show started. Can you talk a little bit about this, about what you're offering to the public right now?
Obviously, with the conflict and what's happened for the last 7 weeks, it's been really, really difficult, not just for us, but for everybody. So we wanted to make it easy for people to try and continue music lessons, or if they really want to start music as an outlet for the stress or the overwhelm, or just start something new because they feel that they want to. We have different offers. So we would normally charge a full term ahead for lessons, and what we're doing is we're just breaking that up and saying, we will do that month by month just to help people. We've got a book sale on all our music because it was World Book Day yesterday, which is
you have music books there as well.
Yeah, we do. And we have we're offering free trial lessons. So if you want to come and trial an instrument that you're not sure about,
can anybody just pop in?
Yeah. Well, we would need you to schedule it so that there was somebody there for you.
So no surprises.
No surprises. But we're introducing the workshops that I talked about for adults earlier, but we're also starting a new Arabic music program. So we've had a lot of people call in and say, do you teach the oud, or do you teach any Arabic instruments? And we hadn't until now, but we do have the resources to do it. So we launched our oud program last week. And so far, it's been great. We've had quite a few people come in and trial the oud. Some people have signed up and are learning how to play it. And, we thought we wanted to do something that essentially is part of the culture and part of the country as well, and offer that. So, yeah, we've been doing.
Out of curiosity, do you get a whole spectrum of people coming in to try the oud?
Yes.
Because I'd be interested.
Well, please come and have a go.
Is it difficult?
I haven't tried it myself.
Okay, fair enough. Does it look difficult?
No, it looks like a cool guitar. But it's obviously very different and very different scale and lots more strings on it. But, I haven't tried it myself. I really should, actually.
I find that the guitar pretty difficult, so I'm already daunted.
Okay.
I mean, I can play it, but it's I'm not Eric Clapton. Let's put it that way. It's rudimentary. My skill, all my musical skills are. But you were saying at the start of our talk that one of the very fair conditions of your scholarship to study music was that you come back here and give back.
Yes.
And the way in which you're giving back is the Center for Musical Arts. How so? Like, what was? Did you come to back and say to the government, "This is what I want to do in terms of giving back"? Is that?
No, I came back wanting to teach because to me that is giving back, you know, and that's essentially what I love to do. But I couldn't find a job in that, so
You could not find a job teaching music.
No, not well. I graduated 30 years ago, so 30 years ago.
Yeah,
I couldn't, you know.
But I would have thought, because, and this is a little bit of a detour, but it was also something I wanted to talk to you about today, that you read all over the world about the funding challenges for orchestras and opera houses. They're closing down, they're laying off people. And this is a recent phenomenon, of course it's bad in the U.S. when government funding of the arts has always been bad, and it's just gotten worse. Yeah. But in places like London, in England, where there has been a better program of government funding of the arts, they're hitting a brick wall. They're losing their funding. They're losing their money. And so that's why I was surprised. Now I wouldn't be so surprised that it would be harder to find a music teaching job. And that's why I think your center is more important than it's ever been. But I do think it's getting worse. Why do you think that is?
It's getting worse everywhere else. It's growing here. This is the complete opposite. There is a huge push towards the creative industries in the UAE, and not just music, everything.
So it's getting better here, whereas 30 years ago it wasn't as good, and now it's much better.
There was nothing.
There was nothing.
There was nothing.
Whereas other places there were more opportunities, and now there's less.
Yeah, there's
interesting.
No, there's so many more opportunities here now than there ever was. You know, both the Ministry of Culture and Dubai Culture here are really supportive of all the creative industries. You have more pop-ups like Al Serkal that really supports all the arts. You have the UAE National Orchestra that has just been founded and started.
Is music a factor in Al Serkal in the pop-ups?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. They're very supportive of everything, of all the arts there.
Yeah, that I know, the galleries, and that's true. One day I was at a gallery and there were people performing with the guitars, doing open mic.
Yeah.
Is there orchestra, band, stuff there too? Not that I want to get into specifically about Al Serkal. I'm just curious about the scene around the city.
There is a music agency set up there, but they run different sort of Al Serkal art nights and
that's
things like that.
That's a detour. Yeah. We're not talking about that one. Just an example. Yeah. So sorry, go on.
Yeah. So I think when Dubai Opera opened, and they've opened the entire cultural district in Abu Dhabi, in Sharjah, you've got so much. You've got the University of the Arts now, where you can do a bachelor's and a master's in music and performing arts, and theatre and design. You know, this is all...
That's fantastic.
Which
I didn't
is
know about
amazing,
that.
yeah. So this is all brand new. Fujairah has a fine arts academy. Ras Al Khaimah has one now. So the UAE is going in the opposite direction, where it is really putting a lot of effort, a lot of interest, and a lot of money into the arts, including some grants. So
that's so fantastic.
Which is wonderful.
Yeah.
So yes, it is the complete opposite to what's happening in the US or the UK.
First of all, it's great to know that it is happening here.
Yeah.
Why do you think the opposite is happening elsewhere?
It depends on leadership.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's an obvious case of what's going on in America.
I didn't really want to say, but
but that's why it's a more surprising case in the UK. And for whatever reason, my phone keeps telling me about opera orchestras and symphonies there shutting down, going on strike because there's no money, begging for money. That there's just no.
Yeah, there isn't. I think it's just a different way of managing the country. You know, the UAE has incredible leadership that believes that all parts of society
Which sees
are
the
important.
oh no. The blues tune not only means we're heading down to the crossroads, but the show is coming to an end. Collab Badri, it has been an honor to have you on.
Thank you for inviting
And thank
me.
you for talking to us about the Center for the Musical Arts. I know I'm going to take my daughter over there.
Please do.
I encourage everyone out there listening to go over too. In Umsakoyam 3, great?
Yes.
All right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, it's 8 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Motorists in Abu Dhabi will soon see an expanded Durb Atoll network with 2 new gates set to open on May the 4th this year. The move aims to ease congestion and improve traffic flow on key routes. This will bring the total number of toll gates in the emirate to 6. The World Bank has approved $225 million in funding to support water and health services in Syria. The package includes 2 projects backed by the International Development Association, focusing on restoring water systems and improving healthcare access. Around 4.5 people are expected to benefit across the country with this funding, and officials say the funding will help rebuild essential services and improve daily life for communities across Syria. Japan's Nikkei 2025 rose for a third straight session and it closed at its record high. The index gained about 0.5%, supported by strong tech stocks. However, the broader topics edged slightly lower. Market breadth was weak and most stocks declining despite the Nikkei's gains. UK government borrowing has fallen to its lowest level in 3 years, according to the Office for National Statistics. Borrowing dropped to around $132 billion for the year of March, slightly below forecast. It now stands at about 4.3% of GDP, the lowest level since before the pandemic. However, borrowing in March came in higher than expected, despite being lower than the same month last year. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.